Okay, oh, blimey, apologies. So hello and good morning, everyone. My name is James Wilmot, and welcome to Forum Europe's 9th annual European Cybersecurity Conference, this year held in a hybrid format, and indeed this year also organised in close partnership with our colleagues at EXO, the European Cybersecurity Organisation, with whom we've collaborated once again and have enjoyed that collaboration, and thanks to Luigi and Sarah for your support for this edition. It's my job to be brief so that we can get to the main event, but I wanted to provide you with a few practical details and then to offer some additional thanks and appreciation. So firstly, and don't groan at this, but firstly the internet network was Ton Hotel, but there's no password. The hashtag for the event is EU CyberSec, so do get involved in the conversation there. To the 700 or so attending online, great to have you with us also. And you should see the chat function for those online on the right of your screen, and this is where during the course of the day you can post your questions and comments, and these will be passed to the moderators for the respective sessions as we move forward. For those of you in the room, it's obviously quite the novelty to have face-to-face interaction, so we should make the most of it. So if you have a question, I'm sure you all remember this, but you can put your hand up and we'll bring you a microphone at the appropriate time. We have fresh air coming through the windows in the roof. We've also got the air conditioning for some additional relief, but of course, while there are no formal restrictions, if you want to use your mask and there's plenty of hand sanitizer, then of course please do. Thank you to this year's conference. I'll shout. There we go. Yeah, so thank you to this year's conference sponsors. So in alphabetical order, Accenture, Broadcom, BSA, the Software Alliance, Cloudflare, Norton Life Rock, Sectra, Usercentrics, Vodafone, and Trudexia. We couldn't be doing it without them, so much appreciated. It's obviously a big day in Brussels today, and events in Ukraine are no doubt in all of our minds. So from all of the team here, I wanted again to put on record our thanks for all of you taking the time to be with us, both in Brussels and online, and to our speakers across the day, including Vice President Skinas and Executive Director Lepasar, who no doubt have many important commitments across the day. So thank you for being with us. And then finally, if you need anything from either myself or any of the team, this is a good start. Just let us know. We're here to help. And with that, I'll hand the floor to Paul Adamson, Forum Europe's chairman, to kick proceedings off. So thank you very much. Oh, I don't need applause.
Yes, you do. Am I on? Yes. Good morning, everybody. Yes, and with James, I'd like to welcome you all here to this conference. We're very grateful you made the time to come here. It's a busy time in Brussels, not just for world leaders, but also for all of you. So we appreciate the fact that you made the time. This morning, I have a very simple but extremely pleasant task, which is to introduce our keynote speaker, Margarita Vice President of the European Commission. His official title is Vice President Promoting Our European Way of Life, but I think you should change that, Margarita, to Vice President for all the major challenges facing the European Union, because that seems to be what every single day of your life now seems to be devoted to dealing with and taking a lead on Europe's major challenges. Margarita will give some prepared remarks, as you're all expecting from the program. He's promised to stay a few minutes before he has to disappear to even more pressing commitments. So I have lots of questions, but if anybody here in the room maybe less so easily to organize online, but anybody in the room has a quick question to ask Margarita afterwards, start thinking about it now. If you haven't got any questions, which is often the case, you're just in awe of the keynote speaker, I promise you I have a couple of questions to ask Margaritas before he goes. I think without further ado from me, Margaritas, over to you, and thank you again, sir, for being with us this morning.
That's nice to get an applause before even one starts talking. Thank you for having me here. In August, September 2019, when President von der Leyen called me to interview me and give me my portfolio responsibilities, she told me, I have something for you which is new. You will be doing security, mobility, opportunities. In practice, you will be in charge of the most anthropocentric portfolio of my team. People will do money, services, tariffs. You will do people. You will deal with people. What she didn't tell me is that dealing with people is mainly switching from one major crisis to the other, because the things that we've been dealing with in this commission are closer to a science fiction scenario, a Hollywood blockbuster, a pandemic, a war, and a sequence of very demanding challenges. So I appreciate the fact that we have some time now this morning on a difficult day for Brussels, but still a very productive day, I think, because with many important people on town, including the President of the United States, to find some time to discuss calmly the bigger picture. And of course, security is at the heart of the challenges we're facing now. I remember, Paul, a year and a half ago when you invited me to the European Security Summit to present our new thinking of our new EU Security Union strategy. That was a vision that we had in this commission to structure our security policies under one single roof and build under this roof the different chambers that would have to be all interlinked for the house to make sense. So when it comes to security, homeland, as our American friends call it, all the different chambers and the corridors need to make sense. And this is a problem we had in Europe because for many, many years, our security policies were structured in a way that didn't make much sense, in a way that was connecting them to vertical constituencies and policy fiefdoms. We had lots of fragmentation, many silos. So in this commission, we're determined to sort of move beyond the verticality and the barriers of these policy constituencies, of these silos, to this single roof house of the Security Union strategy. So 1.5 years ago, when we're discussing our vision for a Security Union, we could not imagine that today we would be in a situation where war would have returned in Europe on the doorstep of our union. We could not imagine that the principles on which we build our security architecture and which we considered inviolable will be trampled upon by a cynical and ruthless attack that strikes indiscriminately at military and civilians alike. And in addition to the invasion and mortar fire and bombing, comes the more insidious but still highly destructive threat of a cyber invasion. Yes, a cyber warfare is ongoing in our neighborhood. look at the waves of cyber attacks that hits Ukraine's critical public and private entities in the weeks and days before the invasion, and which intensified when the war broke out. Ministries, armed forces, banks, border crossing points, stations were all targeted with a very calculated and deliberate aim to paralyzing the country, even before a shot being fired, at minimal cost, by an enemy whose face we cannot see. This is the reality of today's world. And this is what our Ukrainian friends and partners are facing as we speak. And this is what we must prepare for too. First, because we cannot rule out the risk of spillovers to our single market, to our member states, and to our own security systems. For instance, a targeted cyber attack carried out against the Viasat satellite-based internet access provider, which was presumably aimed at disrupting communications of the Ukrainian military, had repercussions on nearly 30,000 satellite terminals across Europe, from internet services in France to the administration of wind turbines in Germany. And in the hours following Russia's territorial aggression against Ukraine, some European countries in the neighborhood saw a significant increase in the number of cyber attacks targeting their critical infrastructures. Let me recall a word of caution here. We must be very careful and not fall into the trap of hasty analysis or overinterpretation. However, at the same time, we must also not be naive and unprepared either. The era of innocence for Europe is over. These attacks are only the tip of an iceberg. Below the surface and outside the media spotlight, there has been a particularly worrying and growing ground shell of cyber threats starting even much before the war in Ukraine. Over the last years, member states have been hit by a series of large-scale cyber attacks by malicious actors. This summer, it was the Irish health system that was paralyzed by a cyber attack. Then, a ransomware attack against a software company and its customers led to the countrywide closure of a major supermarket chain in Sweden. In January, oil suppliers in Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany were targeted. And last month, a major telecommunications operator in Portugal. All this was not war-related, and brings me to the second point, to my second point. Our union is built on the single market where everything is interlinked and interconnected, thanks to our digital transformation, which is now ongoing. But this, at the same time, means that everything can be a target. And when cyber attacks hit infrastructures that are critical to the functioning of our economies and of our societies, they do not only disrupt our networks, they directly put at risk the lives of people. The European Union stands at a crossroads, at a defining moment. I strongly believe that our union is being born, that a new union is being born out of the war in the past days. A new Europe that is ready and capable of mobilizing at the means at our disposal all its strike force to defend the values and the principles we stand for, our model of society that represents us. For the first time, we are using the European budget, EU money, to purchase and deliver military equipment to a country that is under attack. Earlier this week, the Council adopted the Strategic Compass. This document is not an answer to the latest international developments, but a long-term commitment to increase the strength of our union as a security provider and a resounding message of unity and determination that we are sending to those who portray us as weak and divided. This also means one thing for cyber. We need to take cybersecurity out of its tech silo and put it at the core of our national security and defense. Cybersecurity is no longer an issue for industry. Cybersecurity is an issue of society. To shield our economies and our societies against these threats, we need to be prepared, to be resilient, and to be able to respond. First thing we need to do is preparedness. We must shield the most critical sectors of our internal market, both physically and digitally, in a seamless way. This is where our twin legislative proposals, the NIS2 and the CIR directives, come in. I know you will discuss this in more detail in the next panel, but let me stress one thing. These directives are two sides of the same coin, our security against threats of all kinds. That is why these legislative texts, currently being negotiated by the co-legislators, must be adopted as quickly as possible, with the same level of ambition we proposed them and the wider scope we envisaged. And I'm confident that the French presidency will be able to adopt them soon, and I'm also confident and hopeful that this adoption will be a simultaneous one that will cover at the same time NIS2 and the Critical Entities Resilience Directive. We need this as a package, because packaging this legislation also in a way in itself sends a very strong message. Second thing we need to do, resilience. We will only be able to shield our market and our society if we ensure security by design in the digital products and companies and consumers rely on, in their daily lives, on branded, recognizable, security-proven products. Those products that are most often the loophole through which malicious actors rush to breach us. This is where we need to concentrate. These are the walls that we need to build. This is about safety, and at the same time is also about trust. For this, we need to put in place horizontal cybersecurity requirements, common standards. This is the ambition of the Cyber Resilience Act that we will be presenting at the end of this year, but you can already contribute to its success by participating in the online public consultation which we launched last week. Third and last strand of work, response. I was in Athens last week for the inauguration of the new headquarters of our Agency for Cybersecurity, ENISA, and with its executive director, Johan Lepassar, who will address you later today. We stressed the importance for the EU and for our member states to be able to respond firmly in a united and coordinated way to cyber threats, to speak and act with one single European voice. Imagine a large-scale cyber attack that hits simultaneously one or more strategic sectors at the same time in several places across the EU. If we do not already have this culture of sharing information, analysis, and expertise between member states, but also across the different cyber communities, we have no chance of winning the battle against those who want to shatter our unity and solidarity. So we need these processes and these reflexes that compel us to act together and quickly. In this kind of situation, time is of the essence, and the smallest piece of information can be decisive for the overall response. And this is why we need this to be done at EU level. We need a structure that brings together our best cybersecurity experts and response teams from the defense, civilian, diplomatic, and law enforcement communities. And we need these people to talk to each other and to work together and coordinate our action at operational level. I know this is not easy because many of these communities, many of these constituencies are made of a material that compels them not to talk to each other. And very often, they do not talk to each other even within our member states. This is the deficit of trust that we need to fill. This is the difficulty, a structural difficulty that we need to overcome. And this is where our initiative to create a joint cyber unit has a place in our security ecosystem, and we need to advance its operationalization urgently. This was one of the most emblematic proposals in cybersecurity that President von der Leyen had presented already in July 2019 in her programmatic speech to the European Parliament. No one can win the cyber battle alone. We can only win it together. Dear friends, the crisis in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, crisis, I think it's an euphemism at this stage. The war in Ukraine, this senseless, illogical war, is a major wake-up call for our security and our defense. Now is the time for us to take bold steps in cybersecurity, in security union infrastructure, to make sure that we are prepared, resilient, and capable of responding to these aggressions. Working together, we will ensure that cybersecurity becomes another vital component of our union's protective shield. This is what Emmanuel Macron, in his famous Sorbonne speech, had called for. He said that Europeans, average Europeans, need to understand, need to feel that there is something that we can call l'Europe qui protège, a Europe that protects. And in these times, cybersecurity is at the heart of this call for a Europe that protects. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Margarita. I know you don't have very much time, but I'm going to quickly ask you a couple of questions. Today we'll be just discussing most today policy, but I want to talk to you briefly about politics. Your speech was very, very impressive. You talked about the era of innocence in Europe is over. So this grim anniversary today, the war, as you say, is not a crisis, a war, is now a month old. From your vantage point inside the Commission, when von der Leyen became president, she was frankly derided by many people when she claimed it was going to be a geopolitical commission. People were not terribly clear what that meant in practice. In the past month, can you give a sense of how, first of all, the College, the Commission, has changed in its outlook about addressing the geopolitics of the situation we now find ourselves in?
Let me start by saying that when our leaders, when the European Council appointed Ursula von der Leyen as president of the Commission, they must have known something. They must have known that we had to face a pandemic and then a war. So they chose a politician who is at the time a medical doctor and a former defense minister. I'm saying it's not as a joke.
No.
Actually, I mean it. Because there were two Rubicon moments in these 2 years and a half. I think I can share with you in the intimacy of this beautiful room. Both Rubicon moments, there was a certain sense of history in the making in this commission. The first was the moment when we decided to purchase vaccines as a union. And a few weeks later, to put forward the recovery plan. We were all cautious that this was a moment where you call it a geopolitical Europe, others call it a Europe of results. It was the moment where Europe stopped thinking or reflecting or analyzing, but taking risks, bold measures, acting. And this is the second Rubicon moment now. This last month, the things that we managed to produce are unthinkable. I'm not talking about the 4 packages of sanctions that have been prepared in record time and coordinated across our Western and NATO partners, from Canada to Switzerland. I can not mention this blanket protection security guarantee, the humanitarian visa that we provided for the millions of Ukrainians fleeing the war, that gives them blanket, immediate and unconditional access to our health, education, job market and residence permits. That's also for the first time in history. For the first time, we activated the so-called peace facility, which is taxpayers' money, EU money, to purchase military equipment and send it to Ukraine. And I have no doubt in my mind that sooner rather than later, and the strategic compass is the route to get us there, we will see first a European rapid reaction force that can be dispatched to act on behalf of the Union, and we will also complete our defenses in the homeland security part and strategic autonomy. So this is happening. It's happening, and it has nothing to do with announcements. You know, I can very easily announce anything that can cross my mind, provided that someone buys it. It's not enough. We have to deliver on an announcement. And this commission has, I think, delivered in these 2 years and a half of our mandate, because history is an accelerator for policy. And I'm very proud, personally, of being part of this team.
Okay. A second and final question, Margarita, is member states. You said that Europe has to act in a united and coordinated way with one European voice, but you also acknowledge that member states aren't used to talking with each other, and also inside some of the stakeholders, agencies inside each member state don't necessarily have the reflex or the tradition of speaking and talking to each other more than they might. How confident are you now, given the grim reality of this war, that this has been, to use a cliche phrase, forgive me, a wake-up call for the heads of government to act in a much more concerted way in the future?
Yes, I do not live in an exoplanet. I live in real life, and I have spent 30 years of my life in the meanders of European politics, so I know how difficult it is to sort of bring everybody on board. And when it comes to security, I mean, you are all experts. You know how these security ecosystems operate at national level. Security and intelligence ecosystems are crafted in a way which is very self-sufficient, you know. Military people don't talk to diplomats. And diplomats don't talk to politicians. And there are very few ways of interlinking all this. And if you add the EU layer on top, that's even more complicated. So how do we go beyond that? First of all, I'm very encouraged by I think the right word would be chemistry, the personal chemistry that binds together the current constellation of EU leaders. The European Council, which will meet in a few hours, in its setting is a unique place. It's the ultimate power hub. We have 27 heads of state and government, the 3 leaders of the institutions, and that's it. They are just them. No ambassadors, no advisors, no ministers. And they, through the pressure that they have been feeling, through the external atmospherics, so all the constraints that push them to deliver. They have come very close together. And some of the spectacular things that have been decided and enacted, that was precisely because at the top now, we have much better coordination and understanding than we still have in certain sectoral constituencies. Many times ministers are more reluctant, patriotic than the bosses. The bosses see each other eye to eye, and so that's
Okay.
a hopeful sign. Another hopeful sign is that the demand, the expectations by ordinary people are intensifying to Europe to deliver. People do not care that much about competence, Brussels politics, legalese and commissionees. They simply don't care. When I go back to Greece, in my hometown, in my place, people say, what is Europe doing about that?
Yeah.
And you cannot tell them, we do not have a sufficient legal base, a strong legal basis on health in the treaty. And say, we don't care, do it. And that's why we did it. we, on the pandemic, for example, we exhausted every inch of our competence to buy vaccines, to do the certificate, to do the recovery fund. Same thing will happen, I'm convinced, with security, defense, strategic autonomy. This is the new big thing, and it's happening already.
Okay. We'll let you go, Margarita. You have many things to do, and we need to move on, and you have a lot to do today, like any other day of your working life. Thank you
so
very much for your time.
Thank you. That was the most pleasant moment of my day. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Vice President, for major challenges, your new title as of today. We're now going to welcome, hopefully, if he's been waiting patiently for us online, Johan, good morning. Johan Lapasa, Executive Director of ENISA. Are you speaking to us from your brand new office in Athens, Johan? Is that where you're speaking from?
Indeed, indeed. And apologies for not being in Brussels, but as the Vice President said, we just opened the new headquarters, so I had to be here. And
Well,
actually, in times of crisis and war, it's important that people are together.
Well, they look very nice premise there. I saw them on social media, the photographs of the exterior, maybe not the interior. We're going to give you the floor right now, Johan, and hopefully if we have time afterwards, I'm going to throw a couple of questions at you. But first of all, my thanks to you on behalf of my colleagues and everybody taking part in this conference for you making the time this morning. You're also a very busy chap. And without further ado, you have the floor, Johan.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I think it was the second time I addressed this August Air platform. So, and it's important that we do discuss cybersecurity, not only at the strategic level, but also look at the technicalities behind it. The Vice President has highlighted the direction Europe needs to take and where some of the cyber and security opportunities and challenges lie. As the Union's Agency for Cybersecurity, our broader role is to raise the common level of cybersecurity across the EU, bring together the various cybersecurity communities. And we do that in a variety of ways, ranging from raising the capacity of the sectors, the critical sectors, organizing cyber exercises and trainings, through proposing EU-wide cybersecurity certification schemes that help to bring about trustworthy products and services in the internal market, right to the awareness raising. But of course, now the immediate and urgent challenge that we face during this war is to understand what is the situation in the cyberspace and how can we rapidly increase the resilience of the critical sector players to any kind of threats that this war might pose. So let me reinforce some of the points made by the Vice President in zooming in on the importance of the common situational awareness, as well as strengthening our critical infrastructures. Since the start of Russian military aggression, there has been a notable increase of incidents, as well as expansion of scope in terms of sectors affected within Ukraine, as well as in Russia and Belarus, including information operations, increased activities of hacktivists supporting the parties, as well as cyber operations to report kinetic attacks. With some exceptions, we have not seen a major escalation or spillover to Union cyberspace yet. As the Vice President notes, an attack against satellite military communication in Ukraine, which started on the day the Russian invasion began, spilled over and caused a cascading effect on European satellite network provider that relies on such communication channel. It affected tens of thousands of terminals in at least 20 countries across Europe, with 70,000 customers cut off from internet in 6 member states. So this will not stand out in the future as an isolated case. Again, as the Vice President notices, we cannot remain naive. Having a cross-sector and real-time overview and a common situational awareness ensures that not only at the national level, but increasingly at the European level, we can lay out bridges and create a understanding what is going on across the technical and political levels. For that to happen, we need to ensure that the more technical cybersecurity communities in national cybersecurity incident response teams, the cooperation networks in charge of cyber crisis management across member states, such as Cyclone, and the EU institutions have the capabilities, the trust, and the communication channels to work together, to provide our political leadership with the right intelligence at the right time, to assess the impact of attacks and respond to these. We already know that attacks by state threat actors are not only likely to grow, but also will become more dangerous. At the level of EU institutions, we also are working with all actors, together with CERT-EU, for example. We recently issued recommendations how public and private organizations can boost their cyber resilience. Even without the link to the invasion of Ukraine, we are seeing critical infrastructure sectors being targeted by increasingly professionalized ransomware groups. For example, recently in the energy sector, affecting several terminal operating companies in 3 member states or around airport management companies. These cannot be categorized easily as spillovers. They flag fragility in various sectors, which should point at an urgent need to raise preparedness and resilience. This fits into the picture which ENISA collects and sees annually under the current Network Information Security Directive, covering telecom, energy, transport, finance, health, drinking water sectors, also digital infrastructure and digital service providers. We are seeing persistent high level of incidents, increasing level of incidents and attacks targeting more mature sectors such as banking and telecoms, and more worrying, less mature sectors such as the health sector. In 2020, some 913 large-scale impactful incidents were notified, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. 742 came from critical sectors, with 262 related to the health sector, 171 from the telecom sector, 124 from the banking sector, 95 for digital infrastructure, 90 for the energy sector. Similar numbers are expected for 2021, and the report will be published soon. But we do not have the complete picture, and without this, we are more vulnerable. The new revision of the Network Information Security Directive and the expansion of incident notification requirements or risk assessments to 10 essential entities in sectors such as space and public administration, and 6 important entities such as postal services and chemicals will help us to complete the picture. Less mature sectors will also be under the scope of the Network Information Security Directive and will need to speed up. In terms of getting through European legislation, the adoption of the revised directive, still under the current French presidency, will be a great achievement. But adoption is only the first step, and we'll need to make sure to ensure a rapid and consistent implementation throughout the Union. The weakest link in this case will be the closest targets. We also need to support more ambitious proposals regarding vulnerability disclosure, provisions for more supply chain security and coordinated cybersecurity risk assessments, beefing up the work with critical sectors by creating the right environment for essential and important entities to share cybersecurity relevant information, such as cyber threats, vulnerabilities, ransomware incidents, indicators of compromise, tactics, techniques, and procedures, cybersecurity alerts, and configuration tools. Here, security operations centers, or SOCs, play a key role in monitoring, detecting, and mitigating these threats. SOCs are present in many critical sectors, and the number of managed security service providers offering their services in the EU is constantly increasing. However, Europe needs to invest more in connecting SOCs across sectors and across borders to ensure that we have the right systems in place to share critical information in a timely manner, develop SOCs in sectors that are overlooked, and establish an appropriate level of maturity in SOCs across the EU. This is the vision that Commissioner Breton has put in place in the recent cybersecurity strategy for the Union, which the agency fully supports. Dependencies among sectors will grow, such as those between energy and telecom sectors, and sectors will need to work together. The role of the telecom sector to act as a shield to less mature sectors with medium to low maturity cannot be understated. Finally, cybersecurity needs a clear investment policy across different sectors. We've looked into the investments of our critical operators in 2020, also last year. And what it showed is that EU essential service providers invest on average 40% less than their US counterparts. This cannot remain. If being cybersecure is a value, and if we look at the budget of our critical operators and essential service providers, they do not seem to value so much the investments that are needed in order to create cybersecurity. This has to change, and I hope that this forum can act as a catalyst for change. Thank you very much.
Johan, goodness me. It's quite a stark picture you lay out for us there. Let me take you up. We have time for a couple of questions from me, Johan, if you wouldn't mind, very briefly. Let me take you up on your last point. Cybersecurity needs a clear investment policy. Maybe the subtext to your point is that member states still need convincing about the scale of the cybersecurity threat. Otherwise, it'd be a no-brainer. How optimistic are you that this new prise de conscience about more investment will happen? What needs to be in place for member states, either individually or collectively at EU level, to make the kind of investment that you say urgently needed?
Well, I think if we look at the framework, the elements are already there at the union level, and also we see encouraging signs in some of the member states where, for example, Germany has mandated that at least 14% of the investments that go to digitalizing their health sector must be dedicated to cybersecurity, to maintain the security of these digital investments. Also at the European level, with the recent recovery packages, there have been a push to direct investments towards cybersecurity, to information security. But this needs to be also responded by appropriate private sector policies. And I think this is something that we don't yet see. We don't see medium-sized, let's say, critical entities taking up cybersecurity investments. The Vice President mentioned the let's say the Irish ransomware attack against the health sector. The problem wasn't really, if you look at the cybersecurity entities in Ireland, they did their job in a remarkably manner in a very difficult circumstances. But they cannot do the job of the hospitals. And of course, the hospitals need incentives to invest in cybersecurity because that's not their first priority. Their first priority is always going to be to cure people. And that's understandable. So they need some help and understanding what and where and at what level the investment is required in order to make them more cybersecure and resilient. And this is something where national governments can help by building the right regulatory environment around investments.
Okay. And a second and final question, Johan. Obviously, people here in Brussels, institutions in charge of the policy, the strategy, the consultations we've heard about from Margaritis a few minutes ago, and you're in charge of the actual the implementation, the actual making concrete some of these policy initiatives that initiate here in Brussels. You touched on the private sector. How would you characterize, how would you describe the relationship, the working relationship between agencies like your own and the private sector? You cannot obviously work without them, but what level of cooperation do you see, and how, if necessary, it could be even further improved in the future?
Well, first of all, there is a close cooperation and coordination between my agency and also the sectors. Since the beginning of this year, actually, before we ran a series of consultations with all the critical sectors at the European level. And I really want to thank them for not only for reaching out to us, but being there and being a partner for cybersecurity institutions, not at the European level only, but also at the national level. So we are now launching the second round of consultations. And of course, this is necessary not only to exchange information regarding situational awareness and having a common understanding of the picture that is going on, but also to see how the agency can help to build resilience across these different sectors. I think the partnership is still very nascent. Sectors find it difficult to cooperate with each other, somewhat also in between themselves, because of course, they are also competitors. So we need to find this way how information between entities and across different sectors can be exchanged in a manner that does not hurt the information provider. And I think this is something that is still not yet fully fixed. There can be intermediaries, and in national context, I think oftentimes the national cybersecurity incident response team, they act as intermediaries, but also in private sector context, I think the SOCs, the security operations centers, can act as intermediaries. And this is something that I think is a new stepping stone for us to push at the European level. I just want to correct you in one sentence. We don't implement directly. We help member states to implement. So we are there to help the member states, and they've done a good job. I have to recall that the Network Information Security Directive, which was agreed in 2016, only came into force 2018. So we've only had a European framework for cybersecurity around for a bit more than 4 years. Let's say in European timescale, the progress that we made together with the member states and with the sectors is in light speed, I would say. Yeah. But of course, our adversaries move quicker, and this is something that we need to also take into account. We need to move even quicker in order to maintain the capacities and resilience that we have now. In order to increase it, we have to increase the pace. Sorry.
Okay, well, we have to leave it there. Johan, thank you again very much for your time. I look forward to seeing you when you come to Brussels. Thank you again, Johan. Good morning. Right, moving rapidly on, I now go over my place as moderator to the moderator of session 1, which is called A Modernized Framework to Secure the Digital and Interconnected European Economy. And I invite the moderator and all the panelists to come on stage. Thank you again.
Hello, everyone. Very nice to see you in a physical meeting after so long. I see that we gathered the security community in Brussels, and I hope we also have a lot of representatives from Europe online. Welcome to this first session, panel discussion with distinguished speakers here today on a very topical question. We have modernized the cybersecurity framework in Europe, but how to make it work for digital and interconnected digital economy. In the next 1 hour and 20 minutes, we would discuss the legal framework, what are the lessons learned, what is on the agenda, and what should be prioritized in these aspects. As you know, the EU cybersecurity framework is alive, so we live in some kind of a cybersecurity revolution. We see proposals, discussions, work happening very actively here in Brussels, but also in member states and outside of Europe in our partners. We see, probably this is not a surprise for anyone, seeing that cybersecurity has a significant impact on our economy. I can quote, for instance, the numbers of ransomware attacks, how much would cost on a company. It's said to be $1.85 million on average. So this is, let's say, significant economic impact that we have to work better as Europe to help our companies avoid. Data breach, it's even more significant consequences with $4.2 million on average. And this, it's very important to understand that this is avoidable. Companies that are more mature in their cybersecurity have significantly lower costs. So what we do here as legislators, well, not me, but the legislators, member states, industry, to protect themselves and their clients is actually showing results. But besides the economics, we have heard also from Commissioner Margarita that there is a significant political dimension on cybersecurity. We see how it is important to preserve our democratic processes, but also national security. It is probably not a surprise to you that we have now conventional war in Ukraine and the first ever cyber pillar of such a war. So all this we will discuss today with our distinguished speakers. We will discuss the legislation NIS2 directive, the proposals, the establishment of the Cyber Resilience Act. We will discuss also aspects touching also very growing IoT consumer market, legislated under the Radio Equipment Directive, for instance, with the Delegated Act, as well as complemented by the Cyber Resilience Act. With this, I would maybe share the couple of questions we would address, and then I would open the panel discussion. We have here a multi-stakeholder platform for discussion to explore questions about the legal gaps, about the lessons learned, and what should be included in the upcoming legislation. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce you our panel today. So with this, we could start with introduction remarks and then question and answer session. I have here a panel, path to receive your questions from online participation. Don't hesitate to send it. I will receive it during the panel, but I would ask questions at the end of the discussion. So for the participants also here in the room, please prepare your question, write it down when it comes to mind. Eva Maidel, hello, welcome to this panel. I think you don't need introduction. Senior member of the European Parliament is here with us. We have Anina Hivarinen, representing the Member States Chief Specialist Safety and Security Unit at the Data Department of Ministry of Transport and Communication of Finland. Representing the industry, here we have two speakers. I will start with Javier Villegas Burgos, who is Senior EU Advisor Digital and European Affairs at Vodafone. And last but not least, Thomas Boe, who is the Director General at the BSA, the Software Alliance. Welcome.
Thank you.
Eva, I will start with you.
Okay.
The European Parliament is also very active in the discussion on cybersecurity, and you yourself were also the shadow rapporteur on the NIS2 directive for ITRE committee. Do you think the cybersecurity framework and ambition is ambitious enough, or what is your assessment on it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Eva. Good morning, everyone, and thanks to Forum Europe for organizing this event. I believe it's the 9th time, right? So it's fantastic to have experts from across Europe to also help us gain knowledge, but also make sure we are on the right path when it comes to regulating the cyberspace. I think that where we find ourselves today is we all in this room and beyond are using IoT devices. We are more than ever before. We are connected at a speed that we have not imagined when this forum first take place, I believe 9 years ago. And I think the past 2 years and the past 2 months have shown us how this has further changed. I believe I was at a panel around a year ago organized by Forum Europe, where we talked about what the COVID crisis meant for SMEs, meant for the digital infrastructure, and some processes, especially when it comes to smaller companies, but also to societies, reinforce themselves throughout the first 6 months of the COVID pandemic. Today, we witnessed the war in Ukraine, and thankfully, we haven't witnessed big cyber attacks, but I think the cyber threat is more serious than ever from malicious and foreign actors. This is why I think threats are simply everywhere, and we cannot just say cybersecurity is a side issue. Yeah. It is not. And it's also been there, and it's not just 5 years ago or 2 years ago, but cybersecurity threats were there in 2007 when Estonia almost was paralyzed in its systems. I think it was 2015 when the electricity grid in Ukraine was hit, and almost a quarter of Ukrainian population was left without electricity. So this is just to give 2 different examples compared to the previous ones that were out there to show that the stakes are really high today. And we really have to look at the issue in a holistic manner, but also make sure that we are well prepared. And this is why I think more than ever political will has to be a part of the solution, and it has to come even before making sure we have the right expertise, that we have the right skills and the right resources. We often treat it, as I said, cybersecurity as a side issue, but we cannot treat cybersecurity as a side issue, because if we are not cybersecurity resilient, this means our economy is not resilient and our security is not resilient either. And this is why, very briefly in the beginning, I want to touch upon three points. The first one related to the need of international cooperation. The second one is this holistic, multifaceted approach. And the third one is related to building resilience through digital sovereignty. When it comes to cybersecurity and international cooperation, well, I think we have seen over the past years, and representatives of the member states here know that better than me and can for sure explain it better than me. We have seen that many member states are not very much willing to share information with some member states, and perhaps one would say, well, rightly so. We are not sure where this information then will be leaked and where it will be led. But in a way, we see also some changes. We see more trust being built between member states, but hopefully the pace of that change will be faster. And this means member states simply need to trust each other. Then I think what is really needed is more international agreements. On one hand, to prevent cyber attacks, and on the other hand, to be better prepared when responding to cyber attacks. And this is why sharing intelligence, but also building deterrence has to be mutual and has to be reinforced. And I think we have various forums to do that. I mean, NATO is an excellent example, but again, cybersecurity cannot be on the side, cannot be somewhere at the time of dessert before everybody's hurrying to leave, in a hurry to leave the room. But we also have new establishments like the TTC, or we could think of reinforcing the European Council Budapest Convention, and so on and so forth. And I'm sure many of you in this room would have even better examples of how to strengthen that necessary international cooperation. Then when it comes to the multi-layered strategy, I think we can't chase the idea of a silver bullet here. This is why we need a very diverse sector-specific measures that are able to work seamlessly together. And there are several layers of protection, CSIRTs, ENISA. We are also witnessing that we have more skilled and more prepared consumers, which is excellent, but we are nowhere close where I guess we all want to be. And this is why we need to be honest about the level of investment this whole endeavor will require. Of course, we're speaking about a significant staffing of EU agencies. We have to make sure that we have the best talent, that we are able to recruit and solve really the brightest and the most prepared professionals and workers. We also need to have more risk assessment made to develop encryption and preparedness exercises, and I'm sure my colleagues here on the stage will elaborate further on other ways to make sure we have this multifaceted way of preparedness. But of course, I want to just mention that, you know, in terms of legislation, seems like some parts of the puzzles are starting to fall into places when it comes to RED, NIS2, or the Cyber Resilience Act. But again, investing in resources and political will in order to create a proper European ecosystem for, you know, every citizen, for every business, for the school or the hospital or governments is part of this solution. And the last point is about building resilience through digital sovereignty. I don't want that, you know, when we speak about digital sovereignty, that this makes us digitally isolated. I know here in this town, people put different emphasis on the word digital sovereignty, but I wouldn't want to see that. I think what we have to try to do is make sure that we ensure the fate of EU economy is back in our own hands, be it when we produce chips or when we make AI made in Europe, or in other cases, but we need to preserve and promote, most importantly, an open dialogue with our democratic allies. Only then we could be really in a better position to, you know, build on our cyber resilience, but also on our technological advancements and leadership. And I will finish up by saying that I think it was back in 2011 when Japan was hit by an earthquake and a tsunami, and for them to think that they're better prepared for a next such crisis, they built a seawall of 250 miles that costed them $13 billion. I think what we need nowadays is to build a wall of cybersecurity that can protect us for the future, and I think forums such as today's can really emphasize on some of the key ingredients of how to make that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you really touched upon every important issue we have to discuss today in cybersecurity. And I'll get back to you with some more questions after. But Eva mentioned member states and how trust is important. Nina, what member states wish to see more on the EU agenda and what should be done to support you.
Thank you, Ivan. And I can only echo what Eva was saying, and perhaps like building on some of those points that Eva was touching. Juha Leppäsaari was talking about the common level of cybersecurity in the EU. And the Vice President was referring to one single roof with different chambers connected with corridors. And I think this is exactly what we are supposed to be building here together. And I'll be looking at three sort of pillars in this, or perhaps three rooms or corridors, however we want to then describe it. But looking at the legislation, looking at the investments, and then exercises. Because on legislative side, what we've seen is that it is really one of the key components in building this common level of cybersecurity in the European Union. And for example, after the financial crisis, what we saw, like in the UK, for example, they had digital resilience as one of those when looking at the resilience of the whole financial sector. And that sort of created their national cybersecurity center to kind of respond to that task. So legislation works, and what we see, like where we have more regulation, like sectors like banking, telecoms, and here, of course, I want to hear what Javier's experience is. That it does build sort of this common level for those cybersecurity requirements. But we also need to focus on the implementation and what works and how that is put in practice, and that companies understand what is expected from them, and that it's clear that they don't have these different pieces that they need to sort of navigate and try to understand. And this is, of course, something that I'd like to hear also your views, because we have, of course, more experience with my colleagues in the panel, but of course in the audience, that how does it look like that when we try to create this regulatory framework. But then another really important element is investments, and investments in both in technology, but even more in people and skills. And this is, of course, a challenge that we've been discussing for long, that how do we build that sort of expertise and skills going through all levels. We need those high, best in the class technical cybersecurity experts, but we need also really skills and understanding, especially in the leadership side, because so long cybersecurity has been just the issue for the IT department and something as having more like budgetary requirements than really like what it means for our business. And this is, of course, something that I'd like to hear also your experiences, how you see it, that having it as a strategic element in the leadership side. And on investments, when we look at really the critical systems and processes and that skills base, there was actually an interesting kind of initiative discussed by the telecoms ministers in their informal earlier this month. They talked about the European, like EU Emergency Response Fund for Cybersecurity. And what we've been thinking that this actually could be a really good idea if we had that fund for something that is for actions and something for tangible, like penetration tests for critical infrastructure. That's something that we can support, because part of the challenge is that many of these companies, especially SMEs that also Juha Leppäsaari was referring to, it's not their core business to look at their cybersecurity. They have other things that they are responsible for, like in the hospitals, they are responsible for their patients. So perhaps we could support and help them to build that cybersecurity resilience as part of their operations, and something that perhaps we could also use some of our common funds for that. But that's something I'd like to hear also your take on those ideas. And then another really important element is exercises, joint exercises, like really to practice and see what to do when it happens. Like none of our top athletes or ice hockey teams go to the ring without having practice together and knowing what to do and what is different roles. And also those exercises are good places to test that, okay, where do we need to do better? And Eva was taking up a very important point about information sharing, like really understanding what is the information we need. Because now we many times see that there are a lot of analysis reports that are sort of sent up the stream, but where do they end up? Who's doing the analysis? Who's actually making the recommendations for our policymakers that what you need to do based on this information? And especially when we look at the NIS sector, like having those critical players exercising together on the European level. And this is, of course, something we've discussed with ENISA, that their exercises, like how they can bring added value to the pan-European exercises and how to do things together. Because as we know and as we've seen, the digital world is so interconnected that you just cannot limit any of these crises to one member state or even one sector. So really, like, going back to perhaps to the Vice President's words, like when he talked about, like, we need to move from the vertical to the horizontal and really to start looking at it from the single roof perspective. So perhaps to
Yes, you gave us also a lot of tips, and I'm thinking I really like your comparison to the house. So we need to build the cybersecurity house. We need to have the corridors, the links, the windows, and so on. But I'm looking here at Thomas. The industry is building the house. They provide the bricks. They provide the workers as well to build this house. Does the EU legislation provide you the glue or the cement necessary to cement this, or is there some missing parts, ingredients in the framework?
No, thank you, Eva, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here finally in a physical conference. It's been a long time and I've missed this. So briefly, before answering your question and getting to my remarks, BSA, so we're a global trade association representing the enterprise software industry. And our members, companies like Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Splunk, Workday, Trellix, McAfee, BlackBerry, are spending a lot of their time on cybersecurity because they were born digital, and everything that they do for their customers, their business customers, be they government, be they other industries, is running on software, is running on digital things. So cybersecurity is a very important element that our companies are looking at day in, day out. My job is less glamorous. I'm looking at the policies and the legislation. So but to each their own. And we're looking at the legislation happening in Europe, but also around the world on cybersecurity. And there's a strong focus that is very much needed. And Europe, as Johan Lepassa was saying it earlier, we've been relatively nascent in our cybersecurity policies across the EU. I think the first NIS directive was presented in 2014 or 13, so that's not that long ago. But since then, we've seen a slew of regulation coming down, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. So I will, address this by saying, I think we need, three things. We need consistency. We need consistency, and we need consistency. But we need consistency across the different legislations. We also need consistency in our partnerships, in the way that we look at how we develop those. We need to keep consistency in keeping the cybersecurity rules, standard certification, technical and not political, which is a thing that we are seeing happening today, which is extremely concerning from our perspective. So first of all, consistency across legislation. As I said, we've seen a ton of regulations happening. And I'm just going to take an example on some things that may be or that are problematic from my perspective. Recently, in this current mandate, we've seen two legislation, the NIS2 directive and the Digital Operational Resilience for the Financial Services Sector, DORA, because the other is a mouthful. These two regulations seem to address the same thing, which is cybersecurity. One is horizontal, the other one sectoral. When we looked at the first text, they came a few months apart. There were complete inconsistencies with regard to some of the obligations that befall on the same companies, because it's about digital companies that will offer the services to a variety of sectors. Inconsistencies in the definitions, inconsistencies in the outcomes, inconsistencies in the reporting obligation, inconsistencies in the supervisory authorities that we look. So this cannot happen. When you have companies that have to deal with cybersecurity, at some point, and you know, again, you heard the companies that I represent, they're all multinationals, all have large teams across the globe. They're looking at this and they're really we are spending a lot of time trying to understand how this all will work in practice. But you look at, and Eva said it well, you know, it's about every single small companies that also deal with cybersecurity. So we need to ensure that the rules are clear, the rules are efficient, the rules are flexible, and the rules are actually fit for purpose. And in this regard, so you know, after this relatively critical comment, I think the Parliament has done a terrific job in aligning these two regulations. And we've seen, and even for us, we had talking to people dealing with financial services, which is a thing that I don't necessarily do, but to try to explain to them how cybersecurity works, there was a lot of understanding and willingness to work together to achieve the objective, and that is a great thing. But we need to ensure, as we develop legislation, to keep that in mind. We cannot do it, and Eva, you said it well, we cannot do, it's not a side issue, it's not a silo. We have to work across the board, and we have to do this. So, as future legislation come, and we'll see some of them will be coming, we need to ask ourselves, where are the gaps? What is not functioning? Have we given enough time for, because Nina, you said it, we need practice. We need to see how things work. Regulation is great, but regulation is great only if it actually works in practice. So having legislation, every 3 months, every 2 years, frankly, it's not necessarily a thing that will actually help in providing the proper cybersecurity that we all want. Cybersecurity is actually redefined every minute. Technology provider like our companies are constantly looking at the different evolutions, the threats, the practices, what they do, how they can collaborate with others. And legislation should be doing the same, looking at how can we be robust, but also flexible to ensure that we don't need to go back to the drawing board into a legislative process, that will happen, every couple of years, because this will be tenable. And I'll do a little self-promotion here. But as an organization, we've produced a document called the Software Security Framework, because cybersecurity, all these issues are at the end of the day around software. And in this report that's found on our website, happy to share that with you later, we look at cybersecurity and software. Cybersecurity is a life cycle. It's a process. You're never finished. If you think you're done, you're not. And you need to look at this in the entirety, all the time thinking, what are the new standards? How can we develop? How can we work together? Etc. So that's how we need to be thinking about cybersecurity. Not like, okay, process finished, implementation happens, great. No, this is not a thing that we can do. And frankly, we need to continue thinking about this. The second thing is consistency in our partnerships. It's incredibly important for Europe to not look at cybersecurity in isolation, just us 27. We need to look at working with like-minded partners, be they industry partners, but also countries. And I think, Nina, you said it well. This is an important element. There's a lot of countries around the world, that are sharing our values, that share our views, that we need to work with and be partners with. With regard to collaboration with the private sector, I think Johan mentioned it earlier, said it's a very important thing, and there's a lot of things going on. This is great. At the same time, we're seeing trends now that would limit the role of industry in standardizations for us. Having member states more prominent is important, but industry can actually bring the technical expertise to work together. Trying to reduce their role, I think, will be a missed opportunity if we are really serious about creating the right approaches and the right standards to move with cybersecurity. We need also, as I said, governments to collaborate. And we're seeing, we cannot not mention it. It's been mentioned a few times. We hear the helicopters. The war in Ukraine has also changed that. As we're looking at the world that it evolves, so far, where we were expecting cyber attacks, so far we haven't seen them. Maybe because our system works. It's really hard to prove that something hasn't happened because you had the right things in place. I mean, nobody can do that. So you can only imagine what may happen. But I think this is important to really think about this. And there's great collaboration, cooperation that needs to happen, amongst the G7 countries in particular, and then broaden it to all other like-minded partners that actually wish to actually collaborate, work, and be part of the discussion. And the third element that I mentioned, I'm sorry, I'm taking a lot of time, but this consistency in the way that we work with the private sector, and the approaches to cybersecurity must remain focused on the outcomes. All right. So the outcome is what? It's simple. It's how do we ensure that we protect all all our systems, our critical infrastructure, our society, our citizens in a consistent approach. And today we're seeing in Europe, in the context of cybersecurity certification, the debate being hijacked by political considerations that have nothing to do with looking at cybersecurity, but that have to do with political views on how do you focus on domestic players and trying to push out foreign players. And this is frankly something that is concerning because in this day and age, and Eva, you said it well, we are not an island. We cannot stand, us, looking at the world. No, we need to work with all other parts that are important. That doesn't mean that we're giving away our digital sovereignty. No, on the contrary, digital sovereignty should be about making sure that we have everything that we need at our disposal, and we can procure, we can use all the tools, all the software, everything that will actually seek to achieve cybersecurity. So, to support cybersecurity, what we need are rules that are technology neutral, risk-based, and focused on outcome rather than political ones. So, I think, and there's a lot of great things that have been done, and we're going to be spending a lot more time in the coming years on cybersecurity. But if we keep these in mind, I think we will come out stronger, and we will come out, in a much better place.
Yes, thank you very much, Thomas. It was really interesting to hear your perspective. And this is indeed what you said. It's a very complex environment, and it's difficult to keep consistency. These different legislation popping up. I myself am working in cybersecurity since this happened, and every year people think, okay, that's it. That's the last piece, and we fix it. Well, we're not there yet. But being so busy looking at different pieces of the puzzle, Javier, is there any legal gaps or any gaps that we see, any gray areas that we miss?
There are. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. And congratulations on your 9th anniversary. When you started planning this event, I don't think that you could foresee the circumstances. But it does actually help think about this as an absolute priority and an emergency. We had the vice president here who is Greek, and he could have explained the etymology of the word crisis, and behind every crisis is an opportunity. And everything I'm going to say today is about seizing those opportunities. So you asked me about legal gaps. I had to choose one for today, and we find it in NIS2, which has been mentioned several times already today. NIS2 is something we welcome, and we welcome to now be caught by it. Telecoms had its own regime. It still does. And that's going to be transferred to NIS2. And we welcome the fact that we're there and that more and more sectors are coming in, because that's our hope for reducing fragmentation, for harmonizing a little bit more, and for having at least a common baseline, on top of which you can then build for sectors, you can then build for special circumstances, etc. But to actually come to your question, almost by design, there are so many gaps in NIS2, because we are putting sectors in as opposed to just using that to address the entire piece. If you're planning a cybersecurity attack, you don't really care about sectors or about supply chains or about anything. You just simply go and attack. And I think before Ukraine, perhaps we lived in this cuckoo land thinking, well, we had NIS1 a few years ago. Now we do NIS2. We're in trialogues. A few years down the line, we'll do NIS3, then 4, then 5, then 6. And, I will retire and we'll still be talking about different expansions of NIS. We're running out of time. The vice president was talking about Rubicon and how many extraordinary things we've done in the last month. So my question is, why are we not addressing the gaps? Where are the gaps? Certainly more sectors. But, with all this distraction, whether we should have banks, courts, several parts of the public administration, we seem to be missing the point, which is most attacks are supply chain attacks. And Johan was talking earlier, and Nisa has documented this very, very well. So why do we keep on ignoring this reality? Why is this not part of NIS2? And I know the way trialogues work, And we missed that train in the Council Common Approach, and we missed it in the parliamentary report. But the Vice President explained that we've done much more ambitious things than, maybe having an expanded conversation in a trialogue. We'd like to see this brought back on the table. And perhaps we are violating the process a little bit, but frankly, I use the examples that have been given. The Commission couldn't buy vaccines in the past or buy weapons or stuff like that. So I think institutions can go a little bit out of the box at this point in time. And irrespective of what happens under NIS2, we need to create a political momentum for the Cyber Resilience Act to be the final solution. We've seen slight little moves in terms of paying more attention to hardware and software, which builds absolutely everything else in terms of the infrastructure for all the sectors. We've seen slight little moves that have been very piecemeal, but now we need to see, as I think you said at the beginning, a revolution. And this is the year for the revolution. So let's cross that Rubicon. Under NIS2, under the CRA, whichever. But let's cross it this year. That would be my call. I'll say something else. Mr. Lepasar defined telecoms as a shield in his presentation. And as you know, or hope, if you don't know, I'm telling you, I'm representing a rather big telecoms group. We operate in 21 countries in Europe and Africa, and that's only mobile networks. If you look at connectivity in general, we're practically everywhere, including Russia, until very recently. So the telecom shield, super important, absolutely. But again, even though we welcome to be caught by NIS2, we need to look beyond what we call critical, essential, important entities, etc., and look at, so how are they being fed by software and hardware providers, and what are the vulnerabilities that need to be addressed, not through their own contractual relationships, but by having frameworks, if possible, under the law. I don't know if we can take your document and kind of start copy-pasting into law. But that would be absolutely essential, otherwise we're missing a part of the picture. I agree with Thomas on the taking some of the politics out. You mentioned exclusion of foreign providers as a political choice, and we're on the same wavelength. And if you look at what's happening now, the problem hasn't been those foreign providers; it has come from somewhere else. But it's true that we do accept that you can assess risk and you can determine that in different parts of your network, you will have different levels of risk. You have core networks are super critical and super sensitive, and then you have radio access networks, which are the bigger parts, but are more manageable in terms of risk. And something that was built after all this debate that Thomas mentions in the 5G security toolbox of the European Union was the vendor diversity measure as a strategic measure, increasing vendor diversity. It's not about knocking people out of the system, but about allowing existing players to redefine the way they interoperate and allowing new players to come in, which could be very strong on maybe software and maybe not so strong on hardware. You don't need to be strong on everything to come in. Currently, the paradigm is that you do have to be strong on everything, and you have a high barrier to entry. So in terms of the company I represent, we announced in Barcelona that by 2030, 30% of our network will be on disaggregated interoperable technology, what we call open radio access networks. And we see our peers making similar moves to embrace this technology. When we talk about investments in security, investments in the defense parameter, investments in cybersecurity, this is, we believe, a very important dimension to support, also through other aspects of public-private partnership. And I think with this, I'm almost ready to close. We just say, Eva, you mentioned the TTC. Super important. And we have this window of opportunity now with the Biden administration. I don't know how long that will last, but we really need to seize it to use it as a platform to actually pick up all these points and get somewhere. We really need the critical mass of having the other side of the Atlantic on board. And we need to materialize and bank the gains, well, at least in the next 2 years, because I don't know what will happen afterwards. Hopefully that addressed your question about gaps. I had another 20 or 30 on my list, but we will run out of time very quickly, and I think I've made the main considerations already.
Thank you very much. You really raised a very important issue of the supply chain. We heard it, as you said, from Johan Lepessard. It's very fastly growing threat. We see this in the 2021 threat landscape, a report of ENISA. And this is a gap. So I understand that it was not sufficiently addressed in the NIS2 directive, but we cannot just live with this conclusion. So are there any specific measures you would like to propose today at this forum that we could address the supply chain and third-party risk?
So without getting too technical, and obviously people who actually deal in software are better positioned to make those proposals. But I think what we need to do is to actually look at all the provisions under NIS2, and whenever possible, all the risk management and reporting obligations that apply to the critical infrastructure need to be translated into similar obligations. I will use a Latin sentence, mutatis mutandis. I don't know if that is the way you say it, but mutatis mutandis, for as long as you can apply those provisions, also apply them to the supply chain, and obviously take industry on board to make sure that that is done in a reasonable way. So yeah, it's almost tearing apart the legislation, going through every line and seeing whether that will make sense as well for the supply chain, and then putting those measures in place. I mean, what we find is that today we are relying on our supplier to be responsive when there's a cyber incident. And that goes very well when it goes well. And when it doesn't, there is nowhere you can go in reality other than your contractual relationship. It would be great to actually have a law. And we're bigger guys, but the smaller people don't even have the benefit of powerful contracts and having negotiating power. So that would be my kind of brief suggestion.
I see that Nina wants to react on this.
Perhaps actually ask a question, because this is really important, like when we look at the supply chains and understanding that, and as you said, that the most of the attacks have come like via the supply chains and not basically to the kind of the main target. But now when we look at the software side and that part in the supply chain, it was interesting you mentioned this, your report on software security, and something that I will definitely look into and study and have further conversations around that. Because now that we are discussing this, and Commission will come up with the proposal on Cyber Resilience Act in September. And I think that is exactly now the place where we should look at where are those gaps, because as you said that the challenges with NIS and DORA and having the radio equipment directive, that all these different pieces, that where there are really the gaps and what are the outcomes. And if part of that is to look at the cybersecurity of devices, processes, services, and software, is it actually practical? How can you do it when we, of course I have in mind like a Log4j example, is that something that is feasible, Thomas?
No, and I think what's important is to remember one thing, is cybersecurity is not the responsibility of one or other or any actors, it's a shared responsibility. Everyone shares the responsibility, from the lawmakers, to the industry, to the individuals, to the company. Everyone in the space has to actually work together. Johan was mentioning in his address that, oh yeah, but industry, they're all competitors. Well, yes, they are, but when it comes to cybersecurity, they are not, because ultimately it's about like looking in the same direction, right? So we are all trying to say, okay, hey, how can we collaborate? Information sharing among industries, and I think Eva, you mentioned the right point. Information sharing with governments is a trickier thing, and there's between governments sometimes some reluctance to share. But within industry, I think we see, and I see it with all our industry, they are working together because, and not just amongst the software companies, it's with their supply chain, with their vendors, with their suppliers, with others, because the weakest link is where the attack will come through. So it's in everyone's interest to actually work together to ensure that the weakest link actually becomes part of a very robust chain. So that's how we need to look at all this thing, not in the, hey, it's you versus me, or it's them, or no, we're all in the same boat. And if we share the same views, the same values, and then we just need to really make sure that we are collaborating and not looking at each other with suspicion, based on nationality or size, or this doesn't matter. It's really about all working together.
Yes, very good. And this actually brings me back to the crisis, right? We have the war in Ukraine. And I think we have never been more united as Europeans, as industry reacting, policymakers, citizens as well. We are all aligned and acting upon it. But do you have any examples, Thomas, how the cyber war in Ukraine has impacted your members, and what are you doing to address it?
So the war in Ukraine, is something that everyone is watching, very, with a lot of concern, for a variety of reasons, for human reasons as well. I think we should never forget that. But on the cyberspace, I think we haven't seen any major cyber attacks being, either happening or being successful. Again, I was saying, proving a negative is extremely hard. What we know is that companies are very attuned and very working, ensuring that they are looking at what may happen, what could happen, to protect our systems. Like sophisticated attacks require time to be developed and rolled out. So we may see some happening, we may not see some happening because we may have, but this is something that actually puts all of us, on high alert because we know that things may happen. So that is a very key element that we're focused on.
Yes, I agree with you. This is something we discuss at the security community. But on the other hand, I've also interviewed a Ukrainian cybersecurity expert, and what he shared is that it's not these big attacks that are happening, but small attacks like impeding insurance companies to issue green cards. To enable people to leave Ukraine with their car before the war opens are very destabilizing or troubling activities in cyberspace that might not come up in the newspaper as a big cyber attack. So do you, Nina, as member states, do you think about these possible scenarios and issues? What do you do to prepare for potential cyber attacks, big or small troubling attacks?
Absolutely. Of course, this is something that where all the EU member states are working very closely together. And there, of course, we come to what Eva was actually talking about in her remarks about information sharing. And when we talk about information sharing, that it is actually very important that all players, like especially on the industry side, the organizations, that they report even those smallest incidents. Eva, as you were saying, it's not always those bigger things that we can see in a kinetic world, that what is happening, but really to get those indicators, because that is how our cybersecurity experts then build that situational awareness. They share that information in their technical networks, and that is the only way that we can start seeing what is happening. Actually, in Finland, we have a fairly low threshold for companies to report various incidents, and I think it could be partly because there's just in general very high confidence in public sector in Finland, so perhaps it's part of that. But that's not the same in every EU member state, as far as I've understood. So that is something that more we get information from the field, easier it is to see those phenomena, what is happening, and sharing that information. And we have the technical information, but then we need also those layers that translate that, what does this mean? And it's been now interesting to see that in cybersecurity field we have this new network that we call Cyclone, which is the kind of the directors of cybersecurity centers. They take it, technical information, they kind of analyze it, to more suitable to the political level and then feed it up the stream. So I think that is very important for us to see what is happening and then prepare for that. And of course, a lot of national cybersecurity centers, Johan was referring to CERT EU, have given those sort of guidance and support to critical infrastructures. Hey, how can you sort of harden your defense and increase your preparedness, and how you really, if you haven't done so, now is the last time to really understand what are your critical systems and how you protect them.
Very insightful. And I'm coming back to Eva, because this information, to be proactive, we need to have the information what is happening outside of our little house. How can we use this, or what are the key steps we need to be able to have the global approach to cybersecurity and strategic partnership you spoke about?
I mean, to start with, I think we need to, I think every time we talk about tech, a couple of years ago, we always used to start a conversation with trust. And I think slowly we've built actually more trust. We've built more trust between citizens to trust technology. We've built more trust between governments. We've built more trust between companies themselves. And of course, they have an incentive, as Thomas was saying, to collaborate together. And I would like to see that more and more governments feel that they have the same incentive. And I said it earlier, I think we are slowly getting there. And I think, legislation can help us get there. I think certain international events should help us get there. I mean, we have seen the incredible political will over the past couple of weeks, which I don't think any of us thought is there and can be so united. But sometimes it's important to have that political will before a major event happens. And I think we are still at the point where within the political world, cyber is treated differently than security. And perhaps it's a bit like the digital single market and the single market. When are we going to start calling it a single market and it's just going to be also digital? And in a way is the same. Security is cybersecurity, but it's kind of seen in two different aspects. And still at global forums on security, you focus on the traditional means of how to secure your, member state, country, government, institution, and so on and so forth. And I think it has to do with the understanding of how technologies evolve. And perhaps it will be the next generation that will better understand it and will treat it as security, while bringing inside the two meaning of security, traditional and digital security. And only then I think we could also feel like, this sort of strategic autonomy that we are aiming to have, that it will make also sense. We can build AI made in Europe, we can build chips in Europe, but we could also be better protected when collaborating together and putting it high on the agenda. It has to be high on the political agenda. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to tackle when institutions like schools or hospitals and so on are attacked. Yes, the private sector does, an incredible job in this respect, but public institutions have to speed their efforts. It cannot be, there's no longer time to have one IT guy in your office. There has to be, a big security team around it as well. So I think it's about the understanding of how the world has changed and evolved. And I think just having these events also in member states, and inviting, the experts, but inviting, representatives coming from different institutions to kind of round their head around it. I think it's important. It's simple steps, but also, of course, legislation could provide a good path if it's coherent, if it's, the scope is broad enough in this case. It's not about legislating and wanting to put the frames on strict rules for everyone. In this case, it would just make more sense, particularly on the comments of Javier on NIS too. So yeah, I think that's part of the way forward.
The silos are very well known in our European circles. We like to build silos and then break it. The Commission also
I
spoke.
mean, I call it digital jigsaw because there was a comment about there's so many digital legislation. Well, they all need to fit together somehow. If we just legislate for the sake of legislating, there will be gaps, and then it's for the business community and society to understand how they all fit together and make sense. So sometimes we get it right, but now more than ever, it's really important that we get it right.
But okay, this is a question that there's no one else to answer that that well. You are also very involved in the AI activities, the DMA, DSA legislation. So Eva, how does it fit together? Does it make sense? And can you help us understand the strategy behind?
I'm sure everyone in this room has a different opinion on all these pieces of legislation, so it's a very tricky question. I would like that they make sense and that they fit together. I'm not entirely sure we are there yet. I don't think they necessarily make sense right now. I think they're seen as single ambition, whether be it from a commission point of view or a parliament point of view, of doing something on the market. And this is why I think when looking at this different files, one needs to first of all see the bigger picture, what we want to achieve. And yes, the buzzword is strategic autonomy, digital sovereignty, but what does it mean actually? And I gave my view what it means for me, but I'm not sure that's the view that's shared by some of my colleagues or representatives of the Commission. So everybody implies a different aim while legislating at these different pieces of legislation. So we'll see how in the end it's going to work out, but hopefully it will get us closer, I think, to create a European digital ecosystem or just a prosperous economy that utilizes and uses tech tools while being protected, while being secured, because I would like to have AI made in Europe. But this doesn't mean that we should only have AI made in Europe. Ideally, we share the same international and global rules for the way AI will be developed and will be used. So it will be good if I often say this, but with the GDPR, I think if one thing we've learned, we very often journalists refer to it as the gold standard. Well, now I would like us to set some sort of global standards. So there should not be, wow, it's such a great legislation, but others, ideally our democratic allies, will also see the need to, work together on these topics. And you're not isolated that if you are, working on AI in Europe, you need to have different rules or no rules somewhere else. So I think it's really important that we don't do it for the sake of our own excellence, but more for the sake of, the people that work with these tools, that they could, just develop it in Europe, but they can sell it elsewhere. It could be a safe product, and we can collaborate with our partners.
Mm-hmm. This brings me to another question I had in mind. So we have ongoing, we discussed the RETS directive, where traditional safety, security now with delegated act becomes also cybersecurity and privacy for connected devices. I was just wondering, because Javier, probably you could share your assessment whether this really truly enhances the cyber resilience, this approach and piece of legislation of the connected devices.
Thank you for the question, because it can lead to a bigger analysis. Maybe Eva can help me, because I think you may have been around Brussels longer than me. But my recollection of the radio equipment directive, which is now very old, is that it was drafted by DG Markt, which later became DG Grow. And that tells you everything. That's already the answer to your question. It was not about cybersecurity. It was about market access, market surveillance. etc., 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 about how devices deal with a spectrum, with electromagnetic fields, and so on and so forth. So nothing wrong with that. That's the way history goes. Then you bolt cybersecurity onto that, and you try and make the best of the legislation you have. But we have to be very realistic. There are limitations in the origins of the beast that will only enable it to go so far. There's a very strong focus, obviously, on devices in this measure. But define devices, I've been getting several people to look at the legislation to interpret the delegated act, and practically everyone interprets in a slightly different ways. What is exactly called? Is this device? Yes, no, etc. So that is confusing, and that confusion will have to be removed. As Nina said, the Cyber Resilience Act in September is a very good opportunity to clarify these things in a very holistic kind of way. So we zoom out of the radio equipment directive and all these things, go to the higher level and try and define things and define a whole architecture to address absolutely everything. And then the emphasis on consumer is super justified for two reasons. Consumers matter, and we're all consumers. But also, as Thomas said earlier, the weakest link is very important. So you have to protect it. Even if you think it's just a teenager in one room just doing stuff. There's something in cybersecurity which we call the cyber butterfly effect. Everyone knows the butterfly effect, hopefully. So you start with a tiny little thing happening somewhere, and it starts propagating and suddenly has massive, massive effects. So there's an equivalent to that in the world of cyber. And therefore very important to look at these devices. But also the legislation needs to be more holistic and needs to look at, so what is behind the infrastructure? How are we architecting the networks? How are we certifying those components? What is critical? What isn't? Can we apply a different security regime, which is more burdensome when it's critical, but leave people alone when it's not so critical? All those conversations we need to have. It is impossible for the Radio Equipment Directive to do that, no matter how many delegated acts or reviews you undertake. The limitations are there, so we need to take this up to a higher order, which is, in this case, the CRA.
Yes, Thomas, please.
Yeah, no, just to comment on what Javier was just saying, I think, you're absolutely right. I think consumers ultimately are very important. And that's and we're looking at the B2B element, but ultimately it goes down to the individuals. And there's a few things that Eva mentioned earlier as well, which are important. The education, making sure that there's skills, there's education to understand all these issues, and consumers also play a role. At the same time, we're seeing some worrying trends in Europe where, and in terms of cybersecurity, the repercussions could be huge. There's willingness sometimes to tell to consumers, you should be allowed to downgrade your operating system. You should be allowed to downgrade the latest version of the software that you got because you like it better. This is, from a cybersecurity perspective, this is insane. It's like saying, hey, look, this is why you got to attack. So, and we're laughing because, frankly, that's not happened yet, but that is really concerning. We're looking at this happening, and from a consumer perspective, it's understandable. We all have our own, we like this better, or, this, fine, I get it. But cybersecurity is much more important than this, and we need to make sure that we all understand this from the level of, politicians, policymakers, to the level of industry and also consumers. At the end of the day, we're all in the same boat, and that's how we're going to work together. And there's no way around it. So, and just want to make sure that we all are aware of this, because the repercussions, and you said it, Javier, the butterfly, the digital butterfly effect could be tremendous with this, and that is concerning.
Mm-hmm. I would start taking questions from the audience in 5 minutes, but before that we received a lot of questions from the online audience, which I was busy reading, and I would like to start with one question for Thomas, what you just said about partnerships. Mm-hmm. So Sophia, Eva Lagut, the strategy director at Theos, is asking, talking about insufficient partnership with this industry, does that mean that the existing instruments, including in ENISA, are not effective or adequate?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that as I said, cybersecurity evolves, on a constant basis, every second of every minute of every day, and so so do the partnerships. And I think making sure that we talk to the right people. If we think that we can solve all the problems on our own, I think we're wrong, and it's never going to work. So if we are like-minded, we have the same goals, we have the same objectives, we want to achieve, then, we should all bring, folks around the table to actually try to go and do that. So, there's mechanisms that exist. Should it be broadened? Maybe. Should it be expanded? Possibly. But ultimately, I think we already have a basis to work with. We just need to look at it. And I think this was the point was made, several times by Nina, by Javier, by others, to say, hey, let's take stock of what we have. Is it sufficient? Is it good enough? Are there gaps? Are there things? How can we improve? This is how we should be looking at this, and I think this is what hopefully we are doing. So I'm an optimistic person by nature, so I'm always thinking that we'll prevail in this, and we'll find a way out.
Mm-hmm. And one way to do this is obviously through autonomy, but also investing in cyber defense capabilities. And here we have two linked questions. Nima Sharma, Senior Product Manager, asking for the long-term strategy. Who will be accountable for this?
I think when we speak about the legislation we do today, there's one thing we kind of maybe hinted but didn't really properly address, and how important it is to future-proof everything we are doing. Many of you mentioned how we don't want to see an AIS 4 and 5 and 6 and so on. We might get there, but ideally we don't do it every 2 years, right? And so I think very often, and it's part of the way policy works, might be obvious, but might not be obvious for some of you. The way it works is something happens, we need to react, we need to address it, but there is a gap that is, what are the trends? How do we make ourselves more prepared and better resilient? So we might be better prepared, but we're not necessarily resilient. And I think here, sometimes legislators do not have the answer, and this is why I'm always in favor of trying to round ourselves with, really the best experts and people that could tell you what are the trends, so that you don't over-regulate, but you perhaps put certain, tools out there that if something happens, you're able to use those tools. So have this toolbox at your disposal and be prepared at a time of serious crisis. And this is why I think one of the most important jobs in the Commission is for the Commissioner that's for foresight. I think we need to be talking much more about that in our committees, when we sit in trialogues, rather than saying, well, this happened 5 years ago. Well, it happened, we learned from it, and now we need to build on it. So in a way, I would say that policymakers have to assume responsibility for the way they prepare legislation. But I think we should do that while really bringing all stakeholders involved on the table and listen to all of them. And business here, especially for cyber threats, has a very big responsibility, and I don't mean it in a bad way, I mean it in a positive way, because only through the advancements that come from the business sector to be better protected, to protect your infrastructure or your devices and so on, we could tackle those problems. We do have experts, we don't have enough staff, we need more to collaborate together with the private sector, I think. I think that's the only solution. They should not work in silos as well. It's again a holistic approach. And this is why for legislation, it's important to work together. It's again this multifaceted approach. It's society, it's business, it's policymakers, it's everyone rounding up around the the same issue. Otherwise, we will have that weakest link, and we'll be only as strong as that weakest link. So we can't allow ourselves to have that.
I'm looking at the audience now. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. We'll give you a chance to ask. Please introduce yourself, and if you have a specific question to one of the panelists, mention to which one.
Thank you. My name is Mike Scardival. I'm the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's representative to the EU, and the U.S. Cybersecurity Agency is part of our department. So one, I was glad to hear all of the panelists talk about the importance of international cooperation. We agree 100% with that, and rely very heavily on a number of existing networks, such as the International Watch and Warning Network and the like. But the question I wanted to ask today was on another topic that a number of the panelists covered about industry reporting incidents. As some of you may know, we have historically done this through voluntary measures, started to adopt regulatory measures after Colonial Pipeline, and just within the last couple of weeks, the president signed into law mandatory reporting requirements. As we look to implement those, one of the things that we wrestle with is how do we ensure they don't become a minimum and the industry only focuses on doing what's explicitly required in the regulations, as opposed to, as one panelist noted, reporting as much as possible. So I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
Yes, Nina, please.
Thank you. That was really good and an important point that you took up about the reporting requirements. And you're absolutely right. That is the challenge, like when we have those requirements. And I think there are two points or two things there that we need to sort of consider. One is that for those reporting organizations, what we've now learned, like from our discussions, that they don't always understand that why should they report. Like sort of like they feel that there is this minor incident, maybe it doesn't really hit the threshold of these requirements. So we also learned that, hey, we need to actually better communicate what it means that when you report, how important it is for our common situational awareness to see those trends and understand what is happening in those smallest minor incidents. And also then for us to give information back, that what we actually learned from that information, that they also get to see that it's not only a one-way sort of pipeline, but also for us to then communicate, hey, this is what we are understanding, this is what we are seeing. And that is actually part that all our national cybersecurity centers we're now doing, like giving back those guidance to critical infrastructure operators that, hey, how you can enhance your preparedness. So that is part of that to have it more like a two-way street. But also part of it is also to enhancing and building that culture, that sharing information, that why it's important. I think it's also a cultural thing for all of us to kind of, and a mindset to do that more than even that legislative requirements to see. And as I was mentioning, like sort of our experience in Finland is that the organizations have a fairly low threshold to report those even smallest incidents. And actually, if we look at the number of those NIS report, it's actually very, very small compared to all the incidents that get reported to our National Cybersecurity Center. So there's that culture in place, and that is something that we're also seeing that how we could together enhance that. So very important points.
Thomas?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think, reporting, first of all, on the part of responsible companies, reporting should not be seen as hey, my God, we're going to report and we're going to get in trouble because we did something wrong, right? So it has, no, but sometimes, there are in some cases, this is what happens. This is, first of all, we should never think about it like this. Reporting is about ensuring that we inform, be they our business partners, our regulators, others, hey, this happened, this is how we did it, this is how we should, because, the more we inform, the better we can actually react to the incidents, threats, potential, other issues happening. So that's the first thing. So never be afraid of reporting. The second thing is, and this is an issue that we're seeing now in the NIS directive, reporting deadlines. All right, so do deadlines make sense? And if so, which deadline makes sense? And we are looking at this from, hey, there's an incident, something happens. What's most important for a company to focus on, hey, We have a problem. We're trying to tackle this. We're trying to understand what it is. Only then you report. If you're asking companies to report within 24 hours everything that happens, I mean, reporting can happen. Here you go. We're sending reports. They're incomplete. We don't know exactly what happens, and you lose precious time while trying to fend off an attack. So we have to be really smart thinking about how do we go about this. And this third thing, and you were talking about the fact that reporting everything, even like when we're seeing sometimes folks that say we should report threats. Well, it may make sense, it may not make sense. We have to look at it on a case-by-case basis according to the level of the threat. Small threats, doesn't matter. If you have a proper cyber hygiene within your organization, it shouldn't be a problem. You don't have to report that. Because we're looking at the NIS directive that broadens the scope of companies under the remit of cybersecurity and under the jurisdiction of cybersecurity agencies. The Ministry of Interior of Germany has estimated that the number of companies that will fall under the scope of the NIS increases tenfold in Germany, from 4,500 companies to 45,000. Now imagine tomorrow you get 45,000 companies reporting on the same thing at the same time to the same regulation. How do you deal with that? You can't. So we have to make sure that we understand who also reports. In the original proposal of the NIS directive, there was real a complicated scenario where it was hard to assess who should report. And in the context of, our companies, on top of doing cyber, they do a lot of cloud computing. A lot of companies today rely on cloud services. Who reports? The cloud operator, the customer that's using the cloud. And this hadn't been solved. Luckily, the way that things have gone, especially with Council and Parliament, we've come to a much more streamlined system that we had in the NIS1, where it's the entity the most appropriate to report that will do it because they will have the most important information. So, but this is the reporting is important, but we got to be very clear as to what we do, when and how, and who does it, because otherwise, it serves no purpose and it's actually counterproductive. And so we have to be really, really careful about how we go about this.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Also, being cybersecurity consultant myself, I see how challenges occur when you fall under different legislation. You have GDPR, NIS directive, you have sectorial legislation, so it could be quite a reporting exercise to make sure everyone is informed. I'm looking again at the room. We have another question. We have 4 minutes left, so I would ask you, if possible, to keep the question very short. And I would ask speakers then for short answers as well.
Okay, thank you. My name is Moni. I'm an international senior financial consultant. My question is on cybersecurity in finance. There is a risk, there is an element of risk. Banks, systemically relevant banks, are subject to stress tests by the ECB and by the European Banking Authority. Do you think that the cybersecurity elements should be included in this kind of stress test? First point. Second point, you have rating agencies assessing risk, financial risk, business risk, etc. Yeah. Do you think that cybersecurity can be included in this kind of risk assessment by the rating agencies? These are two questions. I have another one, which is cybersecurity as an international dimension. You have infringements, you have crimes, you have market distortions, you have a number of different international legal issues. What is the international court capable to address these international issues with experienced judges, experienced lawyers, and experienced advocates? I mean, at international level, if there is a crime, who is in charge of ruling on these crimes? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the speakers for a very quick question, probably yes, no, on the first two aspects, integrating cybersecurity, no aspects of rating, first for financial industry, but also stress test, yes or no, necessary from your perspective.
I'll take it. Sorry, I just keep on. I mean, DORA is all about this, ensuring that financial services institutions that are actually relying more and more on third-party critical ICT providers, also have, look at cybersecurity in a very holistic way. So this is important, and there's a lot of provisions in there that look about cybersecurity testing, penetration testing, etc. This is an important element. What I was alluding to earlier, and you kind of said it, which was our concern at the beginning was DORA, the regulators on DORA were primarily the financial services regulators that, to my knowledge, have not necessarily been looking at cybersecurity for a long time. And when we are engaging with the Parliament, with Council, saying, hey, we need to bring NESA in, we need to bring the certs in, we need to bring the cybersecurity expertise from a regulatory perspective to be able to also help their colleagues in the financial services sector. Because ultimately, it's by working hand in hand that we can actually achieve, a proper cyber secure or as secure as possible environment. So ensuring that we have that looked in there makes a lot of sense. Credit rating don't really, it's not for me to decide on the rules of what should be reported or not. But voila. But on ensuring that there's a real collaboration. Again, it's a shared responsibility. No man is an island. We cannot do things alone. We got to work together in order to achieve, proper high level of cybersecurity.
Thank you. Yes, I'm really sorry. We are running out of time. 1 hour and 20 minutes apparently is not enough to discuss all the European legislation and future and international cooperation. But I thank our speakers for sharing their perspectives and their insights, our participants for the numerous questions we also received online. I'm sorry we couldn't address all of these, but I will make sure those are shared with the speakers, at least for them to know what is in the head and concern of the participants. With this, I would like to close the panel to invite you to join the coffee break. So for those participating here in Brussels, you have coffee and tea, as well as the exhibition booths. To visit of EXO, Sectra, and Cloudflare, you would find them just outside this room. And for those participants online, please use the networking function to connect with other delegates, as well as do the expo area where you could see the digital booths also of the partners of the conference. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You look tired.
Good morning, everyone. I think we're ready to start the second session. Please take your seat. Good morning once again, and welcome to the second session of today's conference entitled A Resilient, Complex and Dynamic Digital Ecosystem, 5G Security and the Internet of Secure Things. This session will look into securing the EU digital ecosystem and discuss key security initiatives in that context, such as the upcoming EU Cyber Resilience Act, the 5G Security Toolbox, certification under the EU Cybersecurity Act, as well as the recently adopted Delegated Act to the Radio Equipment Directive. I'm Visiola Pula, Senior Analyst at Calon International, and I will be your moderator for today. The session today starts with a keynote presentation from Alejandro Cainthos, member of the Cabinet of Executive Vice President Vestager. Due to other commitments, unfortunately, Alejandro will not be able to stay with us for the whole duration of the event. However, he will be more than glad to take one or two questions right after his presentation. I'm also joined today by Dr. Andreas Mitrakas, online though. Good morning, Andreas, Head of Unit for Market Certification and Standardization at ENISA. Katia Kmet-Vrutsko, Head of the Supervision Department for Operators at ACOS and Co-Chair of BEREC 5G Cybersecurity Working Group. Alex Leadbeater, as well joining us online, Chief of the ETSI Technical Committee on Cybersecurity. Dennis Kugler, Head of Branch Standardization, Certification Policy and Supervision at the Federal Office for Information Security, BSI Germany. And Miguel Ángel Recio, Associate Director of Intelligent Product and Platform Security Lead at Accenture. Once each of the speakers has presented their messages, we will then go ahead with a panel discussion where you will have the opportunity to ask your questions. As this is a hybrid event, we will be taking questions from the audience present here, as well as through this tablet from the audience following us online. I think we're ready to start, and I would like to invite to the floor our keynote speaker for today. Alejandro, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation and also for the flexibility in accommodating. These are, I think, difficult days for all of us, and don't always manage our own schedules as we would wish to. The conference you are organizing today is as important as it is timely. Russia's heinous invasion of Ukraine is a stark reminder of the importance of the work we collectively do on enhancing Europe's security. In addition to the tragic war being fought on the ground, the war is also being fought online. Disinformation, propaganda, but also digital tools as a means to rally morale and support. Cyber warfare has been part of Russia's invasion, although one could say that surprisingly not at the level we most feared. This does not mean that the worst might not still come. This is why the Commission has set up an internal cyber response task force to keep a watchful eye and is working very closely with the member states and in support of Ukraine. The good news is that the EU is in a better place than we may have been only a few years ago to face such threats. Still, there is some way to go. The cybersecurity strategy we adopted in December of 2020 is the most ambitious and comprehensive yet, and is being implemented block by block. It has allowed us to move beyond all taboos towards coordinated action and common purpose. One example of a taboo falling, as you have mentioned, is the 5G Security Toolbox that was adopted by the EU. This was a first-of-a-kind instrument for our union. It was based on a joint assessment of risks throughout the supply chain, leading to coordinated action by member states, while respecting the national security nature of decisions and the different legacies in the networks of the member states. For the Commission, the toolbox is the model for how the EU should tackle ICT supply chain security. We hope that the revised NIS directive that should be agreed within the French presidency of the Council will codify this way of working together going forward. We are now knees-deep in its implementation. The Commission is in close contact with member states to ensure a thorough and robust rollout of the toolbox. And while we see different speed and scope of decisions taken, which also reflects the flexibility I was mentioning, it is clear that there is a common sense of direction and that member states are learning from each other. We are also adapting to developments within the 5G ecosystem, always with security top of mind. For example, the NIS Cooperation Group will soon publish its assessment on the security of Open RAN, and ENISA is working on a candidate certification scheme for 5G. The security of the backbone of our networks is important, but we also need to ensure that the many devices that will populate such networks are themselves secure. We know that the Internet of Things market in the EU is expected to grow about 12.5% annually for the next 5 years. It therefore goes without saying that ensuring that the security of connected objects will be paramount importance for the internal market. This is the main aim of the Cyber Resilience Act, which President von der Leyen announced in her State of the Union speech last September. The Act will seek to close some of the gaps we have by now identified within the EU acquis. The voluntary nature of certification is not sufficient for the challenge at hand. Existing product safety and sectoral legislation is not geared towards cybersecurity requirements from the outset, and stopgap measures, such as the new rules under the Radio Equipment Directive, will help, but they do not cover the whole spectrum of products nor their whole life cycle. Studies to date show that pre-market verification is insufficient reassurance in an age where constant software updates and additional embedded and ancillary service are a common feature of connected devices. A horizontal approach is therefore justified. The public consultation was launched earlier this month, and we encourage wide participation of all stakeholders. We hope all of you will participate, and a thorough impact assessment will follow. As part of this work, we will also need to reflect on dual-use aspects. If there is something we have learned is that civil and military technology increasingly overlap. It would be a mistake for the defense dimension of product regulation to be an afterthought. Therefore, we must think about dual-use specificities from the outset. Our current ambitious aim is to present the proposal by the end of September. Let me conclude by emphasizing that in all these endeavors, the EU is not alone. Network and product security are important areas of cooperation with our like-minded partners, as evidenced by the symmetry going on in town today that has blocked us some in traffic this morning. And we will tackle this specifically in the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, which will meet in May in France. In the more contested world we will be living in for the foreseeable future, investing in cybersecurity is investing in the resilience of our economies and societies. The EU is taking important steps, more pragmatic, more united than ever. Squabbles over prerogatives and competence seem to have been a privilege of better times. Now we need to act with determination, trust in each other, and to put security first. Thank you for inviting me and for your attention.
Thank you, Alejandro. Before I open the floor to questions, I would personally like, in fact, to ask you a question, Alejandro. In January this year, the European Court of Auditors published a special report on 5G and 5G security as well. And in fact, there are some recommendations there. One of them, for example, if some aspects of the toolbox or some measures related to 5G security should be made mandatory, just as an example. Does the Commission plan to take any further action when it comes to the 5G toolbox or 5G security, of course, apart from the certification scheme that it's in the pipeline?
Yes, absolutely. So I think as part of the process leading up to the report, the Commission engaged intensely and in detail with the European Court of Auditors. This is an institution we very much respect and do very useful work keeping us on our toes and making sure that what we do stands up to scrutiny. So the outcome, as part of the outcome of that discussion, we prepared an action plan to implement the recommendations in the report. And I think it's fair to say the vast majority of them will be implemented in the course of this year. That goes both for the deployment part on 5G, and there we have, in addition to the electronic communications code, we have we're now working with the member states in what we call the Digital Decade Policy Program, through which member states will take commitments in order to take us to our 2030 digitalization goals. And we hope that this program will have a very robust section on deployment, because we are lagging behind, unfortunately, the timelines we would have wished to see. And on the security side, of course, we are looking at all the recommendations, and this is being done through the NIS Cooperation Group, the same group which drew up the toolbox itself. And each of the different recommendations will have a different timeline, but as I said, I cannot speculate on the outcome yet, but I think all of them will be tackled within this year.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor for Alejandro? Yes, please state who you are and also your affiliation. Thank you.
Octavian Popescu, I'm a consultant at UCOMREG. The question I have is related to the certification schemes that will be coming compulsory. And can you tell us if there is an envisioned network of authorities or something like notified bodies to actually implement this type of certifications?
So under the Cybersecurity Act, which was adopted, I believe right at the end of the last mandate, ENISA now has the power to draw up EU-wide certification schemes. However, these schemes are voluntary by nature. This is why, depending on the area, this might be sufficient, but we think in some areas it might not be sufficient, and that's why we think, in particular, when it comes to horizontal product regulation, a mandatory approach might be justified, and this is the thinking underpinning the Cyber Resilience Act, which I mentioned a moment ago. In terms of the certification that is ongoing, we have a cloud certification scheme that ENISA has been working on for some time, and it's now hopefully mature very soon. And we have a 5G cybersecurity scheme, but at this stage I cannot talk about its outcomes. It's only in the making. But as I said, these are voluntary by nature.
Thank you. And thank you for your question. We will be taking one last question from the floor in case there is any other pending question from Alejandro. Well, Alejandro, then thank you very much, and I will leave you to your other commitments.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We will move now to our second speaker for today, Dr. Andreas Mitrakas. Andreas, the floor is yours.
Great. Many thanks, Viziola. Many thanks for the invitation and for accepting me as a speaker from at a distance. It was impossible to join this week in Brussels. A great audience you have managed to put together. I just wanted to echo what has already been mentioned in the opening of the conference, that cyber security is shaping alongside the building of the house analogy. And as Vice President Skinas suggested, we're looking into different rooms, so different chambers that are connected in multiple ways. And under this light, as also our director, Johan Lepassard, suggested, ENISA is playing its role within its competencies framework, seeking to underpin different activities. Cybersecurity certification is but one of them, and I'm here to talk about it. But still, ENISA is also looking into helping, assisting member states and the stakeholders to get a synthetic view on cybersecurity, as we increasingly more realize what a sprawling issue and impactful issue it is for not just for the digital single market, but for the whole extent of the competence of the European Union. Now, on the background, of course, we can talk about the Cybersecurity Act, which reaffirmed and slightly extended the mandate of the agency, and it also introduced the cybersecurity certification framework. The framework itself is voluntary, and it seems to me that its strengths lie on its voluntary nature and on its ambition to make trust measurable by means of the security requirements that transparently and objectively pieced together on the schemes, on the cybersecurity schemes. But the overall objective is trust. Now, the pandemic led us to realize how broad cybersecurity, the electronic services are in the digital single market, and how much we depend on cybersecurity, because layers of the population that did not quite have much of experience in electronic services, all of a sudden they were asked to live their lives online. And the war, actually, this last month, awful month, in this war situation, has underlined the urgency about bringing cybersecurity further into fore and making sure that we leave no loose ends. Currently, we have 3 schemes at different degrees of completion in NISA. We have a scheme concerning common criteria that is quite mature. We have a scheme which is going to be formally finalized, because for all practical purposes it has been finalized in the next few days. And we have and that's the cloud scheme. And we have the 5G scheme that was launched just 4 brief months ago, and it's moving on plan, so we will have news for you later in the year. And the 5G scheme, of course, builds on the experience and on the requirements laid out on the toolbox. Now, I think a key point here is to remember that cybersecurity concerns the digital single market, and NISA is an internal market agency. But the complexity of the digital single market is not about electronic transactions as we've experienced it for the better part of the last 25 years, but it means much more. Therefore, cybersecurity all of a sudden means much more for public authorities, for the citizen, for the place of the EU in the world. And under this light, public authorities need to be further empowered in order to exercise their duties, but also to forcefully and effectively protect the interests of the member states and of the European Union. If we had a better experience, perhaps, with fake news, our very effective response could have been slightly anticipated, and perhaps the situation with this, the case of Cambridge Analytica would have been so awfully impactful in Europe. My message is that we should not be naive about what things mean in this day and age, and we are confronted indeed with a more challenging environment, even at our narrow cybersecurity certification context, and sometimes we have to respond to policy requirements and fewer times to political requirements, but rest assured that we have the ability to weave these requirements into our technical documents and into our schemes. We have the inputs of the stakeholders, the support of the experts, and importantly, we work with the member states and with the Commission in order to make that happen for you. And we look forward to the requirements of likely mandatory certification under NISD 2 and the proposal of the Cyber Resilience Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Andreas. I will just keep you 1 minute longer. In fact, what about the certification on IoT? It was a topic of discussion last year. Is there any plan or work going on that within ENISA?
ENISA works on cybersecurity certification schemes on the basis of two types of prompts. The first one comes from the Union Rolling Work Program. The second one is based on requests that they take two forms again, but they always are sent by the Commission. The point is that currently NISA works along the lines of the three schemes I just mentioned. So only preparatory work or analytical type of work or recommendations type of work that NISA has been known for the last 17 years can be submitted to the audience. So under this light, NISA has proposed and works very closely with the European standards organizations, with Sense, Senelec, and ETSI. And we also have Alex on our panel representing TC Cyber in ETSI. We know of the accomplishments in terms of a European standard in 303645 that refers to consumer IT. So one could imagine that along the lines of this consumer IT direction and the industrial IoT direction, we can plan our work in the future. We already have such preparatory tasks on our planning, but I cannot come forward with anything more concrete than this. So a small promise for something more concrete later this year. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this with us. We move now to our third speaker for today, Katja. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Viziola. So my name is Katja Kmet-Vrčko. I come from Slovenia, Slovenian Regulatory Authority, and I'm also co-chairing the BEREC 5G Cybersecurity Working Group for the last 3 years. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this really interesting and timely conference, of course. And due to all the distinguished speakers we have here among us today, I will really stick to my thoughts and experiences as a regulator of the electronic communication market, and a little bit as a co-chair of the 5G Cybersecurity Working Group within BEREC. I have my colleague, co-chair team here with me, so just in case somebody wants to speak with him as well. So when I received the invitation to this conference, there was no sign about this uncertain situation we are facing so far. So I'm afraid I cannot simply ignore the latest developments. So Ukraine-related crisis changed also our regulators' lives a little bit, daily routines for sure, some more than others. For example, our Polish colleagues are facing huge problems due to increase in traffic in their borders areas. Then colleagues from Baltics are reporting more cybersecurity incidents. All NRAs are facilitating and in consistent implementation of Council regulation concerning restrictive measures in view of Russia action in Ukraine. And we all cooperate closely with ENISA, which allows us to regularly dispatch relevant cybersecurity news to the national operators. In addition, most of us nationally, we meet a lot more also with our operators. And in such meetings, all sorts of stuff pops up. I don't know, Viola, what do you think that electronic communication and oil have in common?
Considering how sectors work today, for sure there is interdependency.
There is, yeah. But it is not because operators transfer IP packets with some fast cars, of course. That's not a fact. Electronic communication networks don't work without electricity, of course. And when there is a power outage, operators need a backup for run their networks. And for aggregates up and running, of course, they need fuel. And until very recently, it was like something normal. It was business like usual. It was also part of national legislation in some member states. But almost over the night, the risk of fuel low stock appeared, and due to European dependency on the fuel providers, the situation is like it is. So with this, I would like to maybe move a little bit into the history. When we regulators entered this cybersecurity fast train, that's how I call it, and vendor dependency was raised on the European level, but for very different occasion and very different reasons. It was actually 3 years ago with the European Commission recommendation from March 26, 2019, of course, because it was discovered that within the EU, for good functioning of the internal market, we do need a good common tool to synchronize all member states' approach towards cybersecurity in 5G networks. What happened in a really short time, member states needed to do this national risk assessment. At least for me, I mean for us, nationally, it was quite a challenging task, I must say, but due to a very good relation with our market players, it didn't turn out too bad. So at least to me, it became quite obvious that the inputs of different member states to what was later then included in the European risk assessment will be quite different. Within BEREC, we were also tasked to do this really interesting survey at the time on the state of play about security requirements in 3G, 4G, 5G networks. We reached out also to the operators. We received around 70 responses and their views and information on the security measure and plans for the 5G networks. And BEREC then provided this survey as an input to the EU toolbox for 5G security, which was then adopted by NIS Cooperation Group and the Commission and published in January 2020, which we all remember and was already mentioned. And this is how the famous year 2020 actually started, with no corona there. And it ended up with the lockdowns, virtual events, we all remember, travel restrictions, and the famous cybersecurity package from European Commission, December 16, I remember well. To make the long story short, since then, member states are implementing ECC USA, so Electronic Communication Code still. We are introducing the appropriate national legislation for strategic and technical measures of the EU toolbox. And at the same time, NIS2 directive proposal is here, with a big ambition to be adopted this year already. And it intends to transfer the articles concerning network security and incident handling from the ECC under the NIS framework. Last year, BEREC also expressed its concern on these consequences of this change and published its opinion just a few months after this cybersecurity package was published. Just some last thoughts, maybe. I promised 5 minutes. For this fast train to be moving, it's great that ENISA and the member states and the NIS Cooperation Group, the Commission and BEREC have discovered the opportunities and the need to strengthen the level of cooperation which is really needed to address the present and upcoming cybersecurity challenges properly. With this, I will finish my introductory part. I'm looking forward also to the next session with the discussion.
Thank you, Katja. Alex, you're next in line. The floor is yours.
Yes, good morning all. So just trying to find the unmute button, and in fact, good afternoon for those in Brussels. The time's just ticked over, hasn't it? So yes, I'm Alex Lebiter, work for British Telecom Security, albeit the global services arm. So the bit that doesn't deal with the UK. But talking very much today about ETSI, ESOs, so European Standards Organisations, and the sort of the 5G landscape. The first thing I want to observe, I guess, in anything we do be it in certification, in standards, or in fact anything we do within the European context, is to measure the purpose of what we're considering. Cybersecurity is a cost. It generally, as my own colleagues find, whatever I say to them in terms of I want you to implement a security mechanism, that's going to have an impact on products and services. Now that's a good way, but it does have both a benefit and a cost. So what we need to consider in everything we do with the Cyber Resilience Act, with CSA, with RED, is does it deliver the end benefit to the European citizen, and look at everything with that lens. So that said, I think as other speakers have said, we live in interesting times. 5G is going to greatly increase the connectivity of every user with multiple devices, be that devices that are designed for 5G in that fully digital connected world, or indeed a lot of legacy devices. And I think people very often forget about those, that will also become much more connected than they were designed for. What I think we should also dwell on is that 5G security, and I spend a lot of time in 3GPP, the organization responsible for the core network security design, both in Europe and globally, is developed on a secure by design ethos. So security is built into the fundamentals of 5G in a way that wasn't for 3G and 4G, and also privacy by design. So 5G, in terms of what it exposes the users to, what it encrypts by default, is much better than the legacy technologies. So I think while the risk landscape and obviously the number of threat actors, others have talked about the interesting attacks that have all of a sudden miraculously occurred on European networks that were occurring 4 weeks earlier. Now we can't think why that happened, can we? Those sorts of effects, yes, the landscape has increased, but 5G is fundamentally more secure than that went before it. So we at least have a good starting place in that cybersecurity certification journey. But we do also have to remember, and I think Katja made a very good point when she spoke about actually 2G, 3G, 4G. We're not just talking about securing 5G, 5G connected technology. For example, if you want to send a text message or a voice call on 5G, that's actually a 4G technology underneath, predominantly IMS, that does that. So we will also have to consider how that legacy meshes in, and while some of the older technology does have some weaknesses, we also need to remember, in terms of what the industry has succeeded in doing over the last 25 years in the mobile space, while 2G security isn't great these days, it's actually stood up pretty well. So again, there is a reasonable confidence from an industry perspective that we will be able to certify 5G, we will be able to harden it and develop the trust that the European community, or the European Commission and the European citizen expects from it. We also, though, need to remember that 5G is not just about those cell antennas we see on the street. 5G is more than that. It brings in fixed 5G, it brings in Wi-Fi, it brings in what they call the NTNs, the non-traditional networks, in other words, satellite, marine. And we also have to consider how will they fit into the critical national infrastructure wrap that the European member states wish to secure. There are clearly some strong points around security already. The GSMA NISAS scheme that ENISA is looking at for development of the 5G certification scheme goes a long way to providing some of those building blocks. Yes, it doesn't cover everything, but it's a very good start. Similarly, as Andreas talked about, EN 303645, the consumer baseline IoT security requirements. If we can persuade all manufacturers to implement at least the top 3 of those in 2022 or 2023, it's worth noting that all of the major IoT security incidents that have occurred, be that DDoS attacks or other poor security on child dolls and other items, would not have occurred. So those basic 3 provisions, no default passwords, having a coordinated vulnerability disclosure scheme, and also having a means of keeping your products updated Had all manufacturers and all of civil society come together to achieve those aims, they're really, really basic within that EN, none of those IT incidents would have occurred. So very much, we do have some tools in place. What I also find interesting when people talk about these tools being optional, yes, that is true to a degree, but if we look at this with a GDPR lens, it's a brave manufacturer or a brave service operator that would ignore some of these optional schemes completely, because GDPR requires best practice security to protect the European citizens' privacy. So if you've opted not to do something and then you get a privacy breach, you're not going to be in a particularly good place with the member states and the regulators. So yes, they are optional, but my view to people is always ignore them at your peril, and they will probably become mandatory anyway. So a few other things to sort of think about in the opening sort of comments. The other so trust is transitive. Trust is not absolute. People, I think, want to try and acquire legal certainty, and the Radio Equipment Directive (RED) pushes for this. But we have to accept cybersecurity is an instantaneous thing. Your view of trust varies from day to day, and indeed, one member state's view of trust of something will vary to another. So we have to get used to evolving trust and accepting that it is not absolute. Now, that's legally difficult within the Commission frameworks, but that's something we have to accept. The other thing we also have to accept in a European context is a good, around about 70% of 5G IPR and the things we want to protect in the supply chain are not European. So we have to accept that 5G is a global technology. It is fully interconnected. And therefore, while we want to strive for strong European security regulation, we cannot do it in isolation, nor can we have a European sort of internet that doesn't quite work with everybody else's. So we have to sort of balance that strong cybersecurity European leadership, and frankly, Europe is well ahead of the rest in this space. But we also have to remember that one size does not fit all. What we can do with our enterprise customers is not the same as for SMEs. So we do have to think about how do we make it achievable for the smaller backbone of the economy within the European Union, the SMEs, and help them to also be cyber secure in 5G and otherwise. So I think that's probably enough from me as an opening thought, but really exciting time, and obviously standards underpin a lot of this, along with ENISA's certification schemes.
Thank you, Alex, for your messages. We will move now to the other speaker for today, Dennis Kugler. Dennis, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the opportunity of being here. It's really important to have a physical conference, to exchange ideas, to talk to each other. I spent the last 2 days talking to so many people that my voice starts to fade away, but I will continue and again talk about the Cyber Resilience Act, which is, we heard it today a couple of times, it is one of the most important regulations that we will probably hopefully have by end of this year. So, but the question, which to my opinion was not answered, why is it so important? And that is the topic I would like to try to answer in my presentation here. When I prepared myself for the panel, I asked myself, how can I explain what's the Cyber Resilience Act about? And I came up with a comic on XKCD. XKCD explains things, easy. And this comic was about how digital infrastructure is built nowadays. And it was visualized as a building of bricks. We had the analogous to cybersecurity and building already this morning, but this is exactly the opposite. So the building was built out of bricks like kids do that. Yeah, you have one piece here, one piece there, you put another platform on top of that, a pillar here, and you go up. Yeah, this is how our digital infrastructure is built. You have so many components in it coming from various places, unknown places, and of various features you're not even aware of, security vulnerabilities, of course, and so on. And in this comic, the lower brick on the bottom right It was labeled, this component is maintained by a single person since 2003. What immediately came to my mind, it was not meant in that way, but what came to my mind, this is log4j. A software piece of component which is in so many products with a feature in it which could be misused and led finally to really some powerful attacks. And yeah, if you draw that out, the whole building falls together. So that is the problem that we face today. And it really, unfortunately, I have to admit, at least in my experience, all the digital infrastructure that we have today is built like in that comic. It could be 5G infrastructure, it could be IoT devices, it could be standard software. This is the way how we build our digital infrastructure. And we have to fix that. And this is exactly what, at least I hope, the CRL will solve by putting some rules for the development of software, for the vendors to follow simple rules, horizontal rules applying to all the infrastructure that we have, at least in the connected case. Probably not for your calculator. So how do we solve that problem? And I also like the analog of food safety. For food safety, you know you have to declare the ingredients. Yeah, it's by law, you have to declare what's in that product. You have to list substances that might be allergic or you might be allergic to. Yeah, you have lots of information to put on the product itself. Compare that to our digital infrastructure. What do you see on a digital product? Nothing. This is what we have to fix. We have to make transparent what's in a product, what risks are associated with a product. It does not necessarily solve all the risks that are in, but at least it gives you a chance to identify risks and to take some appropriate actions against those risks. So the Cyber Resilience Act is sort of a glue that we require for putting all the other legislations that we already have, like the NLF for the CE marking, like the CSA, Cybersecurity Act for certification schemes, and the NIS directives into one thing that fits together. This glue is missing in there. And the clue is basically, as I said, first about transparency. Transparency is implemented usually, for example, with security by design. I don't expect that we will get away from those buildings with those bigs. So security by design, we could hope for that, but it's unlikely to come. So the only chance that we have is certification. Sort of a certification. So when I talked about certification like a year ago, certification for me was always common criteria certification, EL4 plus, higher tech potential. I can tell you lots of things about certification at that level, but the products that we are facing, if we consider all digital products on the European market, EL4 plus is certainly not the way to go. I mean, that's obvious. So we need certification at lower levels. We need certification at an adequate layer, so products that have a high risk, that are used in critical infrastructures, for example, and where you can stay with certification times of let's say 1 year. It's okay to require for those products a certification level high, EL4 plus common criteria, for example. But for the vast majority of products that we have on the market out there, this is certainly not an option. It's simply not possible. So what we need is certification schemes that are simpler. And the Cybersecurity Act also allows certifications at the level basics, the lowest level, to be implemented as self-assessment. So the vendor themselves declares that he has followed all the rules. For example, security by design, but yeah, unlikely, as I said. So simple rules could be, for example, as I said, the list of ingredients. Yeah, we have that already known in some other areas, came originally from the US. Software bill of materials. Just declare on your product what's in it. What libraries do you use? How are they configured? Yeah, what external cloud services do you use that you might react allergic to potentially, getting back to the analog to food safety. So that's it. Yeah, simple rules in form of a self-declaration. That's all I personally require for the CRI for the vast majority of services. Should be doable for most vendors to do that, and it's also good practice, in my opinion, to do this, to be able to tell others what's in your product. So that should be simple. On the other hand, if we say certification, we go for a very simple approach. What we need is a strong market surveillance that is able to take care that the risks that are still in the product, because you don't have a certification at level high. You have products that are affected by vulnerabilities. And with a list of ingredients, you can identify risks quickly. For example, Log4j, from the beginning, it was known that this library has a vulnerability, but we didn't know where that vulnerability shows up. We didn't know which products were affected by Log4j. Nobody knew. And I still believe that today are thousands of products out there with an unfixed Log4j problem. So market surveillance, if all products are required to list, at least to national authorities, what's in their software, we could automatically figure out which products are affected. Not always in all cases, and there are certainly lots of ways to get around declaring which parts you have in there, copied from some other parts. But at least for the majority of problems that we face today, having this software bill of materials together with a database and automatic way for looking for vulnerabilities and a strong market surveillance that can enforce to fix those problems. Not just tell that there is a problem, as it is today with the Cybersecurity Act, for example. Market surveillance and the Cybersecurity Act works the way we can withdraw the certificate. That won't solve the problem out there, withdrawing the certificate. What we need to do is we have to enforce the vendor to fix the problem. And that is, in my opinion, what the Cyber Resilience Act is about.
Thank you, Alex, for your very clear messages. And our last speaker for today, Miguel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Viziola. It's really a pleasure to be here today after some years without these meetings, and specifically for this session, 5G and IoT. Brief introduction of myself. I'm Miguel Recio from Accenture, Industry X Security. I joined this company last December, so very, very recent, to grow the smart platforms and broad security. This is really new initiative that started a couple of years ago. And not only to provide security in IoT or industrial IoT, but as well to 5G private networks and dedicated networks. This maybe it's a different from 5G in general, but they are very much related with industry and specifically maybe with public safety. That is another industry sector we've been talking about today. Previously, I was working for Telefónica, Spanish telco, for 4 years in supporting the IoT security. Not internally for the networks, but for the services that they provide as connected car, connected asset tracking, etc. And before working for Ericsson, a telco supplier, pioneering technologies like IoT, 3G. Okay, so I'm trying to bring my background here today. Okay, having this audience, I think it's of supporters, security supporters. I think that we can all agree that the situation today is critical, and in terms of protecting 5G infrastructure, because as we have heard before, this technology is supporting a lot of industries, but as well it will support, but not today, consumers' digital life. Okay, when I remember, would say 15 years ago, there was a number in Ericsson that was 50 billion connected products. Today we are around 20 billions, okay? If this is not the engine of the digital economy in Europe, I don't see any other digital engine to move the economy forward. So it's really, really important to be aware of the population that I mentioned before, of all the threats that these devices will imply in our normal lives. Maybe you remember the war in Iraq some years ago with the Fitbit bracelet. Easy thing that nobody could think of those times that it could be a problem for the safety of the military forces there. If you remember, there was this application just provides you the opportunity to share your activity and your location easily and by the public. So they say the forces from Iraq detected some of the quarters of the soldiers because they were just running, maybe some footing in the morning. Okay, so it's something that I don't know if maybe today that they are publishing TikToks or whatever in the Ukrainian war. I don't know, but it's an interesting point. Okay, that still population is not conscious about this issue of security when we're talking about of IoT products. So having this type of certification, as Denise has said, if you put a stamp on the product in the very same way that you are providing this for safety, I think it will improve the awareness in the population. Okay, I don't know if self-assessment will work. Okay, 2 years ago, the Global Certification Forum just launched an initiative. I don't know if there was succeeded or not yet, but it's a good starting point. And having that from European Commission, I think it will be even better, internally in the European market, because it will allow to differentiate companies that will provide that stamp from the others. So it will start to move the economy in this way that you will select this product instead of the other one because you are worried about the security that is providing to you. Another topic that has been talked before is just the difference between the industry and the consumers, and how industries that we consider that they are very, very modern, that could be talking about autonomous cars, they are still using all methodologies when they're developing their products. You cannot imagine that, I wouldn't mention some companies, but they are still not introducing security by design in the processes. I've seen now in my current job that we are supporting these companies to introduce from the very beginning and during the whole life cycle of the product, pen testing activities, when they are launching and delivering services to the market, the ancillary applications, that is very, very relevant. Not only the devices, but the ancillary applications that are behind. And one of the other type of companies that we are seeing is that those that are as well very modern companies, startup companies, that the target for them is go to market far faster than the competition. Okay, so they are implementing some kind of security more in the application than in device sides. Okay, so having those type of certification focus in the devices side, it will help very much. But when we are going about go to market faster, they are forgetting about security, and this is a reality. They are going for price, because Alice talked about that, and what we think is that, and we have the data from our projects, that it's evident that at the end the cost of introducing cybersecurity countermeasures after design phases is around 20% and 60% more expensive to introduce in later stages of the manufacturing and testing production. So in that sense, we can't forget about that. But we can see security as an enabler of new businesses, because nobody in industry, for instance, could think that having the data of the business based on devices that are not trustable. How can you trust on data coming from devices that you don't trust on it? If all the business decisions will be made in the future provided by this type of devices, you must trust on the source of the data. So you must see security as a new enabler for businesses. Now, those data that are personally related or information with privacy, you can use for another businesses that maybe we cannot think about that today because they will be newer. But if you don't trust in this type of data, you cannot enable another businesses around that. So going for this type of certifications, I think that will support all that establishing this measure of security in products and the hardware, software, and applications and seamless applications about that. And what we see is that certification takes a long time to be established and to be delivered. We started with the European, the common criterion version, okay, and still waiting for that. But the hackers, they are not waiting for us to have the certification. They are like that.
That's true.
Yeah, they are. But even if we have the latest certification scheme and maybe the best one, it has been said before, I think it was Thomas that in the previous session, that security is a status. No, sorry, it's not a status, it's a process. So certification will be a picture of a status in one point of time. So we need to establish procedures that introduces security during the whole life of the cycle. What we from Accenture is proposing to our customers, supporting for this type of certification, is to have a product security program that covers from the very beginning to the whole life of the cycle. The certifications will come whenever it has to be done, but we need to protect with this type of programs the security of the product that we are launching. So, thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. I would like to thank once again all our distinguished speakers for today and their key messages. And we come to the funny part of the session today. So I would like to open the floor for questions. I already have some questions from the online audience, but if there is any burning question from the audience here.
We do understand you're hungry.
We have a very nice lunch break after this, so hang on for a little tight. Okay, Dennis, I have a question for you, in fact, from the audience. Are cybersecurity ratings an effective instrument to strengthen the supply chain security of IoT? And can we expect this type of risk assessments to be included in the Cyber Resilience Act?
How do you rate cybersecurity?
Are cybersecurity ratings? So
ratings?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I understand the question correctly.
Shall I repeat it?
No. It's more content-wise.
Okay.
Cybersecurity ratings. We have the risk assessment is rather difficult. Yeah? You have the Cybersecurity Act allows certification schemes to be at different levels. You have basic, substantial, and high. I think it is relatively clear what the intention behind that is. But how do you really assess the risk that a product has, not the product itself, but the product in the current application? Yeah, you can have very different requirements, for example, for a router. Let's say for a router. Yeah, a router that you use at home, a router that you use in office, a router that you use in an industrial context. Yeah, it's still it can be the same product. What is the risk associated with that product? At home, probably it's no risk, not much at least. It might be a bigger risk in some other areas. So how do you really make sure that you have the risk assessment done correctly? And that is why I just said what we need is market surveillance. Risks have to be identified and then have to mitigate it somehow. Yeah, and depending on the circumstances, how you use a product, you have to have different mitigation products independent of a potential certification. That's important in my opinion. I'm not sure that that really answers what was meant in the question, but what would be the answer I can give?
Anyone else would like to comment?
It's difficult to measure, but something that must be done is just not taking, let's say, the checklist as well, but take it some evidence. So for the newcomer resilient, I think that it would be a good idea to take the evidence when you make the risk assessment, because sometimes, and we see related, for instance, with the supply chain requirements that we pose and during the procurement of this type of devices or applications. It's a big list, more than 40,000 requirements that when you go for an RFP, what you would like just to check yes, whatever. But we will need evidence. In the situation that we are in, we will need evidence. Maybe for not of all the requirements, but for critical, for instance, for critical industries, I think that we would support that the risk assessment must be supported with evidence. You have this, okay, please provide evidence from that, depending on the level of the criticality.
But the important thing is that the risk assessment has to be done by the organization that uses the product. It's not necessarily the task of the vendor of the product to do the risk assessment for your use case. Yeah, you can only say a product provides a certain level of transparency, security. Yeah, in the case of a basic level, certainly it's not checked thoroughly, the product. That must be sure. But you can say, I tolerate that risk because in my setting, I'm fine with that. You can use the same product in a setting where it's probably not really tolerable, but you have additional measures taken for the product. It's basic. Yeah, I think that is some things you have conflicting requirements often. You have the requirement, of course, I would like to have a bulletproof product that is really secure in all cases. But on the other hand, we want to have products to be updatable, like a new release, new features in there, and potentially even fixes to security problems in the product. And then we would like to deploy the product immediately. But still, if you require a more or less heavy certification on the product, you would not be able to release that quickly. So in that case, you have to say, okay, I know the product should be certified at a higher level, but it's not possible in that case. I have to go for a rather basic certification and do some additional measures. I think that is one of the effects that we especially see in infrastructures like 5G. Yeah, that is certainly not all components in a 5G network are certifiable to the level high, which does not exist. Yeah, you have to make sure that despite the fact that you are certifying to a lower level, you have additional measures to mitigate the remaining risk.
To complete the picture. Yeah. Thank you, Dennis. Andreas, Alex, would you like to jump in and maybe comment on this?
Perhaps in this day and age, you cannot expect to have a fairly faring business unless you carry out your risk assessment. So I would start from that point onwards. Then again, risk assessments were mandated in the security policy frameworks that were standardized very early in the process. I mean, some people might remember BS 7799. So what I'm trying to say is that looking from that prism, it follows what Dennis suggested, that you can set off on the basis of self-assessments that look into particular weaknesses in the context of specific threats that a product or a service might face. In quality, they say that if you gold plate everything, it doesn't mean that you have better quality if you didn't gold plate everything. So the same pretty much applies on cybersecurity. You have to know what we, what we have to tweak, what we have to harden. It doesn't mean that if we harden everything, then we have a functional and purposeful system. In our situation, when we look into the cybersecurity certification schemes, and thank you for several references made to ENISA, we take firstly risk-based approach. So for 5G, we have compartmentized the analytical parts of our work along the lines of NISA's, of the GSMA, UICC requirements or specifications rather. But we have inserted a phase where we take a look at 5G as a system and from a process standpoint, and we apply a specific homegrown methodology in order to determine assurance levels. And we also apply the concept of complementarity across schemes. So when we started out with common criteria, in the back of our heads, we knew that there was another scheme coming along, and you'll see by reading the two proposed candidate schemes, one parallel to the other, that there are components that run in parallel indeed. And the same will also happen with 5G, because when it comes down to accreditation requirements, very important if you're a member state, to conformity assessment bodies, equally important for member states, but also important for the private sector stakeholders. You do not need to reinvent each time that you have to face a new type of testing. I also believe in disclosures, and we have on the CSA a requirement on ENISA to publish certificates and declaration of conformity. But we're also looking into producing a suitable label as a brand, as a market recognition element for the consumer. And the consumer is an economic actor in a broad sense, and also likely nutrition labels in an effort to make slightly more visible, not as ambitious as transparent, but slightly more visible what the tested product is all about.
Thank you, Andreas. Alex, would you like to comment, and Katya as well, on the question?
Yeah, I mean, I think taking it back to the question, it's worth saying, and for those of us on the panel, I mean, we can ask ourselves, how many times when you last walked into an electronics store, did you pick up the back of a box, turn it round, look at it, and go, oh, that's a wonderful cybersecurity label that's on the rear of it, or this has got 256-bit encryption versus 128. You just don't do it. You look at the front of the box and go, that looked really great on Instagram. So I think that's the first thing we've got to get over, is labeling for the consumers is great, but a bit like the traffic light labeling, and I think the food analogy that Dennis used is great. The consumers have kind of got behind the fact that red's probably a bad color for any food constituent. Green is slightly better. So if we can try and develop through ENISA some form of labeling, we'll get a long way. But we also need to, I think, separate that 5G in terms of its infrastructure is always going to be probably critical national infrastructure. Find me a member state that doesn't have 5G or 4G as a critical part of all of its services, its power and everything else. So we're not going to have basic level 5G networks, at least not commercial ones. That said, the consumer IT devices, for example, running those through common criteria is madness, because what we're actually talking about is devices in people's houses that nation state attackers do not attack. So yes, they will do nasty things to them for botnets, or for example, if they identify a smart thermostat in a residential property, for example, that belongs to a diplomat or somebody within the European Union with status, or a industrial conglomerate or similar, yes, they might have a go at that house. But generically for the European citizen, nation states do not attack your thermostat. So we somehow have to come up with a way that leverages both those devices. And as the Radio Equipment Directive says, this is all about expected or intended use. So we have to balance that off. Obviously, industrial equipment is going to have to be higher certified, but we also do have to accept that some of that consumer equipment has a nasty habit of making its way into critical national infrastructure. And there have been numerous cases where equipment that really was not intended for industrial use suddenly becomes part of your critical national infrastructure. So it's not quite as cut and dried as will allow self-assessment, but clearly there's going to have to be an element of that. But for me, the biggest takeaway from this is coordinated vulnerability disclosure in terms of how we share and improve those products, but also information sharing within the Cyber Resilience Act framework that allows us to share that information between member states. Given that 5G will largely be built and a lot of these devices on open source software, i.e. everything is going to have the same vulnerability as we found for Log4j, the ability to disseminate and share, which has not historically been great in this sort of space, is going to be a key to that sort of agile security improvement as well. And that then links back to the certification as well that Denise is leading.
Thank you, Alex. Katja, would you like to comment?
Yeah, I mean, we
from
are
the regulator.
Yeah, it's a bit different than what.
Yeah, I
understand. But yeah, it's a good starting point anyway. I mean, we cannot simply avoid the costs, and we are noticing that, or we figure that cybersecurity will cost some extra cost also to our market players. And that's why I think that we will need to focus a lot in the future also to areas like what's going on with the competition on the market due to other developments. They go all hand in hand. But you know what? We have been fighting for 20 years now, you know, to establish this competition on the markets. You know, we all have now many operators nationally, so you have the ability to choose. So, I'm not sure if we'll be able to keep it, or we will need to have some really smart regulation. So, for everybody, for the whole community, industry, policymakers, ENISA, other certification bodies, I hope that we will all be here really smart and come up with the appropriate solutions for everybody. On the other hand, of course, we would be happy to give consumers and users a good advice on secure products. So this is also the other area where usually NRAs are quite active. So we look forward also to these labels. And of course, we will need to follow the work closely. So yeah, it's like we said already, it's a process.
Thank you, Katja.
I may add one more thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
On vulnerability disclosure and information sharing. I think what's important is to point out is that we already have the infrastructure in place. The Cybersecurity Act already has the European Cybersecurity Certification Group, which is under ENISA and is exactly the place where the national authorities meet regularly and exchange information, also including information concerning vulnerabilities and coordinate themselves. So what's really important is not to invent the wheel again, not to introduce other groups, but to make use of what we already have in place. Yeah? To make really sure that there's one central point where you discuss vulnerabilities and cybersecurity, and that is already in the CSA.
Thank you, Dennis. And in fact, I will pick up from there when you talk about disclosing vulnerabilities. And I wonder if for these manufacturers of IoT devices, should there be maybe an obligation, in fact, to report vulnerabilities similar to the obligation under the NIS2 for the sectors falling under the NIS2? Should we impose such an obligation on these manufacturers as well?
I would expect that this is a general a requirement for a vendor to tell you if your product is insecure. So
No, it's
yeah, no,
But what happened now is that they are not prepared. They don't
of
have
course.
any organization internally. For instance, the PSIRT, Product Security Incident Response Team. They are not. They are not.
Vulnerability should also be simply handled by the certification scheme, which is already part also, again, Cybersecurity Act tells you the certification scheme has to have vulnerability handling. So it has to be part of the scheme to do that. And depending on the scheme that is used for certifying the product, the rules of the certification scheme, even though it might be self-assessment, still it should be kind of a certification scheme, including vulnerability management, patch management, and what else belongs in that area.
Thank you. Anyone else from the panel would like to comment?
I was just going to observe on the CVD one that it's interesting. The latest statistics for that is about 20% of manufacturers producing or offering products on the European market have a CVD scheme. 80% do not. It's not a great statistic. If you look back about 4 years ago, it was 8%. So in terms of improvement, it's significantly better. But we still have a very long journey to come with that one. Obviously, CSA, yes, in theory, will force some of that through. But currently, the uptake is very, very low. And largely that's because the SMEs, as the sort of engine of European economy, just don't have the expertise to do that. So there's some good shoots of growth in here, but we still have a long way to go in that space.
Thank you, Alex. We will move, I think, to our last question for today, in fact, because we are reaching and we're a bit over time. So, yeah. And it's, in fact, addressed to Dennis and, Miguel from Oscar Lopez Torres, CTO 5G Mobile Telecom. Thank you for explaining your approach to certification with manufacturers. A question regarding 4G and 5G, where the radio access controllers are often exposed to open, non-secure locations. How does your organization ensure that software code and its needed data is properly authorized? In other words, that important code is securely downloaded and its integrity is assured. Looks complex. We'll pass it to you, Andres. Yeah, we are getting quite technical.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there are big and complex procedures when you are deploying 5G or 4G or even 3G software in networks. 5G also provides you the technology and let's say the network, the possibility to have everything, let's say, encrypted and ciphered and all the procedures. What we are working with the telco operator is just not to tell them that the standard provides security by design, but to working with them to really implement, to configure everything. But when they start to operate the network, it's do it in a secure manner, because the complexity of 5G network is totally different story about all the technologies, 4G and 5G. Now we are talking about virtualization, software-defined networks, orchestration. We are working about even having the core network deployed in public cloud providers. So what we are doing is assuring that all the procedures, when they start to implement, and for sure when they are updating and upgrading, everything is covered in terms of security. Okay.
Thank you, Angel. Anyone else from the audience, from the panel, would like to comment? No. Well, I think I would like to thank you for your yeah, for today, to my panelists, to the audience as well, thank you very much. And we will proceed to lunch, in fact. So I have here that we will come back at 13:45. There is a lunch just outside, and during the lunch break, there will be also some exhibition booths from Cloudflare, ESCSO, and Sectra. And for those attending virtually, you can now use the networking function, in fact, to connect with the other delegates and visit sponsor booths in the expo area. And after the break, we will have a high-level discussion looking ahead, cybersecurity and future technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for moderating.
Thank you.
That's perfect. C'est parfait.
Oui, c'est bien. Good afternoon, everybody, the present and in remote connection. It's my pleasure to start this afternoon. So we're going to talk in a fire chat with Darren from Northern LifeLock. We were going to discuss about well, not what has been discussed this morning, let me say. We try to be relaxed and very open. It's we discussed before ahead, but we said let's improvise, let's be open. And this morning we heard the start with Vice President Skinas said about the crisis. Actually, it's not a crisis; it's a real war. We have problem these days about migrants. We have problem with the geopolitical situation across the world. We have problem with the energy. The energy cost is sky high. So we have a lot of problems. Now, let me say, let me be relaxed after lunch and think about the future. So we try to discuss now with Darren. He is CTO in Untitled LifeLock, so he has a full technology view of the future, let me say, I'm trying, let me say, I play with science fiction sometimes. I like to write something during my summer, but just try to understand what could be the vision for the future about innovation, about technology, and all what goes along with the society, with the economy. And so let's say, so to escape from this dramatic moment we are living today and jump in 2035, so a bit more than 10 years, and see what can we expect for that? What new technology that we see today as a challenge, maybe, from different point of view, technology or societal challenges. What could be a situation in 2035? This is important because, you know, I'm Secretary General of EXO and discussing with different European institutions and public administration in Europe. And we try to see also, one of the discussion, what are the priorities? What are the priorities where we need to invest? And if we don't have a vision of the future, if we don't see where we go, we just invest on bits and pieces because it's the buzzword. So is artificial intelligence a buzzword, only a buzzword? Is, I don't know, quantum computing only a buzzword? Or are we able to build up a scenario or several scenarios where we can really see how the society could evolve, because we never know what the real life will be. And then try to project ourselves in this future and see how we can get there. What are the resources needed? Technology, but also the people. Because the user, we are a citizen, we are a user of this new technology, but also the professionals that are needed. We see already today a huge deficit in experts in cybersecurity. So how can we get there? So this is just the introduction for you. Darren, you want to say something?
I love the introduction, and one of the great things about my job, and maybe for many of you also like this, is to be able to spend time in the future. So I like this idea of starting to think about what would 2035 look like. And it's everything you just said, but it's also the choices we make. Choices we make, hopefully informed by discussions and debates that we have in this room and outside this room, based and grounded in what is technologically viable for us to be able to live in a brighter future. And so one of the things I want to talk about potentially, you mentioned AI, is not just having smarter things, smarter transportation, smarter home are good things, but also how do we have safer things? How do we make sure that the generation of children are not the beta testers of all of this? Beta testing is great. I love having the latest and greatest. I think many of us do. But it comes with consequences. So I feel like everything we've learned, I'd like to be in 2035 and look back and said, wow, we learned from social media. We learned from the early days of applying AI, and we got to a world that was safer. What do I mean by safer? I mean that, for example, your smart car. Today you have a smart car, and the computer vision involved is great. It can look at the road and determine what the signs are, the speed limit are, and some of the obstacles, and keep you on the road. In 2035, I fully expect that to be more prevalent. However, you have to also worry, because I sit in the security world, you have to think about what are the downsides of that. And what we saw was, in great research from folks like Don Sung at University of California, Berkeley, showed that adversarial machine learning was a problem. That you could place strategic pieces of tape on a stop sign, just a few pieces of black electrical tape, and it would make the computer think, the AI, that the stop sign was a 45-mile-an-hour sign, and the car would drive right through it. So I want to make sure that in 2035, we've thought about how we can grab the best and harness the best of these technologies, whether it's AI, quantum, blockchain, but also make sure that we make safety a priority from the outset so that we can avoid all of those pitfalls. We don't want any of the cars driving off the cliff. We don't want them blowing through the signs. And this is more important, and I'll give you kind of an anecdote. So I have an 8-year-old daughter, and I live by an elementary school, a primary school. And I thought, well, if we could do that, why don't we just design clothing, maybe a T-shirt or a school uniform that announces and signals to any car that I'm a child, right? Why don't we start thinking about those things in advance? Now, that's an easy example, but what I want to be open to is the possibilities that that brings forth, right? I'm sure you might come up with other ones as well. And so, and if you think about just AI and security, that's a start. But the second thing I would also say about 2035 is I hope we don't think that we have to make a choice between security and privacy. Too often I hear that to have security, we must give up privacy, or to have privacy, I must accept a deficit in security. And I really don't believe that's true. Just like I don't believe that we have to accept the faults of AI to have all the benefits. I'll give you an example. For security and privacy, and maybe this will be a little bit of AI too, there's this notion in machine learning that the first thing you do is you gather all the information. It's like being in university. You put all the books on the table, you read all the books. Now you've trained the model, gather all the data. But there's other ways of doing machine learning. Another one is called federated machine learning, right? Imagine instead, it's like in business school. You split up and you have 20 different people at 20 different tables. They each read a book. Then they come back to class and they share what they each learned. That's the global intelligence. We can build machine learning models that do the exact same thing. What does this mean? In a federated machine learning model, it allows you to then have localized learning without gathering all the data in one place, thus preserving privacy. So in other words, every device could be just operating by themselves, but appreciating the global perspective by only sharing that. So these are examples of technologies that have been researched for the last 10 years that I think will be hitting their stride in 2035, delivering those kind of benefits. Security without having to give up privacy. The ability for, let's say, two intelligence networks that are not allowed to be connected to share data. Companies, governments, to be able to do threat intelligence without having to give up all of their data. These are things that I think are entirely possible.
Yeah, you know, in Europe, we are looking a lot about privacy, and probably we are very proud of the GDPR regulation. And actually, I remember when I was in San Francisco, at the RSA conference, that just been approved, and then people, well, the Americans, let me say, were just discovering. I said, will it come to us somehow? And I think it progressively is coming. But you said technology is already working on that.
GDPR is another great example. So for example, let's say in GDPR, I want to talk about the right to be forgotten. Do you believe in this audience that you have the right to be forgotten from AI? Should AI be able to forget? Do we need to have something be able to forget in order to forgive? I think these are important questions that are philosophical, but also technical. So I think back in around 2019, 2020, it was mathematically proven that we can teach AI to forget. So there's this notion, right? Imagine again, ML, and I'm gonna use the library example. Imagine you and I went into the library and we read all the works of Shakespeare. Then we tossed all those books in a pile and burned them, right? So that's equivalent to like purging the database. We removed the material from the database. Is all of Shakespeare gone? No, it's in our heads now. If we sat down and we were studious and had enough coffee, like many of you had after break, we might be able to recreate some of the works of Shakespeare, or at least the first couple lines of it. But the point is, there are these techniques that allow machine learning to forget without throwing away the data, without doing that. So imagine a GDPR request to a model that has learned from millions and tens of millions of residents' information. What if we could surgically go into that memory and pluck out some personally identifiable information? So we have shown mathematically that that's possible. It's this technique called influence functions. In other words, each of the data points that the model trained on, you don't have to throw away the model. You could get rid of the data, but if you wanted to forget it, you could actually just remove some of the data points, the influence of those data points, and with mathematical rigor, prove back to, let's say, a regulatory agency or an auditor that that information is gone, but the model is still good, and you didn't have to retrain. You didn't have to go through the database, remove those requests, and then retrain the model. In other words, what I'm saying is, in many cases, we have to be okay with the idea that we can keep the best of technology, but we can focus really our energy on making sure that we can accommodate all that society really expects from it.
Yeah, the problem we have in Europe, let me be a bit provocative here, so also with the Europeans here at the table, that, I mean, I have the feeling, and usually I have this, and I use this analogy also with friends in investment, and we have a friend here from the Capital Venture, and they say that usually the Europeans see when they want to invest, and it's the same with innovation, that they see the glass half empty because they see the risk. In the US, you see the advantages. You see the glass half full. And the same with innovation. You see the great potential of innovation, while in Europe, we better see, oh, that's a risk coming up because of this, because, well, apart from privacy. But everything is a risk. Innovation is inherently a risk.
Yeah, and look, it's like playing chess, right? The first move on the chessboard and every move after that entails risk. But you can't have a game without moving the pieces around, or at least not an interesting game. It would just sit there as a decoration. I think what we're talking about here in terms of the risks entailed in innovation, and as you mentioned, maybe European versus American versus others, innovation benefits when more voices are included, right? So the more that we include the diversity of the players at the table, I think we'll get better solutions and better outcomes. Because innovation really happens, and invention happens, born from the necessity of the problems encountered, mixed with, I think, a lot of the context that you're bringing to it. So someone based in maybe the Nordics has a different perception of their particular problems in privacy than someone maybe in, let's say, Beijing or in San Francisco. And by being able to bring all the different players to the table, I think we can actually improve and get to those better futures in 2035. I think we can make sure that we don't miss some of the risks. So I think it's actually a good thing to bring that risk mentality into innovation and then solve for it at the same time that we're hoping for all the benefits.
Yeah, so you use a keyword, inclusion. Inclusion for us, for me also, as it happens also, I'm Secretary General of a foundation which is called Women for Cyber.
Yes.
And for which you have, your company is also given a big donation recently. And we can really move from, let's say, to social media chat to something really operational. It's come up in the coming months. So thank you for that, by the way. So inclusion is also about how we can bring women in cybersecurity. And not because it's only politically correct, but because we need experts. We need more population. We have hundreds of thousands needs of experts which are missing. So how would you see the role of women in 2035, in 2030?
So I think maybe three things involved in that. One, I just want to double down on the point that innovation benefits with diversity. And so the more diverse voices we can bring into the innovation process, the better. So yes, we don't want to exclude potentially half the population of the world from that process. Two, you're bringing up the notion that we have a deficit of workers in cybersecurity, in cyber safety. And again, we wouldn't want to exclude a huge population from that. In fact, we want to bring that in to satisfy the needs that we have there. I think the third thing is that not only will we have better innovation, will we have a better workforce for it, but how do we get there, right? Let's look back. If we're in 2035 and we sat there and said, wow, we've made amazing progress. And that's something, so I have an 8-year-old daughter I mentioned earlier. How can I tell her in 10 years when she's 18 entering the workforce, this is a viable career path for you? This is one of many options that you may want to pursue. And so my wife and I talk about this pretty often. My wife is a physician. She works in the emergency room. And so what we think about is, okay, and my wife had the same issue when she was becoming a medical doctor 20, 30 years before. When her mother was approaching medicine, it was very different. Did her mother see a lot of female physicians in the workforce? That changed with my wife's generation. Hopefully we can accelerate that change even more and throw fuel on that fire. So how do we do so? One of the ways is, I think you need to have role models. You need to be able to see someone who looks a little bit like you, or at least you can relate to as a role model in a position you might want to do. So the more that we can highlight different voices in cybersecurity. So, for example, the head of our European research labs is Dr. Leila Bilge, coming from Eurocom, and she's based in France. I think we take more of that, we should have her on stage next time, and maybe that's the better way. Bring her on stage and have her be an inspiration and tell her story of how we got there, but also show people. The second thing is you certainly have to, it helps to, at least, have some in order to attract some. So I think the more that we can invest in getting, again, more, in this case, more women into cybersecurity, it will not only show role models, but also it'll just show a familiarity to say, okay, I'm not going to have to be the first one here. I can follow in the footsteps and have a collegial atmosphere of others to work with. And then the third thing is, and maybe the final, is we need to make sure the tools aren't a friction to this as well. I can't imagine if I were, and I'm certainly not, 7 feet tall, and all the doors around me were 5 feet tall, how I would feel walking around. I would need to make sure that all the tools aren't these 5-foot doors bumping into my head. But we've done exactly that, even in some of the naming of the technologies that we use. We talk about cyber warfare. We talk about these things in some very aggressive tones. I want to make sure that, and that's a light point, but maybe in terms of AI, we also want to make sure that the biases aren't baked in there. We need to make sure that the tools are being developed by diverse people so that they feel like the tools they're going to be used in the workforce are going to be ones that they want to use. I think those three things together, role models, inclusive innovation, and tools that fit will help us get there in 2035.
Okay, apart from AI, what would you say?
I wish it was that easy, right? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that
Step
was
one,
easy. And
step
then
two,
when I
step
think
three.
AI,
You just walk there. No
you mentioned the
potholes.
car. That's nice because, you know, I'm getting old as everybody. But it's at a certain point in my life, a few years, I said, I cannot drive anymore because maybe I have a problem to the eyes as it happens or something else. And I do need this kind of innovation that maybe is criticized why you shouldn't drive. But maybe I need to drive because elderly population needs certain help and they cannot do anything else. And today I see my father-in-law, other people, that they still have problem to use digital computer, whatever, because it's not so easy to use it. So maybe artificial intelligence will help us in 2035 to have an easy access to all this kind of, to improve the quality of life.
Well, to do that, though, so two things I hear there. One is I think there's a huge ability for technology to both augment life for all people and to inspire, and I'll come back to that. But to do so, we need to remove some of the barriers that might stand in the way. So this ties to our last point, which is if we bring more people in, and not just technologists, but, and I would even argue, for example, on the opposite side of that spectrum, it would be good if organizations almost had like a chief kid officer, someone who's representing the voice of children. And maybe you also want to have someone who's representing the opposite spectrum. I could imagine being 80 years old, hopefully not too soon, but 80 years old someday, and wanting to embrace the metaverse, which I'm sure not many want to. 60% of people today say they don't even know what the metaverse is. Oh, okay, so you're there.
Where's the future?
He's already in the future.
Where's the future?
and what does the future look like in that? But the point is, imagine I'm 80 years old and I want to go scuba diving at the Great Barrier Reef. Maybe the Great Barrier Reef doesn't exist anymore. I certainly hope it does when I'm 80. How can we inspire people? How can we connect them and use technology in that way and make it safe for them to do so? And make the on-ramps to that technology more accessible. So that's one thing we have to do. The second thing is we have to augment people's ability, right? So let's say you really physically, the problem with the metaverse is there's no real good place to get a cheeseburger. You can't eat in the metaverse. So that you'll need your EV car to get around.
Spaghetti.
Exactly. But you'll need your ability to physically move around the world. And so as we think about that, I do love the ability to augment humans. I think it's not whether AI replaces humans, it's about how AI can help humans. And we need to really say it like that.
Yeah.
We need to not just worry about the fears and the dark side of technology, but what are the really wonderful things? And if we put ourselves in that mentality, and then I think about if, let's say I have cerebral palsy, and I can't move my legs because I'm non-ambulatory. I still want to have mobility. I look at not just vehicles, but then exoskeletons. How can we think about those who most need technology to improve the quality of their lives? And how can we direct our energy and attention towards making those things a reality. And I'll say this, someone once told this to us, one of our former chairmen of the board. He said, Darren, the quality of human life is often a function of the energy applied to it. So there's two things we want to be concerned. First, we want to be very careful about how we take energy, our mental thoughts, but also the real world energy, often powered by natural gases and fossil fuels, and how do we direct that towards making sure that the benefit is accruing to those who most need it in an equitable fashion. So for example, how can we make sure that AI isn't just enabling fantastical experiences, but is also enabling better outcomes for healthcare? How can we use, let's say, we keep saying AI, let's look at quantum computers. Why do we want a quantum computer? You've got Shor's algorithm, you've got Grover's algorithm. There's like 3 things you can do with quantum computers right now that we've theorized. One of those things is really important, solving a very difficult mathematical problem with very low expenditure of energy, and it has real-world applications. For example, the hospital diversion problem. If hospital beds are full, like we saw in COVID, how do you quickly and accurately know where to send the next ambulance to? These are problems that have existed throughout time. The traveling salesman problem. There's all these problems that are fundamental to computer science that have real-world applications for healthcare, for finance, for everything, for education. Let's make sure we apply these technologies to benefit everybody all at once. That's the idea.
And I think you said something very important, because the use of energy, people are scared sometimes. We're looking at the amount of energy
crisis.
or data and so on, and now we have the problem of energy. So if we move to the future where a growing amount of data, a growing amount of energy will be used, that could be a real issue.
We better deliver the outcomes for all that effort. So think about, I'm really inspired by my wife's work as a physician in the hospital. And one of the things they have as a principle is this concept of do no harm. But a corollary to do no harm is that the data they collect on patients is supposed to benefit the patient. So if I'm an oncology patient, if I have cancer, and someone is collecting pathologies from me, it behooves me that I should benefit from the research that produces the cure. It shouldn't just be people are giving their data and not receiving the benefit. We need to, as technologists, as policymakers, make sure that we're not only not doing harm, but to our best abilities, all of that data and all that energy we're expending should benefit those that participated in it. And of course, the third point then would be, let's not beta test too much on the children. Let's make sure that if they're going to have all this data collected, that they truly, as the next generation of leaders and citizens, are the ones really benefiting from this.
Yeah, look, I think we should be close to the end, if I remember correctly. I don't see any warning light, but I suppose we're close to the end. But that's just because we could go on for half an hour more with you. That's one pressing question to me. It's, okay, 2035, we talked about quantum, artificial intelligence, technology, and so on. But this is a cybersecurity conference. How do you see cyber threats in 2035? Apart from privacy that you mentioned and so on.
You know, he's mentioning cyber threats in 2035, and it's very appropriate then that you brought out the Oculus headset. I think that was an Oculus headset. Because if you think about the evolution of cyber threats, early days, it was often about the network. After that, it was about the endpoint, the device. But what really hasn't changed is the model. There are attackers, typically today human or human-driven. Then there are victims, and there are tools and techniques that the attackers use against victims, which could be human or otherwise, right? As we go forward, I don't see that model changing in 2035. What does change is it's not about the devices, it's not about the network, it's about the operating system that was really behind that, which is between your ears, right? So this real CPU, even when you put on an Oculus device, is this bag in your head that runs at low voltage, the gray matter there, it's basically a neuromorphic computer. It's a wonderfully fantastic computer, one of the best molecular computers. And that is exactly, so why does this make sense? It sounds like a whole bunch of fancy words. What is phishing today? Is phishing really all about an exploit in an operating system or on a device? No. It's fundamentally about the ability for the attacker to convince the victim to do something other than what they wanted, to fool them. Fooling someone got easier as our lives went digital, because it used to take, maybe I had to build a bank to convince someone to deposit their money there. Online, I can just create a digital facade very easily to replicate this. The gray matter between the ears is the next frontier of cybersecurity. We need to help people understand how not to avoid being tricked, scammed, right? But also how to avoid algorithmic manipulation, how to understand what is true and what is false, what is misinformation versus disinformation. I think all these things become more clear. Now, this is an opportunity. We can create digital allies. We can create things that show to a user, to a person, to us, when they're being manipulated via algorithms. And when it's going to be in their benefit, there's going to be benevolent things that are happening, and then there are going to be others. So how do I make this real? Today, if I were to use a search engine and search on a term, and you were to use a search engine and search on your term on yours, we get different results. That's what I mean by algorithmic manipulation. Now imagine the metaverse. It gets fuel on the fire. That's what's going to be different. So that's where I think we need to focus our energy and attention. We still need to maintain our vigilance on devices and networks, but the real network is going to be then the gray matter, us, the people, that are being connected. That's the real network, the trust network that we'll need to deliver in the future.
So we need to work on people.
We need to work on people.
invest
Everything
in-
is going
to
to be
invest in
people-centric. Investing, we need to empower them with education. We need to empower them with tools. And we need to help them understand the fast rate of technological change. Because everything in cyber happens everywhere all at once.
Yeah.
Let's just make sure what happens all at once is good.
So we can have a brighter future.
So we can have a brighter future, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Darren. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Luigi.
And thank you for listening to us.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have to wait for the next panel that I have to moderate. So it's coming up. Oui. Okay. It will come up.
Yeah, they will come up.
Me, poof. Oh, as you like. Please sit as you like. Julie. Bonjour. Ça va? So we have 1 minute to go, according to the agenda, the schedule. Okay, so just in time, we can start. So this is the session 3, an intelligent-led approach to cybersecurity, setting up an EU-wide network of AI-enabled security operation centers. And we have a lot of time, 1 hour, 20 minutes, something like this, to discuss with our panelists. We have Julia Roof, Deputy Head of Unit at the European Commission, DG Connect, on cybersecurity technology and capacity building. We have Carlos Cordoba, the Head of Area for Cybersecurity Operations Center, National Cryptologic Center in Spain, of course. We have, that he's on the screen, Jorge Blanco, Global Head of Security Solution at BBVA Group, the bank. We have Leif Nixon, security expert for sector communications, and Elias Santos, that we know in Brussels for ages, head of government affairs programs, EMEA at Broadcom today. Okay, so I'm supposed to to make the introduction, then for a few minutes, then we will start with this sequence of speakers, 5 minutes, and then we will have questions from the audience, but also from remote connections. And so the point is that the topic is this, and Julie will tell us more about this initiative or project seen from the Commission, the creation of a network of security operation centers. I know that you are going to call it differently, but okay, that was what appeared in the strategy of the Commission recently. And the question is, are we making things right? I will be a bit provocative in this, maybe not now. I will be later provocative, because I'm spending my time in Brussels in the last years, and I follow the discussion of the Commission, the Parliament. Actually, I shouldn't say that, but I was one of when we created EXO, European Cybersecurity Organization, with the Commission. I remember we had a discussion with Vice President Ansip at that time. They said we should create a network of SOC. That was the key, the buzzword at that time. But without knowing what a network of SOCs was really like. And now we are here. Now we are discussing this. But the environment has changed. The understanding has changed. And today, when we are discussing with the size of the chief information security officers, which are members of EXO, which are linked to EXO, we recognize, first of all, they are speaking language with some acronyms very few people understand. So SOX is just SOC CERT, XIT, and you name it, and you can go on for ISACs and so on. You can go very far from that in naming new acronyms. But then the point is that what I see is that the need from the real life, and maybe Jorge will tell us more because he is one of the users, the need from the real life sometimes look different from the need that's seen in Brussels. So I've been provocative. I will be provocative. Don't worry on this. We will have a good discussion later on. So there is the discussion with the Commission and the Member States. There are regulations we discussed this morning, the directive, the regulation which have been discussed also in the area of the NIS, NIS2 and so on. But is this really what you want to develop with this SOC? Is this the best match with respect to what is the need of the market, of the operators, and what is delivered by the suppliers? That for me one is one of the key issues today, because, and I was discussing with the Commission already years ago, one of the big challenges we are going to have now with this new configuration with the competence center, with the Digital Euro program, is that there will be program coming up, money invested in a certain topic like the SOCs, and the big challenge is to match what the Commission is proposing, the money they're putting, and the money that member states will put on the other side, and also the private sector as well. How we can find common interest. This is no more research for a certain future unclear. This is real life. This is short-term results in a way. So we have to be extremely concrete, efficient, and effective on the market needs. So this is just to start the discussion. And I will start now. I'll give the floor to Julie and
Thank you, Luigi, and good afternoon, everybody. So thanks a lot for the very, very relevant questions and good introduction. I'll try to clarify as much as I can, but I have to say that for us also, this reflection is in a way only starting. So we're also really very keen to hear and get some input to better target our actions. So this idea of creating a network of SOCs, it was announced in the cybersecurity strategy, over a year ago. As you know, I mean, the cybersecurity strategy is about much more than this. So it's one action amongst a much broader set of initiatives and topics to be addressed and implemented. But it's one, and an important one. And there, the policy objective is to address an issue which we note, and I think this is a shared realization, that the detection of threat today is not optimal. So we have a problem in terms of time it takes to detect those threats to an incident, and also a limited amount of sharing of information in this area. So this is the basis and where we come from with this idea of network of SOCs. Now, I would say let's not stop at this how we called it. It could be called something else. The idea is clearly how do we improve detection and sharing of intelligence amongst the communities. So we took it from there, and we of course try to understand what is behind, what is the state of play. We looked at the national capacities. We saw that some member states are very well equipped, so they have advanced capacities. They share information through the national CSIRT, so the competent authorities mostly. Some of them have structured channels with industrial actors, but that I think we all know it's still very, very limited. So there are some sectors which are a bit more advanced and where they have established it. There are some initiatives that are also quite successful, but again, it's a handful, and we're not yet in a situation where there is a culture of sharing. So what we would like to do is to advance on the creation of this culture of sharing. We have been working with ENISA, who has set up an expert group to map the capacities of SOCs, and also try to understand what are the dynamics in this sector, what are the needs, what are the tools that are being used. So there is a lot of work in trying to understand this market and what is happening. We have worked very closely with member states in also trying to understand how they operate, how they gather the information, and what they would like to improve. So it's not something that is done by the Commission. I mean, we are doing this with everybody. Now, concretely, there will be some actions in the Digital Europe program aimed at reinforcing the detection capabilities. So we call it SOCs, but again, we agree and we all know a SOC does many other things. It's a lot of other actions beyond detection, but our focus is on monitoring and detection. And we call it SOCs again, but we know typically this is done by CSIRT, by SOCs, by others. So let's again not stop at that. The idea is also not to create a competing network to the network of CSIRTs. We have that at European level. They have various functions. This is very well established. The idea is to complement them, to see how we can create additional capabilities. So there in the digital program for the coming period, there will be 110 million dedicated to those objectives with two strands. One which is a national strand, so aimed at reinforcing the national capacities, public and private SOCs. There will be a call and grants, so the usual modalities. And this call will be published at some point after the summer. So we invite you to watch this space, and there will be 80 million. So the large majority of the funding should go towards reinforcing what exists or creating new capabilities. All of this is a precondition towards then building or trying to encourage a more federated approach. So we would like to, try to create cross-border mechanisms for sharing of this information, building on national capabilities. So this is the second strand in the digital program, where we will issue a call for expression of interest for the setup of such cross-border platforms. And I can elaborate more a bit later on this concept, which we have been developing together, working very collaboratively with member states, and we have panelists here also who are part of this reflection, and where we're trying to map the different features and dimensions that we would need to address for those to hopefully be successful and be able to pool the data from the various sources. So what we would like to see, and that's of course maybe a vision that sounds very remote to some people here, but what we would like to see is a model in which the various stakeholders with their own needs see an incentive to share more. And for that, we understand there are many challenges. One of the key challenges is to create a trusted environment. Another one, which is closely linked, is to have the right incentives. But for all of that, we are now trying to work on developing this concept. And again, we'd like very much to hear from you what you think about those ideas. So that's just in a nutshell, and we'll be happy to react to any questions.
Thank you, Julie. I already have a lot of questions about this, but let me give first the floor to see what is happening in Spain, Carlos.
Yes, Carlos.
Carlos, yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Carlos Cordova. I belong to the National Cryptology Center from Spain. Our constituency is the public sector, only the public sector, but the public sector is central administration, local administration, regional administration, public universities, and public entities. So we have a lot of work. Why I'm here? Because my unit, the unit of SOC in National Cryptology Center, traditionally we helped to the public organization to create a SOC. We have collaborated in 6, 7 SOC. But when the cyber strategy appeared, talk about to create it a super SOC, a cyber shield, a network SOC, and so on, we thought that it was the moment to create it a network within Spain with our SOCs. But we did a step forward and we say, okay, we will do a national network SOC in Spain. Currently, we are in a pilot project with, we are working in parallel in two phases. In one phase, we are working with the public entities, trying to involve in the information of the SOC, organizing the SOC. Not everybody has to buy all the solution in the market, depending on the entity of this organization. We advise what the SOC they have to do. We are working also with the private companies that provide security, the providers of security to this public SOC. The idea is very easy, but it's really, really complicated because the providers don't want to share information. Why? It's very easy. If I have a lot of information, and I share with you all my information, you will know the same than I know, I will lose my competitivity. So it's very, you can learn a lot to the private companies to say that they will share a lot of information, but the reality is in another way. So we are trying to force these companies to share information, because at the end it's information for the public sector, and we have allowed to allow this share information. We are creating a pilot project. In this pilot project, we created a MISP, a platform to share information. currently we are sharing information between 6 different providers. So we are created also a web to trying to offer the project to all the public sector. Little by little, but it's not so easy as it appears. So in addition of this, I will say that we are trying to do some detection tools with artificial intelligence. This is another complicated issue because it's not the same to do a detection tool if in a hospital that in a another kind of organization. So the machine has to learn about the traffic that the traffic that they see in the detection. So it's really an issue to put one tool that you can industrialize and put in a different places. It's not a reality because in each different place they have to learn different traffic. So the artificial intelligence is very good, but it's not as easy as we can understand. Finally, about the question that Julie has answered, I would say that if we are here if we are as secure as we are, is because Commission is pushing. The countries are behind the Commission. The Commission is is running very fast, but we are trying to go at the same pace that the Commission. And thanks to the Commission, we are more secure than 1 year ago. This network of SOC is not a network to compete with the CESIR network. Is complemented with the CESIR network. We are trying to share the information of the red button. This information is not shareable right now in the CESIR network. CESIR network more or less now share information about one incident when it's finished, but in our national network of SOC in Spain, the information that we are exchanging right now is information about red button. One IP, one domain, something that we, in this moment, I have something worried about one data. And at this moment, we share information with all the providers. They are within the national network, and they block this information. So it's something that the previous nobody shared this information. So we are creating something new. I completely agree that this is not. We are not competing with the CESIR network. We are evolving another new field to protect more our organization. And thank you. It's all.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll come back on your experience, I'm sure. And now we move to Jorge. We stay in Spain. And Jorge Blanco from the BBVA group. I suppose you see attacks every day. So you know it well, what the SOC need, why SOCs are needed, maybe sharing information is needed.
Yes, correct. First of all, can you hear me correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel and trying to answer your question, Luigi. Do we think that is necessary? Yes, for sure. I mean, we have to improve, as Julie said, we have to put focus improving our detection capabilities, not just regarding the private sector, but also with the help of the public sector at a national level and of course on a European level. So my answer is very simple. We need a network of SOCs or whatever we want to call, as you say initially, Luigi, but a network that allow us to improve our detection capabilities. How could we implement and motivate the information or intelligence sharing? So that's the key question that the Commission has to solve. So, in my opinion, we public and private sector, we are facing the same kind of problems or difficulties, trying to convince our providers or even ourselves to share information. We have to change our mindset. This is not a competitive issue. This is a collaborative initiative to improve the detection. So we have to put focus in the change of the culture, as Julie said before. I don't know what is the best way to face the incentivation or the motivation, but at the end, we all are aware that this is an addition of capabilities. So every SOC, and I don't care if it's a national one, a regional one, a private institution, or even a sector one, has their own capabilities that probably in some cases are very common, but I'm pretty sure that everyone has their own capabilities, their own speciality, and specifically their own intelligence. And this is the key question. We have to see the network as an addition of capabilities to get the same goal together. And regarding that, and trying to give some ideas to improve the motivation to share, I think we have to start step by step, but start creating a trusted environment, not just from a personal or institutional point of view, but also talking about a technological one. So we have to rely on trusted networks, trusted platforms. We have to start to talk the same language. It is quite difficult, not just in the European Union, but I'm talking about the technological one. We all we share or all the tries that we had in the past trying to share information with any kind of institution, we face the same problem. We all are talking different languages inside the same cybersecurity environment. So we have to standardize the way we share the information, and we have to improve the trust with. Let me try to explain that with a little bit of governance. I don't mean that this cannot be a not practical initiative, but we have to ensure some kind of level of quality of the data that we are sharing in order to improve this trust in the initiative. So it's a matter of quality and security, because also the institutions mainly are not very like to share because of the privacy of the data that they are sharing. That maybe they are sharing private information about how are they being attacked, and so we have to work on build a trust environment and not just a culture of trust in order to be able to start the information sharing. And that's are my main points at this.
Thank you, Jorge. Now we move to live, Nixon. So from sector communication, you have you move to the other part, to the communication point of view.
Yes. Well, yes. So
I have had a very interesting month. I work within the unit of Sectra that handles critical infrastructure, and we run a SOC for critical infrastructure. Among other things, we help secure the Swedish power grid. And as you know, since 2015, 2016, everybody has expected that in case of conflict or war, the first thing that happens is a cyber attack on the power grid. And there's a war. And there hasn't been a cyber attack on the power grid yet.
Well, there has been a little bit before in Ukraine.
In Ukraine, 2015, 16. So that's what we expected now, but it hasn't happened in this conflict. Russia is coming with open threats against Sweden. So it's fairly tense. We are pretty much on the front lines here. You may know that Sweden is a member of the EU, but not of NATO. We don't have an Article 5 to call upon if there's an attack. We have the EU solidarity clauses. So we have to trust to our friends, but to a large degree be self-reliant. So if you offer me an AI-powered early warning system that says that, oh, there's a cyber attack coming, well, sure, give it to me if it works. I'll take any help I can. But all of this, it's not really about the tech. No, as the vice president said, we need to break out of the tech silo. And have been firmly in the tech silo for a long time. When I was 13, I got my first computer, Commodore 64. And back then, I knew that, oh, I want to work with computers when I grow up. And I did. I wrote compilers for a living. That's hardcore tech as it gets. But for complicated reasons, I ended up in IT security instead. And after a few years of that, I suddenly realized that I'm not really working with computers anymore. I'm working with people. And that came as a bit of a shock to me, being a tech guy. And all this about security, it's not that much about tech. It's about communications and trust. I will talk about trust as well. How does trust work? Well, the human psychology works in such a way that trust is a personal thing. You trust individuals. You meet somebody physically. You establish rapport with them, and then you trust them. Hopefully, at least. It's much harder to trust a faceless organization. And this is very important to realize how IT security works. It's much easier to share information with somebody you know than with this faceless organization. It's much easier to reach out to, oh, I know a guy at that company. He should probably know about this. And I can just lift the phone and call them. Trying to send the same information to a generic contact address the threshold is much higher there. And also the motivation, of course, because if I have a piece of information that I know will help my friend, of course, I'm motivated to share that piece of information, whereas I may or may not be so motivated if it's just some random company out there. So, and all of this takes place in a very complicated security landscape. There are so many SOCs and certs and C-certs and P-certs and, well, you know them all. And then there are so many networks. We have ECMO, we have FIRST, we have TFC cert, we have Trusted Introducer. We have all the various informal networks that sort of try to organize this in different ways. So if we are going to build a new structure on top of this, it needs to be done with a great afterthought to interface as cleanly as possible into this pre-existing landscape, and the outreach work is paramount in this. And if it's something that I have learned in these
20 years of IT security is the best way to facilitate information sharing and trust is to create opportunities for people to meet and drink beer or their beverage of choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Leif. I would like to intervene immediately, but to listen first to Ilias. Ilias, please.
Leif, I had an Amstrad 6128,
Ah,
but but it was Commodore as well, the one that got me into this in the first place. So
you're younger. I was with punching cards.
I also played with Spectrum ZX specifically, 64. But I think we're showing our age. We'll start talking about floppy disks.
You like
in
the
a moment.
British stuff, yes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. It's also refreshing to be at a conference as opposed to a digital thing. When I was thinking what I'm going to talk about and how I will position it, I was thinking that I'm in actually fairly interesting role or position inside Broadcom. In the government affairs role, both at Symantec and at Broadcom later on, I would find myself doing the information sharing agreements, negotiating the information sharing agreements. In my role at Broadcom, being also the chief privacy officer, I actually have to sign off on them because I need to decide whether personal data gets transferred or not, and what are the compliance requirements around them. So when I'm looking at the whole discussion around information sharing, security operations, what are the first thoughts that come in mind? Number one, first of all, the initiative of the Commission is good. It's a positive thing that we try to invest in building more capacity, in building more capabilities, in enabling more incident detection into Europe. Now, as Julie very rightly pointed out, SOC, Security Operations Center, can mean a lot of things. I remember at one point in a discussion with a government agency, I had drawn 7 different action areas or areas of focus that the Security Operations Center was capable of doing. And I got a reaction, all we wanted for is initial incident detection and notification. It's like, yeah, but this is all the stack that the technology can deliver you. This is all the things that you can possibly do. So it's going to be very important to, for the lack of a better word, agree on the catalog of services, agree on what it is, the initial ambition of this. Because linked from that is going to be the data that we'll collect, the data that it will be shared, and the common objective that it will have. But before I go to that, some additional thoughts on the AI. AI usage happens already in cyber. And will keep happening. And will just grow. Why? Because lots of data. Lots of data because there are lots of devices. Certified, uncertified. The gentleman from the BSI was discussing at the panel saying how many more devices are going to be out there. That will just mean more data. Personal, non-personal, co-generated, to use the terminology from the Data Act. The fact of the matter is more information. And to manage that, we will need AI because we cannot eyeball the log files. Now, and this now comes where the whole reliability of the AI comes into play. Quality AI requires quality training. Quality training will necessarily be linked with access to real-life security data. If it's going to be quality, it has to have a touch of reality. Now, access to real-life data becomes very complex because then is the question of what's your perspective? And what do I mean by that when I say what's your perspective? Are you looking at endpoint data, log files, of the terminal equipment of the computer, of the mobile phone that was impacted? Are you looking at network data? Are you looking at server data? Are you looking at cloud? Are you looking at the at the infrastructure level? Are you looking at the network level? Are you looking at the bottom layer at the endpoint level? Depending upon the perspective that you have, you may find yourself generating different indicators of compromise or generating different information for the same incident just because you're looking at it from 3 different vantage points. So how you bring all that together, how do you help understand and have that holistic picture is going to be very important. And as we said, access to data for the AI or for the operational capability of the SOC is going to be key. So what are the challenges around accessing data? First of all, and equally around sharing data, first of all, what do you want the data for? Can we agree on what do you want the data for? And then what data are you targeting? I negotiated many years ago the information sharing agreement that Symantec had with NATO. It took us a year and a half. It didn't take us a year and a half because the militaries didn't know what they want. It didn't take us a year and a half because they were slow. It didn't take us a year and a half because we did not know what we wanted. It took us a year and a half because we needed to go through the motions and understand exactly what were the objectives of each side, what were its limitations, what we were prepared to do, what we were not prepared to do. So governance was absolutely quintessential. Then the regulatory environment, GDPR, NIS, DORA. Are we talking about voluntary information sharing? Are we talking about disclosure of information as a result of a regulatory notification obligation? Do I have 24, 72 hours, or without undue delay? Right? So these are just, let's say, some of the aspects on the regulatory and on the actual commonality of objectives, which then brings us into incentive, trust, and ultimately having the right community around the table. And having the right community around the table is critical because I can tell you about the successful information sharing schemes, but I can tell you about the failed ones as well. And I can tell you that the failed ones were usually the ones that were having free riders. Usually the ones that would have people around the table saying nothing and expecting of the one person who had decided that would speak today to speak, to say everything, everybody taking notes, no one contributing. And this is also the challenge with the public sector. Sometimes it is only one directional communication. So how do you make sure that you get the direction on the other side? And then, yes, there is a cost. There is an investment aspect that one needs to factor. Not just the cost that the Commission would cover with their initiative, but also the cost around building the knowledge, the cost around building the infrastructure to collect, and the size, the scale to collect this information, and then understand what they mean. I think that these are the steps for this initiative to be successful, but I'm definitely encouraged by the fact that, if you like, the Commission is picking up the gauntlet and taking up this challenge, because it means that there is understanding that this is something important. Thank you, Luigi.
Thank you, Elias. Okay, I think Julie has been mentioned many times. Maybe it's time to give you the floor to react to what has been said.
Sure. Thank you. It was really fascinating, and thank you very much for the feedbacks and for your perspectives. So we don't deny that this is really extremely complex. And when we started looking into this, we really wanted to understand what could make sense. And that's why we started trying to think about this concept of, those platforms and how they could work and how to attract, to give incentives. It was mentioned several times to companies, public sector, whoever has data to share, to participate. So there's no easy answer to that, but I think we have to tackle it and to try to find, from the examples of the successful initiatives, what has worked so far and what could scale a little bit. And why scaling matters, I think it's because exactly of what you said, Liv, the challenge, the threat we're facing I mean, everybody understands that it requires that we boost our situational awareness collectively, and that everyone is able to detect faster, to react faster. And today, when we look at average time needed to detect incident and breaches, it's, I mean, hundreds of days on average. When we look at the cost of not detecting, it's huge. So there's a huge economic incentive, and this is really, we hope, a compelling argument to try to act. Now, how do we move from, I mean, it's nicer to share around a beer to, you know, a model that makes sense and where everybody gets something back, and therefore, without the beer even, we could try to do something that is, you know, on a broader scale and goes faster and is more sustainable and we could build upon in the future. So this is the challenge. And we heard a lot at the beginning that you cannot force trust. Yeah, sure, we can't replicate trust that two individuals can build, but can we act on the parameters of trust and, you know, see what could be done to propose a model? So we have identified several dimensions which were all raised here, and I'm really happy to see that the thinking that you have on the challenges and the possible solutions, it aligns very well with what we have heard and what we have developed with member states so far. Number one, governance. I mean, it needs to be clear who can join, who can share, how you can share and how you can receive information. What are the rules of engagement for such framework? We also need to know how, you know, in terms of incentives, those successful examples, I think if I'm not mistaken, they use this model of give and reward. So the more you give and the more high quality data you provide, the better quality data you can get back. And this is, I think, one of the key success factors. On the other hand, this is something that probably works better for the private sector because they will have high quality data, but we also need to think about public sector actors, and they might have other things to bring. So we have to cater for the profiles of those who will, you know, join, hopefully, those frameworks. So governance, incentives, really, really very important. Trust also in the infrastructure. So having an infrastructure that is sufficiently secure, this is not a given. I mean, today we realize that this is missing a bit everywhere. So we would really need to think about having very good connectivity, very clear rules also on exchange of data. And then all sorts of other, you know, additional features that can help: data anonymization, taxonomies, interoperable or simply agreement on what kind of data to share in which format is super important, and a clear vision of maybe we should go gradually. Maybe there's no need to shoot for something overambitious immediately, like we will probably not be able to share the most sensitive data immediately in such kind of framework. But what about other data? There is a lot, I think, out there that could benefit from being brought together and simply filtered, analyzed in a way that, as somebody said, you know, no human can do. So if we can build some machines that can be used for that, it could be also of benefit to everyone. So these are the kind of things that we are reflecting on, and we hope that, you know, this will be met with interest from member states and the private sector, because we will have this call for expression of interest, and we want to remain flexible. So, you know, the model has to be brought by the stakeholders, and then we will examine and we'll try to also see, you know, how to perhaps discuss amongst those who propose models and exchange best practices, good ideas, refine as we go. So this is something that is not fixed today, and that's why we really want to have a continuous dialogue.
Thank you. So I take maybe 2 minutes, the privilege of a moderator, to say something. As EXO, we have been the partner of the European Commission in building up a public-private partnership on cybersecurity since 2016. And for years, we have tried to build up, let's say, a cooperation among the user to share information, to share data, to share IOCs. And it has been very difficult, extremely difficult, because of trust. Because we tried to not to impose, but to give schemes that were too tough, too difficult, and at the end, we realized that a beer is maybe the simplest way. I mean, decrease your barrier and start with something very simple. You have to create the network. You have to create trust one another. And we have seen it in different countries, European countries. There are a kind of, you can call it club, whatever, of CISO. And they are sharing information. I'm following. I had the luck, let me say, in the last few months, to be in a chat on WhatsApp. So horrible, you would say WhatsApp. In a chat of CISO, Italian CISO, sharing what? Sometimes jokes, very often jokes, and sometimes it happens something quite serious. Not too serious, because then they go bilateral, then they go with each other, but the fun is that they know each other. So when they have a real problem, they call each other, they go deep in the detail, because they had kind of virtual beer, let me say, with the jokes. And this is fundamental. Without that, you cannot build trust, let me say. This is my experience. And now what we want to do in EXO is to create a European network of CISO, and we do it on Signal, by the way, a little bit better, maybe safer, to start building up this link across the sides of the different countries. And it's difficult also because different countries speak different languages, have a different level of maturity, different interests, different applications, well, different data they want to need, different quality of data, as those also been said. It's a challenge, but we have started now, this week. So it will come up. If it is coming up, something good, I'm sure we will have managed to bring together all this, which will be a good counterpart for you and for the public sector, because they do share information at different level. Maybe they're a bit more reluctant to share with public sector, yes. And even regulation are not sufficient for them to share all what they know. But they know a lot, I can tell you. And this is, so step by step, we try to create this trust. And then, of course, we need to give the technology, we have to give the network, we have to get all what is enabling them to move from a one-to-one to one-to-many and to many-to-many sharing. This is hopefully the next step. And we see how we go, but of course, now we also in EXO, we have created the task force that would like to prepare in a month, more or less, a paper to give to the Commission about the recommendation from user, but also to the providers, what this platform of SOCs could look like, some as we are doing today here. But really, I think I see things are changing, maturing in the different countries, and that very, very good also because, I mean, the size of these weeks are under pressure. You know it very well because of Ukraine and so on, and the threats which are spamming around, well, going around Europe, or simply the malware we have seen with the COVID period. Sorry, I wanted to give this view. Maybe, Jorge, you want to say something about your size, or you are working as a security in the security department of the group.
Yes, and yeah, well, my role is mainly focused on the technology part, and we have talked. Elias has talked about the artificial intelligence, the potential machine learning models, and the way that we are going to manage the incredible amount of data, etc., etc. But at the end, I'm totally agree with Leah and with you, Luigi. The key point is people. Obviously, people are here also, but mainly people. I think that the concept could be different, and of course the goal is the same. But the idea of creating a solid network of key people, well connect, and with this level of trust pre-built. I mean, and this kind of conference help. I'm sorry not to be there, but the face-to-face relationship is always helping, and first to establish these relationships, and then the technology is the next step. And nowadays we have talked about different levels of maturity in the different member states. But I think that this level of maturity affects only on the technology part and the data that potentially they are collecting. But the people, the intention of the people is the same. And I'm pretty sure, I'm guessing now, but I'm pretty sure that the key people in each institution and in each public institution and in each private company has the same objective, and I don't know how to name it, but this is a kind of collaboration and a kind of build this shield, European shield, to protect us, helping us detecting faster. And you mentioned a WhatsApp group. In Spain, we have the same thing, even worse, because now we are using Telegram, and it's not the best channel. But jokes apart, it is quite interesting. We created a few years ago in a context of incident response of ransomware nationally. You probably all of you remember WannaCry that affects globally a lot of companies and public institutions. So we coordinated ourselves during these days, and we 5 years after we still daily talking and sharing in a non-formal way the information that could be useful for everybody. And then this allows also the bilateral conversations. So I totally agree with Liaf and you, Luigi, that the people and the personal relationships are the key point here. And after that, of course, we have to start building the technology, the platform, the standardization and the governance of the data. If we want to be able to ingest and to deal with all this kind of data, obviously with the help of the artificial intelligence. But I think we are talking in the long term on that way.
Thank you, Jorge. Ilias, you wanted to intervene now?
Yes, actually, let me. Shall I respond to the question?
Well, there was you can insert it in your.
Okay, yes, I will. So I like a lot that people agree with me on the panel, but then it's not fun. So let me just.
Don't worry, I can.
Let me just, for the sake of, let's say, the discussion, actually pose a question to everyone that has agreed with me about the importance of the personal connection, if you like.
We were agreeing with this beer.
And the beer, and his beer. So, question, because this is a chicken and egg problem, if you like. What is more important? Is it the personal connection, or is it the knowledge and the existence of governance? And a governance that creates alignment of incentives. Meaning, I would argue that even if I don't know Luigi for 15 years, if I'm in an environment which creates the right alignment incentives and the right level of control for me to be comfortable to share information, I am more inclined to do that. And if that particular grouping or structure meets regularly or has a regular cadence, I'm more inclined ultimately to create also the personal touch. So what should go first? Should it be the governance, or should it be the let's all get together for a beer? Now, to the question, which I think is related. There was a question that Luigi shared with me on the iPad about what do I think needs to be the incentives to derive information sharing from the side of the public sector to the private sector. Because often the private sector will do information sharing, but it's going to be more difficult for the public. That's a tough one, is the honest answer. I would argue...
Then we will ask it to Carlos.
Yes, you should. I would argue that for the public sector at least, apart from the same requirement of alignment of incentives, and by the way, the public sector incentives are likely to be sometimes more complicated than the private sector. The private sector incentives may be common commercial objective or may be common threat. The public sector objective is possible also that is geopolitical, which creates additional complications. But apart from that, I would also argue the importance of the regulatory framework. So for example, there has been time that we had law enforcement agencies that would desperately want information from us, but because of the way the regulatory framework was around the criminal investigation, they could not reciprocate information back to us. And it doesn't mean that we want, to know what the criminal investigation is, but what we do want is to be able to block a threat. Equally, I have been into scenarios whereby the information sharing between public and private sector has a different type of tension. I detect a cyber attack. I disclose it to the government agency. And the government agency might turn around and say, do not block it yet. And my reaction would be, what do you mean? I want to block it. It's an attack. I need to stop it. It affects my customer. Yes, you do. But when you block it, then the attacker knows that we know. And what we want to do is we want to understand what they're going to do. So in that relationship, you see a different dynamic. I want to do what's right for my customers. They want to do what's right for my customers, but they also want to make sure that they are sort of like, they also understand the nature and they possibly attribute the threat. So again, it's a hypothetical scenario, but it's one that shows that the incentives, if you like, are not always aligned, or maybe aligned and at some point diverged.
Yeah, there was a question right now from Harry Perret, the CEO of Asati, who said, why are you talking about the network rather than the ecosystem? Because that's going somehow in the same thing that you said. It's not only about trust. Creating the environment, it depends on the environment
I don't disagree. I have to describe it somehow. Ecosystem is probably a more nice way of describing it. In the end, it's about a system which enables permissions, control, and rewards for the contributing party.
So, Carlos, what do you see the information coming from the public? You are pilots. I mean, you have real experience now how to bring things together.
I think to have a beer is good for to gain trust, but it's not a question only of trust. It's a question of to create the infrastructure necessary and also to push a little bit to push. It's very important to make a little of pressure. In Spain, in the public sector, people don't have the knowledge, the necessary knowledge for this field of cybersecurity. So they traditionally contract a provider, and they let to the cybersecurity to the provider. The provider, as I said before, they don't share information because they are competing in the market. So we are working into places. In one place, in the public, we are connecting the public employees, saying you have to share information about incident, and we are creating this network between public entities, only public entities, and they are exchanging information, and they are starting to talk. okay, you have to, the CCM, we have more information, we started to share information with them. And now we have a little network that the public entities, they are sharing information between them. The idea is that they believe that the SOC is his SOC, and the information is his information, and they will try, we want to try that they will share this information about this channel, only public entities. In the private, with the private providers, we are pushing a little bit because we are evaluating the information that they share. And we are doing a level of gold level to the companies that share really good information. If you don't share information in a period of time and so on, you will lose your gold level. And we are saying to the public sector, if you are going to contract a SOC, please ask for the gold level to the providers in order that the providers share a lot of information. So it's question not only trust, it's question to push a little bit, it's question to create infrastructure, it's question of that the organization. So as I said before, we are in a pilot project, little by little. Right now we can see something, but I need time to say the reality.
So how do you see like from your experience on SOCs, what could really be the effect of bringing together? How it's technology feasible? What are the challenges there? How you see it? Because we have questions about also how you bring them together from different policy, different countries, and you see policy issues, technology issues. What are because also Julie said we have to create some cross, how do you call it, solid at the beginning?
The platforms, we want to create cross-border platforms.
Cross-border, yeah, but also you could, like the mechanism that can help to,
and this can be really challenging. I have worked a bit with Europol and their internal information sharing between all the various jurisdictions involved in Europol and what each slice of Europol can share with the others. It makes things horrible. You would like to assume that Europol takes a bunch of intelligence and put it into one big database. No, it's a database with a number of slices, depending on under which circumstances that data can actually be shared. I mean, that's to a large degree the same in cybersecurity. Have you ever tried to ask a German for his network logs? He will just laugh at you because the Germans are very strict about that. And so on. Yes, it's extremely complicated, and I don't have any really good solutions. The way I do is work around it by personal connections, but that doesn't scale. Julie mentioned the scaling, and of course, whatever you come up with, it needs to scale. There have been attempts at making trust scale by saying, oh, we have this community, you can enter this community if 2 current members will vouch for you, and those must be people who personally know you and trust you. And so what you end up with in the end is something that is similar to Freemasons or something. And it actually works to a degree. It works as at least a network within a platform in which you can sort of bootstrap your personal network.
Yeah, well, okay, if you allow me the joke, we could scale maybe from north of Europe from a beer to south of Europe a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Ilias, yeah.
So, a couple of thoughts. We are in town that is famous for producing regulation, okay? So, having a clear legal basis in cybersecurity legislation, for instance, NISD, as to how and under what conditions you can process personal data for cybersecurity purposes, recital 49 and Article 6F of GDPR, for those that are initiated in these kind of discussions. That actually helps the problem that Leif described about the German, Spanish, Italian, Greek, Dutch log files. Meaning, what kind of personal data can I access and under what legal conditions? Is it cybersecurity relevant? Is it strictly necessary proportionate? Which is the language really that is in GDPR, example number one. Equally on the other side, the Commission right now has proposed in the Data Act language around, for example, the government may be in a position to request data in a scenario of emergency. The emergency is not well defined. We know cybersecurity data is extremely sensitive. How would governments feel about government A claiming an emergency and like that having access to cybersecurity data of critical infrastructure providers in jurisdiction B? An example, a difficult example, one that I'm not sure how thought through has been or what do we mean when we say emergency. In my experience, information sharing either in closed groups or bilaterally works very well. The third scenario that it works very well in bigger communities is a scenario whereby there is commonality of purpose, commonality of rules, level of control of information, and finally a reward in what you're contributing. I'm thinking here of models like a Cyber Threat Alliance, for example, in the US. And I'm thinking also of models, because I sit on the advisory board of Europol, I'm thinking of models that Europol has imposed, and they work, frankly, very well. And also, if I want to go and praise the Commission and the EU work, the time that I was sitting at the advisory board of ENISA has been a model that has been working very well, exactly because of the building of trust. So there are mechanisms that we have at EU level that have worked actually quite well. The bit about the technology or the interoperability, in my eyes, is not the problem. How do we go about building the human and governance aspect to put it underneath it, the technology? That is really where the crux of the matter is, and frankly, the biggest success.
Yeah, but you know, there's one question from Nina from Clavista. She's a friend, and she's come up something which is linked. That would maybe Julie, I don't know if too much touchy question, but because the impression is that we are moving from cybersecurity, a technology issue linked to business and so on, to something which is really driven by the responsibility of national public administrations or whatever public administration. That they are those who are setting the rules, which is in a way is true because legislation and so on. But at the end, those who are facing the threats are very often the private sector. So, and the feeling that I know when discussing with a number of members of EXO is that this SOC story looks very much a network of public SOCs.
So
maybe I'm wrong.
No, it's a good question.
But that's the feeling that is going around.
No, it's a good question. I mean, this is not something we ever said. I think we have realized very early on that those who have a lot of the data are the private sector people. So I don't think we get very far if we stop at public sector. And secondly, there is a network of CSIRTs, and very often they perform the role of public SOCs, let's say. So we do not, again, want to replicate that. I think the added value in what we're trying to do is to bring together the public and the private sector. So that would be the whole idea, because if we want to, bring together a lot more data or higher quality data, but a lot more data, and then we need to have both sides involved.
Yeah, but the Joint
So I think
Cyber Unit
no
is envisaging the private in a certain time, put it that way, to be polite.
Yeah, but here we're not talking about the steps to realize the Joint Cyber Unit. Joint Cyber Unit is one thing, and what we are talking about with this very concrete project around SOCs is something that will support all the whole community. So, if we get better at pulling together this data and analyzing it and getting better outputs, it can serve all those who participate, and it should serve the private sector structures, the CSIRTs and others, but also, the ISACs and ultimately all those who contribute. So it's a capability which we hope will, emerge at some point and should benefit everyone. Then there is of course, a legal framework around, but here again, we're talking about something that complements, that is added to it, that would work on the basis of incentives and getting something back, which hopefully can also, enlarge and expand the amount of things that people would be willing to share. Usually with regulation, then you would tend to look at, what is the minimum I really have to give to comply. Whereas here, the idea would be the reverse one. And coming back to the interpersonal and personal relations, we're not here to try to replace that either. I welcome the initiatives that you just described to create new networks, and all of this should be encouraged. And then we hope that all the investments that will go into the national capacities, also as I mentioned, 80 million is the first batch of grants that we will allocate later this year. It should serve to support the whole ecosystem, because this is the foundation. Then on top of that, we're looking at this next step, again, how to federate all these initiatives. And that's where we are slowly trying to build this concept. And there, I'm afraid, yes, we're trying to move away a bit from the personal relations, because that won't be sufficient. But we also do not need to immediately jump to the most complex scenario where it's not necessarily immediately something where everybody has to share highly sensitive data, and then you add law enforcement constraints and all these things. We can take it step by step. So I think, from my understanding, there are data, as I said earlier, that are perhaps less sensitive, but also less tapped into to try to monitor what is happening. So maybe you can start with this. And there, the tools matter. I agree that the technology is not the key to all of this, but still, it can help. It can boost things, because if we talk about large sets of data, then we need to filter that. We need to see how we can make some high-quality outputs out of it. And I think we should definitely leverage the new functions of data analytics tools, AI, etc. So that's also the purpose of then this second investment that we will make later this year. And there's this 30 million envelope to support those cross-border platforms and equip them properly. All of this is in the making, in progress. I heard a lot and learned a lot from this panel. So,
it's not over.
No,
it's not over.
not
Actually,
over.
there are a
already
few
learned
minutes
a
left,
lot.
and I received a message that maybe I should take a few questions from the audience. But first of all, I would like to have one word from Jorge. Jorge, what would you ask from this panel, you as a user?
Well,
From this panel, from this network, sorry, from this
yeah,
network.
I will ask a real joint collaboration. So Julie has remarked before, this is not just a public sector initiative, has to be a joint, both public and private initiative, and with bilateral information sharing. So the initiative it will be very well received for the private sector, because I think that only at a public level and a national or European level, that's the only way to start the conversations. And Julie mentioned before also that it has to be phase by phase or step by step. It is not necessary. I mean, it's good to think big and to imagine the near future, but let's start with small steps, and then we see how to go scaling. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So there are questions. There are 4 minutes left. There are questions from the audience. Please. I think there is. No, because otherwise I don't think they can hear you on the web.
Hi, thanks again. Again, Mike Scardival from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. For any people who are new, I wanted to comment a little bit on a little bit more than ask a question on the personal relationship versus systematic relationship question, because outside of the cybersecurity world, in the general security world, this is something we've spent the last 20 years working on, and I've personally spent most of that time working on. And I would argue the personal relationship will always produce results. People will always be happy with it, but it will never be scalable, as you mentioned, but it will also never be reliable, and it will never be strategically acceptable. To give you an example, 12, 13 years ago, we had an incident where there was a potential terrorist attack on an aircraft flying to Europe. Turned out not to be one, so was never in the newspapers. We were trying to collaborate through a personal relationship. Unfortunately, one of the key people in that personal relationship decided that morning to take a picnic with his family and turn off his iPhone. So, not because of bad will, not because of anything else, that network absolutely collapsed in a time of urgent need. It's also not sustainable because people change over time. And two people may have a great relationship, one moves on to a new job, and the next person who comes in to replace her may not get along with the other person. I've seen liaison offices go from the most productive in the continent to the least productive in the continent that we've then disbanded within 2 years, all because of personalities. So I strongly agree with, what's your name, sir? Mr. Chantos, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I love the way you described it of you need to have procedures, controls, and rewards and build that into a system. Now you can use your personal relationships to start that, but you have to devise the process and ideally start to automate as much of the process as possible so it's accountable. And so it enables the people that are working within it to gain the benefits consistently. Sorry that it's not a question, more of a comment, but just I've spent 20 years working on this, so wanted to chime in. Thanks.
Thank you. Any for your comment? Other question left? We have 1 minute. No one. So any other from the panel, some final comment from you? Julie, we are working for you. You know, we try to give you some good advice.
No, you gave a lot of good input, not to me, but I think it's, in the collective interest. There's a general objective here to reinforce our collective security.
Yeah, indeed. So, with this, I think it's time to close, and I thank all the speakers and the participants. And I know that I have to say something because now we have a coffee break, indeed. We will come back live at 4 p.m. During the break, there will be coffee and tea served in the foyer for those attending in person, as well the exhibition booth from EXO, Sectra, and Cloudflare. For those attending virtually, you can now use your networking function to connect with other delegates and visit sponsor booths in the expo area. So after the break, there will be session 4, enhancing European and international cooperation to respond to cyber threats and promote a global, stable, and novel cyberspace. Thank you for your attention and have a good afternoon.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, we'll get the next session started. So we're going to try something now, which we've certainly not done before. We're going to have this session moderated remotely by Raluca from Carnegie Europe. So, Raluca, are you there? Could you say something, Raluca, so I know that it's working?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah, we can. That's great. So, Raluca, thanks for doing this. I'll hand over to you now. But yeah, I just want to make sure that it was all working, which it appears to be. So, thank you very much. Yeah, Raluca, over to you.
Thank you very much. And first of all, apologies to not be in the room. I would have loved to, but given some recent developments, it's safer for me to be online. But again, thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this fourth session of the 9th Annual European Cybersecurity Conference, which is titled Enhancing European and International Cooperation to Respond to Cyber Threats and Promote a Global, Stable, and Open Cyberspace. My name is Raluca Cernatoni, and I'm a visiting scholar at Carnegie Europe. And on behalf of Carnegie Europe, I'm also a research expert on emerging disruptive technologies as part of the EU Cyber Direct and EU Cyber Direct Cyber Diplomacy Initiative project. I have the great pleasure of moderating this session in a hybrid format, so hopefully this will go well. The title of this session could not be timelier, I would say, because given the ongoing war in Ukraine, international cooperation and joint action to promote peace, diplomatic tools, but also to enhance cybersecurity and cyber defense are, I would say, ever more necessary. The war challenges the effectiveness of the tools developed until now and even asks important questions, for instance, how international and European frameworks for responsible state behavior, but also capacity building in cyberspace apply in this situation. Also, much more reflection, I would say, is needed in terms of understanding the activity done by non-state actors acting as proxies, and in the case of the Ukrainian war, acting as proxies on both sides of the conflict. And this definitely raises some important dilemmas. So my hope during this session is to also address some of these key questions triggered by the current situation. So for instance, what does the war in Ukraine tell us about the state of cybersecurity or cyber diplomacy, as well as cyber defense today? More importantly, What about thinking also through the effectiveness of peacetime diplomatic instruments, such as cyber confidence and trust building measures, and how these can be also translated in states of war or conflict? But what is certain, I would even more dare to say, is that no country can counter cyber threats alone. And cooperation and a multilateral approach are therefore crucial to mitigate cybersecurity threats and to ensure the stability of the digital world. So in the past decade, for sure, we have seen increased efforts from the side of the EU and NATO to undertake a number of initiatives aimed at strengthening cooperation among their member states, but also within other international organizations and partner countries. First and foremost, when it comes to what I would say, engendering this shared understanding of the digital threat landscape, but also to promote international law, protect norms, human rights, and fundamental freedoms online. So for this session, the stated aim is to actually unpack, start to discuss the latest developments outlined in the EU's new cybersecurity strategy, also more recently in the published strategic compass, but also to deep dive into other non-regulatory instruments, for instance, to promote cooperation and knowledge sharing between EU member states, EU institutions, but also between the EU and NATO, within, again, international fora and with other key important partners, and not to forget as well with the industry. It is, I would say, one of the other aims of this session to also highlight the capacity and confidence building measures to date, but also how these can be improved in the long term. So having an eye towards the future and to implement a more coherent and holistic international cybersecurity approach in more pragmatic terms, but also to promote, as the title of this session states, a more global, stable, and open cyberspace, both at times of peace, but also in times of war. So to discuss these issues, we have today a distinguished lineup of speakers delivering their input in the running order of the program. First, I have the pleasure to introduce the two distinguished keynote speakers who will address us virtually via pre-recorded speeches. So I will first introduce Ms. Anne Neuberger, Deputy National Security Advisor on Cyber and Emerging Tech with the National Security Council and the White House, who will join us virtually now. And this is the cue for the tech team, I would say, to play the video.
Good morning. I regret that I am not able to join you in person this year, but appreciate the opportunity to address you virtually. We are at a geopolitical inflection point. At this time, we are witness to the largest land invasion in Europe since World War II. These circumstances are a sobering reminder that peace and global stability are fragile, and that diplomacy and international cooperation are in each of our national security interests to achieve a more peaceful, prosperous, and stable world. An important part of my responsibilities as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies is to consider the geopolitical dimensions of cybersecurity and technology broadly, and then to navigate their national security implications. Fundamentally, technology has made our lives better, but technology is also inextricably linked with questions of governance, corruption, and human rights. And technology is a tool leveraged in global competition, both in positive ways as well as negative ones. On the one hand, advancements in machine learning and big data analytics are revitalizing industries from public health and education to supply chain management. Digital tools are used by governments to improve the delivery of public services to their citizens. Many of these tools prove to be indispensable as our countries continue to navigate COVID-19 challenges. On the other hand, we recognize that technology can also be used by authoritarian regimes to advance mass surveillance, facilitate arbitrary detention, spread disinformation, and systematize oppression. And governments can also use malicious cyber activity as a component of force projection, as we've witnessed with Russia's further invasion of Ukraine. International cooperation is necessary to effectively plan for and advance solutions to our most pressing cyber and technology-related challenges, and doing so in a manner consistent with our principles and values. Upon accepting this invitation, I was asked to reflect on both on the role of cybersecurity and technology, and also what more international partners can do to defend against malicious cyber activity from hostile state and non-state actors. I'll now turn to my views on that important question. When defending against malicious cyber activity, we should always begin with the us and them paradigm. First, there is us. Governments and companies are under constant, sophisticated, and malicious attack from nation-state adversaries and criminals. And there is them, the nation-state adversaries and criminals, who look for any opening to attack, whether hunting for coding errors or compromising supply chains to create an attack vector. We are fully in control of what steps we take to defend against malicious cyber activity, and that work must begin at home. First, each of us must harden and modernize our domestic cyber defenses to make ourselves less vulnerable to malicious activity. In some places, each of our nations is a leader with respect to the sophistication and effectiveness of the authorities and processes we have in place. And in others, we are laggards. We must accelerate our efforts at home by looking to learn from one another's experiences, replicating what works and learning from what doesn't. The last 13 months has been a period of reflection in the United States, and we've taken aggressive measures to improve our cybersecurity posture with presidential directives, public-private partnerships, and changes in our laws. For each of the changes and innovations we've made, we first considered what measure our international partners had in place to solve shared challenges, and sought to learn from them. Second, we must clearly communicate what behavior is and is not acceptable in cyberspace. Clarifying what behavior is and isn't acceptable in cyberspace, communicating shared values, common interests, and reiterating norms can act as a force multiplier for holding malicious cyber actors accountable. International law and peacetime norms set the standard by which we judge responsible state behavior in cyberspace, and they signal the activities that the international community would find unacceptable, whether in conflict or peacetime. Third, we must demonstrate unity and work together to impose costs on malicious cyber actors. In the case of nation-states, we do so with public attribution. The international community must be prepared to work together to condemn and potentially respond to cyber activities that run contrary to our standards of responsible state behavior, lest they become the new norm. Publicly acknowledging and condemning malicious incidents and their destabilizing impact is an important step to reinforcing the framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. Many of our countries have worked together to jointly attribute malicious activity over the last year, and we look forward to continuing that partnership. The unity the international community has shown in rejecting Russia's further invasion of Ukraine has shown the power we have when we work together. We can and must do the same to impose costs on malicious cyber actors. Finally, we know nation-states aren't the only malicious cyber actors. International partners must also continue to cooperate through existing channels to work together to identify, disrupt, and prosecute malicious cybercriminals. In summary, international cooperation on cybersecurity and technology is necessary to promote a global, stable, and open cyberspace. And the United States stands ready to build on our existing European partnerships. I wish you a successful and productive meeting.
Thank you very much. This was for sure a great way to kickstart the discussions. But before going into it, I will now invite you to listen to the other pre-recorded speech by Mr. David Van Wel, Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges at NATO. So cue the video once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you today, and apologies that it's virtual. This conference comes at an unprecedented time. We're in the midst of an ongoing, wholly unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by Russia. This battle is not only taking place in the physical world, but also in the digital world. Cyberspace was used to shape the Ukrainian environment with cyber attacks and disinformation. It's being used now to disrupt Ukrainian communications and the ability to communicate with the population. It will continue to underpin the entire war. Cyberspace is on at all times. It's a battleground of strategic competition, and it's a point of vulnerability for us all. And so it's important that we discuss ways to confront crisis and manage conflict in cyberspace. Protecting and promoting a free and secure cyberspace is not something any one nation, any one alliance, or any one continent can do alone. International cooperation and partnerships, including with the European Union, are vital to work that is happening now and must continue to promote a stable and open cyberspace. Today, I will discuss 3 areas with you. First, the evolution of our thinking about cyber defense at NATO and the current strategic landscape. Second, how allies are using NATO as a platform to facilitate consultation and coordinate action among themselves and with partners. And third, the role of cyberspace in a new strategic concept for NATO and beyond. Allies recognized cyber defense as part of NATO's core task of collective defense already in 2014. Originally, NATO viewed the cyber domain as primarily technical in nature. Now, cyber defense is a core and integrated part of NATO's broader deterrence and defense posture. Cyberspace is unique. There is constant competition and continuous ambiguity that renders traditional thoughts on deterrence and strategy less effective. It's not possible to prevent and deter all cyber activity, so we must shift our thinking towards a more proactive approach. Our efforts must keep pace not only with a dynamic cyber threat landscape, but also with rapid technological change. Our responses must consider this reality and the various state and non-state actors that complicate the threat environment. In particular, critical infrastructure, the very systems that we depend on to live and work and function as a society, have become a target to cybercriminals and nation-state actors. In 2022, so far, there have been malicious cyber activities targeting international health organizations, civilian transportation systems, military and diplomatic departments, global telecommunication outlets, and energy and oil suppliers. We are seeing a cross-section of these attacks also occurring in Ukraine. This form of competition blurs the lines between peace, crisis, and conflict. NATO has taken significant steps to respond to these challenges. 7 years after the adoption of NATO's last cyber defense policy, Allies heads of state and government endorsed our latest policy at the Brussels summit last year. Importantly, Allies recognize cyberspace for what it is, a unique domain that needs to be treated as such. For example, Allies acknowledge that the impact of significant malicious cumulative cyber activities might, in certain circumstances, be considered as amounting to an armed attack. The true strategic consequences of malicious cyber activities may lie not in producing a catastrophic armed attack that disables a country in a single moment. Rather, such consequences may be the result of an accumulation of smaller attacks to undermine the sources of national power. NATO must actively deter, defend against, and counter the full spectrum of cyber threats at all times. And if necessary, allies will impose costs on those who harm them, and such responses are not limited to cyberspace. To put words into actions, allies are making greater use of NATO as a platform for political consultations. Allies are sharing information and concerns, exchanging national approaches, as well as considering possible collective responses. To support these efforts, allies continue to bolster their resilience in the face of potential cyber incidents targeting, especially now, in national critical infrastructure. They've been clear that they stand ready to respond to malicious cyber activities by using all of the tools in the toolbox, be it political, economic, diplomatic, or military. And with this in mind, NATO is also drawing on mutually beneficial partnerships, including with other countries, international organizations, industry, and academia. The European Union is one of our closest partners, and I mean this in a literal and figurative sense. NATO is engaging with the EU to look at our existing toolboxes for countering cyber threats. We continuously seek areas to complement the unique roles each organization has in cyber defense and amplify possible responses. NATO and the EU regularly share information between cyber incident response teams and exchange best practices, particularly so now given the events unfolding in Ukraine. We are enhancing consultations with Finland and Sweden while continuing to work closely with partner nations such as Ukraine, Georgia, Japan, New Zealand, and Australia, among many others that are committed to a rule-based order in cyberspace. By using NATO as a platform, we can and do work together to enhance our situational awareness. This informs the development of comprehensive responses across political, military, and technical levels. Of course, unlike other operational domains where security concerns are primarily the responsibility of states, cyber defense is heavily influenced by the private sector. Often, the private sector is the first responder, operator, and innovator in cyberspace. So when formulating partnerships, it is vital to integrate industry as a core component. Information sharing, exercises, training and education are a few examples of areas where NATO and industry are working together to improve our ability to detect, prevent, and respond to cyber threats quickly. The current situation in Ukraine only highlights the importance of doing even more together. Looking ahead, technologies such as artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, big data, biotech, and quantum are changing the world and our everyday lives. They're also changing the way that the Alliance operates. They provide us with new opportunities for our militaries, helping them to become more effective, resilient, efficient, and sustainable. But they also represent new threats. As we embrace the vast opportunities provided by these new technologies, we must also prepare for the immense risks that can arise from their use. Peace in our continent has been shattered. There is war in Europe on a scale and of a type we thought belonged to history. We face a new reality for our security. And so, following a meeting of NATO defense ministers earlier this week, we will reset our collective defense and deterrence for the longer term. As part of this, we will consider the future of our cyber defenses. And a new strategic concept will be agreed upon by NATO leaders in Madrid this summer. This pivotal moment requires collective resolve towards our shared responsibility in securing the future of democracy, the future of our values and principles, and we will continue to work with our partners, including the European Union, to ensure that we are all better protected and more resilient. Thank you for your time today, and I wish you a fruitful discussion in the session to follow on these important topics.
Many thanks to all the keynote speakers for sharing their views. I think we have great food for thought to kickstart the panel discussions. So I took some notes and to flag some common takeaways. Both keynote speakers emphasized the importance of international cooperation against malicious cyber activities perpetrated by state and non-state actors. What was also emphasized was the accelerating impact of technological advancements on both the geopolitics, but also the cyberspace, as well as the key role of public-private partnerships, the need to protect critical infrastructure, and also to step up cooperation on norm promotion. And one other key dimension is the importance of advancing strategic thinking and situational awareness regarding the cyber threat landscape. But to discuss these issues, I have the great pleasure of introducing the panel and again, the excellent lineup of speakers joining us today, both in person, in the room, and online, and to deliver their input remarks in the order of the program. I have the great pleasure of introducing Mr. Viktor Staniecki, Head of Cyber Sector Security Policy Division at the European External Action Service, in the room with you. Ms. Natalie Jarsma, Ambassador at Large for Security Policy and Cyber with the Kingdom of the Netherlands, joining us online. Ms. Piret Urb, Head of International Relations Information System Authority in Estonia, as well as in the room. And last but definitely not the least, Mr. John Graham Cumming, Chief Technology Officer, Cloudflare, who is joining us online from San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much. And of course, it is a pleasure to host the panel discussion today, and maybe to share some housekeeping rules. And with an eye on the clock, I would suggest that introductory remarks on your side would be kept to up to 5 to 6 minutes. I also highly encourage you to potentially dedicate 1 or 2 minutes in your remarks to react to the keynote speeches, because some points were raised there, as well as, depending on time, I will also take my freedom or liberty or privilege to abuse of my role as chair and follow up with some questions or points of clarification before moving to the next speaker. And finally, once the speakers are finished, I will move to a round of questions and also open the floor to the Q&A and for taking on audience questions. But without further ado, I now turn to you, Mr. Staniecki, in the room to share your thoughts potentially on these efforts in the context of recent cyber-related policy developments, maybe the role of the European External Action Service related to cyber diplomacy and capacity building mechanisms. But yes, I will leave it to you, and I will give you the real floor. Over to you, Mr. Staniecki.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Raluca, and great to see you here close to me and all the colleagues in the virtual room. But first of all, as well, you're the audience. It feels really great to be back into real events and networking. I think that I'll try to be short in my introductory remarks and leave more time for interactive discussion and engagement with you, and as well with my co-panelists. I think that many important points have been made already by keynote speakers, by Anne and David. I would like to highlight in my introductory intervention, few elements. First of all, related to war in Ukraine, multilateral cooperation, including a program of action, and then a few words as well, EU cyber diplomacy toolbox. So first of all, I think that it has been mentioned by David and Anne, is that I think that a lot of things that we have taken for granted, including peace in Europe, are no longer true. And the unprovoked Russian military invasion in Ukraine has been preceded as well and accompanied by large-scale and persistent cyber attacks. Even if the cyber has not been on the first pages in comparison with conventional warfare, it still remains there, and it's important. And we strongly condemned and will continue condemning cyber attacks against the Ukrainian government, entities, and critical sectors, as well as citizens. The attacks are, of course, an integral part of the ongoing conflict and aggression against Ukrainians' independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. So, in short, the cyber threat level continues to be very high, and as you know, per the nature of cyber attacks, they are very difficult to contain. So they may hit unintended targets and have spillover attacks. So we, as the European Union and our member states, and I think that Piret might be saying a little bit more about that, need to urgently prepare ourselves and for spillover effects and as well cyber attacks by enhancing our resilience and building broader coalition of different stakeholders to address those. We, as the European Union, of course, from the day zero, are engaged in providing short-term support to Ukraine, as well as assistance to countries in the region, such as Moldova, Republic of Moldova, Georgia, and in the Western Balkans. We're also, as per the title of today's session, we're very much working close hand in hand with our like-minded partners to ensure complementarity as well as of assistance, as well as avoiding unnecessary duplication. And also taking into account this new threat landscape and as a part of the recently adopted strategic compass that is being endorsed by the European Council as we speak now, will be engaging into reviewing our EU cyber defense policy framework, as well as further enhancing our cyber diplomacy toolbox in order to set our ambitions and policy for the implementation and key deliverables in the upcoming decade. So now let me turn into multilateral cooperation. I think it has been highlighted by Anne and David as well, is that even if the current developments are our focus is on current developments, it doesn't mean that that rules of international law and as well as important and strong enforcement measures are still crucial to be there in order to prevent conflicts and human suffering, including in cyberspace. I think that even if these are being broken at the moment, it doesn't mean that we have to stop or we should stop working on them. We should continue strengthening and promoting international law and rules-based order. So as on the cyber component of that, as most of you probably know, we will have a new session of the open-ended working group starting next week in New York. And I think that we'll use, as the European Union and our member states, the opportunity to speak out clearly and strongly on Russian behavior in cyberspace, in Ukraine and beyond Ukraine, and to denounce malicious cyber behavior under all the agenda items of the open-ended working group. Open-ended working group for us, from the perspective of the European Union, is a very important forum where all the states are represented that are working on elaborating on issues, cyber issues, in the context of international security. And it has a very important role and responsibility to promote and clarify the application of international law in the cyber context. And I think that there is already a sizable and very solid acquis that has been established by the previous work done in this area in the format of United Nations group of experts, UNGGE, and the previous session of the open-ended working group that highlighted the importance of norms of responsible state behavior, applicability of international law in cyberspace, and as well importance of confidence-building measures. And we'll continue to build on that acquis and take that even further. However, it's also, and I think that it's important to highlight, it's time to start calling out those who violate rules, norms, and principles of responsible state behavior that they have themselves agreed on. So we will also, I think, use this opportunity to underline the need for implementation and the role of stakeholders, a multi-stakeholder approach in that context. I also said, and I think it links very well with the multilateral discussions about the program of action that the European Union has been promoting since the previous session of the open-ended working group, and will continue to do so as well in this current context. The overarching objective of the program of action is to strengthen international security and stability in ICT domain by putting in place a permanent and inclusive institutional mechanism to support the strategic framework for responsible state behavior and to identify and contribute to addressing new challenges as they arise. So in our view, the program of action will provide in particular a permanent platform to help monitoring the implementation of the strategic framework. it will also be a venue to identify and contribute to addressing new challenges, and as well serve as a bottom-up mechanism to support implementation efforts at national level. And I think that this is especially through tailored and coordinated capacity building efforts that are absolutely crucial. And as well, last but not least, be a venue for engagement and cooperation with multi-stakeholder communities, so the private sector, academia, and civil society as appropriate and in relevant areas. Then let me close my intervention by mentioning a few elements on the EU cyber diplomacy toolbox. As you might know, I hope you know, this is a mechanism that has been agreed in 2017 by the European Union, by member states, that provides all the measures under the common foreign and security policy to be used in case of malicious cyber activities. And we have been very active since then in responding in a unison manner as the European Union to many of the cyber attacks and activities. We have issued over 11 public statements, and including one on attacks against Ukraine in January 2022. We have been actively working our diplomatic tools, such as diplomatic démarches, and as well, we adopted cyber restrictive measures against 8 individuals and 4 entities and bodies. We have been working, of course, in that framework with our closest allies and like-minded partners, including NATO, Australia, UK, United States, Norway, Ukraine, and Georgia, to just mention a few of them. We have as well put in 2020, under the newly revised EU cybersecurity strategy, a proposal to further enhance EU's ability to prevent and deter and respond to cyber attacks. So we are currently working on thinking what new measures we can put in our toolbox. David, I think, referred to as well NATO's upcoming new strategic concept and exchanges that we have with NATO international staff on comparing our toolboxes. And one of the areas on European Union side that we are looking into is, of course, further enhancing our EU intelligence cooperation, ensuring coordination between internal and external dimensions. And I think that Julie from DG Connect was speaking on that in the previous session. Further coordination with our partners, as well as cooperation with private sector. And I think that I went over time, so Raluca, over to you, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much also for keeping to time, I would say. I will again abuse of my role as the moderator and maybe follow up with some points of clarification, if you don't mind. And you mentioned the cyber diplomacy toolbox, but also the EU cyber defense policy. And I was wondering, how can they be further developed, or to be to open a little bit the black box here, and maybe you would have some ideas to share and what to expect from the review of the cyber defense policy framework to indeed improve this cyber defense cooperation. And this is more my intellectual curiosity. You also flagged, for instance, the need for permanent and institutionalized mechanisms across the EU and within the EU. And maybe you can share some thoughts on this as well, in terms of potentially intelligence sharing and how this coordination can happen across institutions, but also between institutions and member states. So I will give again the floor to you.
Okay, thanks very much. Indeed, I think that, cyber defense policy has been one of the areas as well of the strategic compass that if you now document is accessible and you can read the whole entirety of that, but it contains a number of important references in the field of cybersecurity and cyber defense, including as well a call to launch a cyber defense policy review in 2022. So this year. It recognizes the strategic compass, recognizes the cyber domain as contested space, and proposes to further develop our policy in order to enhance cyber defense capacities in collaborative way. stimulate innovation and build partnerships, including NATO. So at this stage, I can't go more into details what those different policy strands and reflections will entail, but these will give you a little bit of a flavor of what's going on and what's to come later this year. One of the aims is, of course, to boost development of cyber defense capabilities, and part of that, as integral part as well of chapters of the strategy compass, is to stimulate the EU's industrial base and further promote education, training, and exercises to ensure that our cyber defenders are well equipped and properly equipped and ready to act. As well, there are elements on enhancing civil-military synergies. This is very much hand in hand of what our European Commission colleagues were already doing and are doing as a part of Strategy Compass parts. So we'll see what the final shape of that will be. And in terms of coordination, I think that this is almost a cross-cutting theme of many of those panels. And I think that I was hearing or listening to Ilias in the previous section, who was debating what is the most important. Is it a sort of framework for our personal contacts? And I think that, as always, the truth is probably somewhere in between. And I think that we have been again, this is something rather for my European Commission colleagues, but we have been working very closely to develop and engage in developing joint cyber unit part as one of the answers to your question for the need of a more structural approach in terms of coordination and exchanges.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure these points will come up later, potentially in the discussion if you have time. I'm keeping an eye on the time, and I'm now turning to Ambassador Jaarsma. So I would say, again, in terms of the hot war that is happening now, my impression is that cyber diplomacy kind of takes a back seat, and some of the takeaways and important dimensions of norms promotion and the frameworks already put in place under the UNGG and also OUWG. Victor already mentioned that are more considered, normative frameworks for responsible state behavior, but during peacetime. So maybe you can share your thoughts about this, and of course, how to maybe further develop this normative framework and taking into account the broader geopolitical landscape, but also the current crisis that is unfolding. So I will give you now the virtual floor, Ambassador.
Yeah, thank you, Raluca, and please call me Natalie. And thanks to the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to participate virtually. I'm now calling from San Francisco, where I'm having conversations with the technical community in Silicon Valley. And it is these kind of engagements with the private sector and the NGOs that inspire me to think about how we can further step up the developments on cybersecurity within the EU. And this awful war that Russia started in Ukraine is obviously very much in everybody's minds and very much part of the conversation. And what strikes me is that the thinking and actions by many stakeholders in the cyber community has speeded up. I actually wanted to talk about the cybersecurity toolbox and building up on what Victor just explained. It is a unique example of how we can work together as a group of 27 member states to respond adequately to cyber attacks. And the international community has committed itself to the normative framework for cyberspace. Victor referred to it as the acquis. And this is a clear yardstick for responsible state behavior in cyberspace. The toolbox gives us guidance on acting together towards those who do not uphold these norms while respecting national competences. And most of the time we use the toolbox when countries do not act according to what we agreed to, international law and the norms. We then use the toolbox to exert pressure to change behavior. And as Victor said, we have applied various measures, including statements and sanctions. We have built up muscle memory on how to do this jointly as EU and often together with like-minded countries. These are, of course, tools that can be used by member states in their own foreign policy toolbox. However, an important role for the EU institutions is to enable EU member states to better implement forms of pressure and dialogue, and that is what we do together. In our view, one essential element on our escalation ladder benefits from a more pronounced elaboration in the toolbox, and that is dialogue. By engaging in dialogue with states where the malicious cyber behavior originates from, being coming from a state actor or from a cyber criminal, we make clear to the state that they have a due diligence obligation. And that is, of course, part of the normative framework. And we may signal better the possible consequences of continued malicious behavior. These measures may then include the existing tools of the toolbox. Entering into dialogue, or at least opening up the path to dialogue from the EU side, should be a standard first response of the EU and its member states when we see behavior outside the boundaries of the normative framework. If we can establish an agreed first response, depending on the nature of the unwanted behavior, we create predictability for what we may do next. And this also bolsters our deterrence. The war in Ukraine shows the clear need for expanding the toolbox with more effective and restrictive means to put pressure on other countries in order to change their behavior. This may be done by adding tools to the toolbox or by further strengthening existing restrictive measures, such as the cyber sanction regime. For the former, we can learn from the current crisis and reflect on what tools are still missing to be effective. For the latter, we need to consider the malicious cyber behavior and the diplomatic response, including sanctions in the broader context of the relationship with the malicious state. And currently, we only discuss cyber sanctions in the horizontal working party. But we believe we should discuss cyber sanctions in regular council working groups as well, in regional council working groups, In this way, we can more effectively impose cyber sanctions while also mainstreaming cyber into the daily work of regional policy officers. Restrictive measures under the horizontal cyber sanction regime can only be directed at individuals or entities currently. This allows us to quite specifically target actors that act maliciously in cyberspace. However, the threats the European Union and its member states face in cyberspace also come from or are supported by states. In order to deter and respond to cyber attacks more effectively, the regime should also include the ability to direct sanctions at specific countries. The cyber sanction regime now freezes assets and restricts travel of individuals and entities to Europe. In order to be more effective, we need to do more than that. In line with other EU sanction regimes, the cyber sanction regime could also impose sanctions for entire sectors in countries. This should, of course, be explored with the regional working parties to impose proportionate measures to those sectors of a state that are most valuable to them. Let me also briefly come back to the normative framework. The cyber attacks on Ukraine and the possible spillover effects show once more the urgency of implementing the UN normative framework on responsible state behavior in cyberspace. And Anne talked about us and them. The normative framework is a solid framework, and we really should focus our effort on implementation. And part of the norms is, of course, about us and building up resilience. One initiative to take the ambition to implement the normative framework forward is the program of action. And Victor talked about it, so I won't go into details here. But a very important element of the program of action is capacity building. And we believe that close coordination with existing bodies of capacity building, such as the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, is pivotal. In order to be most effective, we encourage all EU-related cyber capacity efforts to make use of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise clearinghouse for capacity building. It works as a way to coordinate the assistance. The Global Forum on Cyber Expertise has been acting in line with the Busan principles for capacity building, and something that was also addressed in the 2021 Open-Ended Working Group report. Most European countries are member of the GFC, thereby they have a clearinghouse mechanism that ensures better coordination. In the end, what will most certainly ensure better coordination is that other EU member states join the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. In that way, we can further streamline the implementation of the normative framework. Raluca, if you allow me, because you mentioned the current normative framework and the difference between peacetime and wartime. I think when we actually had discussions about that here as well, and I think when we that our like-minded view is that the normative framework is both for peacetime and wartime, and that is why we also wanted to include international humanitarian law. Which of course applies only in times of war. And that is why it is also so important to follow the situation in Ukraine, also in terms of IHL related to the cyber world. Also related to the war, I wanted to express my deep concern about hacktivism, even though perhaps personally I feel a lot of sort of sympathy, enthusiasm for those who want to be on the good side of history. It is not helping states to actually abide by the rules for due diligence. We as the Netherlands have actually sent out communication to our broader community, but especially also to our hackers community, that hacking is illegal, and so hacking into foreign nations is also illegal, and that is really important for the due diligence obligation. That is, of course, part of the acquis, and it is really, we find it really important that we should uphold this framework. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Nathalie. Actually, you kind of preempted my follow-up question related to indeed some of the activities from non-state actors, but also sanctions and reactions, let's say, to the current conflicts or the reactionist approaches when it comes to some of the developments now. So maybe just given the time, I will move right over to our next speaker, Ms. Urb, and I would here maybe would like to ask you to share some views as well. You know, Estonia is at the forefront and has been at the forefront of dealing with cyber resilience, rapid responses, cyber security, and maybe you can share some conclusions, you know, lessons learned from your experience as well in terms of improving the protection of core infrastructure elements and also reacting to cyber attacks. So I will now give the floor to you. It's can you
thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Yes,
yes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. It's my great honor and pleasure to be here, and it's great to see everybody in person. And also congratulations to Victor and the team for all your great work, what you have been doing. And Natalie, also, I would like to express the support to many points what you just made, and I know that we are very much in the same line. So with many things the Netherlands is also doing, and the like-minded countries, and we are trying our best in these really crazy conditions. There are no words to explain or to express all that, and our government members have also been quite visible, so I'm not gonna repeat here all the things what Estonia has been saying or doing in these situations. And as I'm from the Cybersecurity Agency, I'm from Information System Authority of Estonia. We are like cybersecurity center, basically by substance, and the one and only national cert in Estonia. So I'm gonna make some quite practical points as well. So there was a point from this morning from one of the panels where someone emphasized the necessity to increase the number of the IT guys in the companies. I know that here are many tech leaders from the industry as well, and what we have been lately struggling is the issue to make the managers, the management boards of the companies to understand that the cybersecurity, the IT security of the companies is not depending on the IT guys. Actually, it depends on the budget allocations, and they are the ones who have to understand it actually. And our Estonia CERT has been working since 2006, so we have quite some experience with working with the private sector, and everything has been built up in public-private partnership. So it's always difficult for the management boards to allocate the money to the places where they can't see it. But over the last years, there has been like a good change somehow. We see that it starts moving actually, and especially now, unfortunately now, but given of the situations over last months, everybody understands more and more that also if they outsource the IT service for the companies, they have to be smart demanders. So they really have to know what to order, what they need. It's their responsibility. It's not the responsibility only of the IT guys. And so this is what we are doing a lot from the side of the government, all time. And this point actually brings me to my next point, which is a bit wider. So we all know that there's green transition or transition to green and sustainable all over the world. All the companies are participating, all the governments, all the countries. But what about the transition to resilient cybersecurity? So it should be exactly on the same lines with the green transition all over the world. And I guess now we understand it even more. So we all have to take it up as this green transition in the parallel level and to do the things to really get better and better in this field as well. So and the point what I also wanted to make, what was also reflected there before in the keynote speeches. At the moment, there's no agreement that how much resources really should be allocated to the cybersecurity. So what would be the sufficient? I'm not gonna make a certain parallel here, really, what you can think that. But at the same time, I guess in the world we are really in the point that the government should think that what is the percentage of I don't know, of the budget, GDP, what would make the difference, what would be how they would be able to keep the country's IT systems really safe and secure. And the same for the companies. Are the companies thinking and discussing that what would be the percentage of, I don't know, of the profit or of something else, how to keep their systems safe and secure? So what would be the methodology behind it? When we are going to get there, this is maybe something to start discussing much more. So how could we measure it? What would be enough? So these are the things to be tackled very very soon, I guess. And of course, again, really great thanks to Brussels, to different teams in Brussels who have been doing a great job over last years. There is NIS2, Joint Cyber Unit, competence center, all very, very necessary tools to improve our cybersecurity. But as you said, and as also Natalie said, it's always the implementation that remains the key. And Commission has funded, there's a very, very good point also that I would like to bring, that Commission has funded MeliCert program, which really helps to improve and harmonize the technical capabilities that our incident response teams possess. And this is very, very useful step to appreciate. This is something what can help us all to do the best in a really crisis situations. And regarding the cyber diplomacy toolbox, the cyber threat landscape shows us that state-sponsored attacks are not going to disappear in the future, unfortunately. And this is also why we need to enshrine the cyber sanctions regime into the permanent regime. So, and not to assess its relevance every year. So we would like to go a bit further there. And also regarding the capacity building, there is a project what we are conducting since 2019, which is the EU project called EU CyberNet. Started 2019. We have been building it up like nearly 2.5 years for now. And there's a strength which is in skills. So there are 43 skills, all the skill set. Would it be like malware detection, data protection, anything, just name it, very, very detailed skills. And there are over 200 experts already who are ready to share and to teach and to share best practices and to be available to make capacity building. So this is 3w.eucybernet.eu. Which is funded by the Foreign Policy Instrument, which is a Commission's project. So I'm going to stop here. Very happy to take any questions from the floor or from the moderator. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Piret, for sharing with us some of the practicalities and also some of the recent developments when it comes to capacity building. And one thing that you flagged in your presentation is indeed the importance of public-private cooperation. And this was a point that also Mr. David Van Vel has emphasized in his speech in terms of the essential role that the private sector plays as the first responder, and also sometimes the innovator in cyberspace. So I will turn now to Mr. Cumming to share some thoughts from the industry side, especially in terms of, again, the practicalities of how to deal with crisis situations. So yes, I will give the virtual floor to you now, John. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Raluca. It's fascinating to to listen to the different approaches here, and the thinking is there seems like there's a lot of common agreement on what needs to be done. I very strongly agree with Piret about the need to act quickly and to really invest in cybersecurity. I work for a cybersecurity company, and what we see is that cybersecurity attacks continue all the time, day and night, across the world. And the reason they do is somewhat simple, really, which is that government and business have all moved to use the internet. And when you ask a question about how much budget should a company spend on cyber defense, that's a hard question to answer. But the flip side of it is to think about what would happen if your information systems don't work. And you'll quite quickly realize that they are the lifeblood of the organization. In a sense, IT is not a separate function which is operating on the side. It is the very essence of how a lot of businesses operate. And so it's really not surprising that cyber attacks, criminals and governments have gone online to
make money or meet their strategic aims. What we see prior to the current conflict and prior to COVID is that, quite surprisingly, I think to most people, a very wide range of businesses, organizations, and government departments get attacked. And what happens is they're getting attacked by a range of actors. It's quite easy to concentrate on the sort of movie plot, government state-sponsored hacking, which people concentrate on. But and the reality is you see a wide variety of actors. And for example, over the last couple of days, there's been an announcement of a compromise of a US company called Okta, and it appears to be masterminded by a 16-year-old boy in the UK. This sort of thing is not uncommon. But over the last 2 years, I think we've seen two real accelerants in the need to shore up cybersecurity. So one thing that COVID did was it moved people away from offices. And for a while, there had been a desire to protect the office or corporate environment as if we were protecting a medieval castle. And those walls have really disappeared. They haven't been overrun, they just don't exist anymore because people are moving around. They're working from different locations. And Raluca, you almost inadvertently made a point by saying that I was speaking to you from San Francisco. I'm actually in Lisbon, but it doesn't really matter where I am because I can operate and be part of this conference. And equally, it doesn't matter where attackers are or where employees are. So I think the US government has made this point around this idea of zero trust environments, the zero trust approach, which allows people to be wherever they need to be and protects infrastructure. The Ukraine war in some ways has been a wake-up call, but not perhaps in the way we thought it was. I think there was a sense that in parallel with the kinetic war, there was going to be large-scale cyber attacks against countries that were not directly involved in the war. That hasn't, to the most part, happened. I think partly because the states involved are trying to keep things within the region and within the actual countries that are taking part in the war, but also because what's happening is that the real cyber attacks we're seeing, and we are seeing a real increase in cyber attacks across Russia, across Ukraine, and actually across the world, are by and large happening because of patriotic, what I would call patriotic hackers who are supporting a particular aim. And I think Natalie really made this point with the Netherlands with saying, look, please don't do this. But we're seeing a vast increase. And what that really does is it says to any organization around the world that the things that we've been saying around needing to have shields up, needing to protect networks, needing to protect workers, needing to protect endpoints are all very, very real. They were already real pre-COVID. COVID removed those castle walls, and then along came the war, which has really just increased activity. And when you get increased activity, you get increased attacks just because more people are looking for faults in systems, and they will find their way in, whether you are part of the actual attack, the actual war or not. The other thing I would say about private-public partnerships, this is very, very important. Governments have an enormously important role to play in terms of educating and working with the private sector, and also because critical infrastructure really isn't limited to governments. If you look at the Colonial Pipeline hack, Colonial Pipeline is private, but has a real-world impact at an infrastructure level. And as much as everybody gets attacked, critical infrastructure is, by its very nature, critical. One of the reasons why we put together a critical infrastructure protection program with CrowdStrike and Ping Identity was to help protect those organizations. So what I would say is public-private collaboration is vitally important. We need to do it. In private industry, we're often the ones who get attacked first or visibly, and often are responding very visibly. We do have a lot we can bring to the table. We cannot do it alone. And I would say that now, be it because of COVID, be it because of the war in Ukraine, or be it because of a general trend, which is to connect everything to the internet and use it, it is time to protect organizations, protect individuals in the cyber domain, because there is a really large amount of activity that has happened in the last 2 years and certainly in the last 3 weeks.
Thank you very much, John, for sharing these views. I will not follow up with a question and abuse of my role as a moderator because time is now of the essence and we are running a bit short. So I would propose that because we started late, we extend a couple of minutes the session. So thank you again very much to all the speakers to sharing their thoughts with us. And I will now open the floor for some questions from the audience. So my colleagues in the room might help me to take one or two questions, and I will highly encourage you to keep to 1 minute in asking your questions. And then I will turn again to the speakers in the order of their remarks to give some answers and also some final comments. I see there are none so far, so maybe I will start, not at the moment. Okay, perfect. So then maybe I will ask the question, and this will be a question to all the speakers. I think that one key concern, based on all the conversations that we had until now, is also to develop this capacity of foresight, and this is linked to, again, resilience building, capacity building across the public and private sectors. But we also heard from you and also the keynote speakers that we need to develop some cross-sectoral approaches and thinking across cyber, digital, critical emerging technologies, how the funding is going in this regard. I think Biret emphasized this element. How are the current initiatives working towards, building this comprehensive thinking? So my question to all of you would be how to connect all the dots, basically, that we have, and not only be, let's say, reactive when faced to cyber attacks, malicious cyber attacks, and having this foresight or future planning, what works, what doesn't, and how to work better, for instance, and how to link thinking, strategic thinking, cyber-related thinking, geopolitical thinking in a more comprehensive way. So, yes, I will then turn again to Victor and in the room to again share his thoughts and some final remarks. I would kindly ask you to keep to 1 to 2 minutes. I know it's challenging. So, yes, Victor, you have the floor. I think we cannot hear you, Victor, or at least here virtually we do not hear you, but okay.
Many of the real life events demonstrate to us how difficult and complex those issues are. We sometimes, and I think that it struck me in discussions with one of the companies that are working on the ground actually in Ukraine recently, how, very often we think about high-level, high-tech scenarios, whereas sometimes it's a question if the person can actually get with a canister to the energy generator and power up, energy that is needed to bring some devices online. And I think that, it demonstrates that when we think about our resilience, we need to really approach that from the perspective of cross-domain cutting issue. We need to think about energy. We need to think, of course, about, cyber resilience, but about trade, dependence on supply chains, resilience of supply chains. So I think that it has to be my one plea will be that we need to bring different teams together, not work in the silos, and really have a very outside of the box and cross-cutting approach to many of those issues when we talk about cyber.
Great. Thank you very much, Victor, for being, first of all, short, but also to the point. And now I will turn to Natalie.
Yeah, thank you. I think with the current war, we can learn from it that in times of war, cyber is a supporting element for the country that actually invades. But of course, if the goal is to destroy, then missiles and tanks are much more effective. where we see that cyber is effective for a malicious actor to reach certain goals is in this gray zone. And that is what we have been discussing, of course, for a long time in the international community. Like, what can we do in the gray zone to deter and to make sure that that things don't get out of hand? And I think David made a very good comment that now NATO has decided that accumulation of cyber attacks can actually lead to a trigger of Article 5. It could be an armed, it could lead to armed conflict. So creating clarity on what is not acceptable behavior is still, I think, very much part of that strategic thinking that we should be doing. Information sharing is also pivotal, I would say. I mean, EU, NATO information sharing, intel sharing was mentioned, but I mean, here I'm in the Bay Area in San Francisco, and I noticed that a lot of the big tech companies, they do compete with one another, of course, but they share threat info, and it's only by creating and expanding that that community and building the right bridges between the private entities, NGOs, and states that we connect together. And that is really challenging. I mean, I don't have the solutions on how to structure that, but it is definitely something that should be high on our agenda to think more strategically.
Thank you very much, Natalie. And this is an excellent point as well. Victor raised the cross-cutting issues, but then also the dimension of the gray area, and not only to think in peace, either war type of situation, but also the hybrid situations, and be prepared for these types of scenarios, and especially to work with the with other stakeholders, including the private sector and also civil society and academia. I will turn now to Piret to share her thoughts on this. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again. And again, I very much agree with the previous speakers. And it's not easy. It's quite challenging to work with everybody, to work with the community, and to build up the trust. But us as a government and the cybersecurity agency, we are continuously doing it, and we see that it really helps. For example, last year we really made public the big cases what happened to the government, the really kind of bad cybersecurity related cases. So this is also part of building up the trust, that we talk about the things and we explain why it happened, how it happened. And of course, there are always the lessons to take. And we work with the community, which means that we are conducting the trainings and exercises to the community. We put together different sectors, and we figure out the good scenario. We bring everybody together, being the government. So because we know that all of us, we are the same country. There's not like us and them. We are all together. So this is the only solution we see. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Piret, for this. And it strikes me that not technological solutions or advancements in technology are the key issue here, especially when it comes to intelligence sharing, but trust. And I hear this word repeated, and the same can be said again in cultivating trust between public and private actors. And John, I turn to you now to give your final remarks and react to some of the points.
I do think what Piret has just said about trust is enormously important in cybersecurity, and in fact, learning from others is enormously important. And the only way you learn from others is if they tell you what happened to them and how they reacted to it. And I think that's enormously important for companies and for governments. You asked a question about foresight. I actually want to make an appeal for hindsight, which is that if you look at most cyber attacks that are successful, the defense against them was well known. They're not novel in general, and they're not shocking to practitioners. They may be shocking to the people who are victims. And I think one way to think about this is for regulators to come together and agree on some basic level of cybersecurity that we should all adhere to. Because many things, if you're an industry practitioner, that we've been saying for years and years are not yet implemented by many companies. Things that are, to us, seem simple. And so I think that level of cybersecurity would make a big difference. So my appeal is to have a bit of hindsight and to look back and say that could easily happen again.
Excellent. Yes, learning from the past and preparing for the future. That's a nice way to kind of round up the conversation. Again, thank you very much to the speakers for their excellent input. It has been a privilege and a pleasure to moderate this session. We are a bit over time, so this is all on me. But now I will pass the floor to Mr. James Wilmot from Forum Europe to close the conference. And again, thank you very much for being with me online and offline.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Raluca. Yeah, thanks, Raluca, for your excellent moderation, remote moderation at that. I thought it worked brilliantly. And thank you to the speakers from this session across the entire day. And as I said this morning, we don't take for granted the time that you put into preparing for your intervention, so very much appreciated. So that brings us to the end of this year's conference. To all of our sponsors, Accenture, Broadcom, BSA, the Software Alliance, Cloudflare, who, if you haven't seen, by the way, have some great swag, including socks and T-shirts available in the lobby, Norton, Life Rock, Sectra, Usercentrics, Vodafone, and Trudexia. So thank you for your support and the socks and the T-shirts. And to you in the room and to the 300 or so that have stuck with us attending online, thank you for being with us. We're beyond delighted that we've been able to share this substantial in-person experience with you after such a long time. And I know for some people it's one of the first things that they've been to in quite a while, so thank you. We'll very soon be sharing the replays from today's sessions, along with any other documentation and outcomes from today's discussions, and those will all be with you very soon. So with that, thanks again. I'll close today's event and wish you a great rest of the day, and if you are in Brussels, a trouble-free journey home. So thank you very much.